A huge, green-skinned flying dragon swept over the pine forest, bringing with it a gust of wind, swaying the pine forest below and making the sound of pine waves. Robb was sitting under a pine tree while looking at the bulging belly of the two-footed flying dragons flying over the treetops, thinking to himself, I am now a god archer. Using the skill, Dragon Killing Arrow, I can shoot dragons from the sky with one arrow. Then, I can equip a skinning knife, and using the advanced skinning skill, I can get the item, Dragon Skin. Then, using the advanced skinning skill, again, I can make a pair of flying dragon leather armor. In this way, the proficiency of archery will increase by 5 points, the proficiency of skinning will increase by 2 points, and the proficiency of leather crafting will increase by 2 points. While thinking about this, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. What are you thinking about again? You've already practiced. You don't need to practice anymore. Robb, who is 18 years old this year, is a senior gamer. A few years prior, he became fascinated by Dark Blade. Dark Blade is a large-scale online RPG, also known as a MMORPG. It is set in a Western world full of swords and magic, with a vast and seamless world map, rich monsters, and numerous occupations. It allowed players to freely change full-time and part-time jobs, with rich customization that enable the players to DIY their beloved game characters as they like. Robb fell into the game by accident. Maybe it was because he was a Virgo, but he always played the game to the end, feeling uncomfortable if he didn't practice everything that he could. Warriors, paladins, rangers, rogues, priests, and all other common occupations are all fully brushed, and even mining, tree cutting, cooking, skinning, leather making, and other skills are all fully practiced. He established the largest guild in the entire server, defeated the most difficult of dungeons, defeated the strongest of epic-level monsters alone, and participated in a 1,000-player raid. However, one day, when he logged into the game, he discovered that there was nothing left for him to do. Everything that can be experienced has been experienced by him. The world of sword and magic completely lost the attraction that he once had when he first arrived. At this point in time, when he logged into the game world, he didn't even feel the slightest bit of excitement. Well, this may just be the ultimate destination of all gamers. He decided to quit the game. However, at that moment, he somehow transmigrated over and sat under a pine tree. He appears to look the same as appearance of his own game character. He's a handsome blonde male, wearing t-shirt and jeans made with skin bought with Krypton gold. He also inherited all proficiency points he gained and developed in the game. He met an explorer and asked him some questions. He learned that this place is called the Fengma continent, and it is a world of swords and magic. However, it isn't a game world, but a real world. Either way, no matter what it's called, whether it's real or not, he's already tired of everything about swords and magic. Seeing a goblin poking his head next to him, he didn't even bother to fight it. When he changed his previous career and had not yet fully practiced and developed it, whenever he encountered a monster with a delicate and soft body like a goblin, he would definitely rush over and chop it up immediately, so he could obtain 1 or 2 points of proficiency. However, what should I do if I don't want to move at all? Obviously, I just arrived at a new world, but why do I not have any interest in exploring at all? He looked at the sky and fell into a state of indolence. At this moment, a voice sounded in the distance and 3 people came over from the woods. Walking in front was a man in heavy armor carrying a big sword, behind him was a man in leather armor with a bow and arrow, and at the back was a woman in a robe holding a wand. The woman's pretty good looking, with delicate facial features, and red hair. This is an authentic adventurer's squad. They have a warrior, an archer, and a magician. Except for the lack of a priest, the overall structure of their squad is very reasonable. Of course, Robb also knows that only in the game can there be a clear occupation. In the real world, a farmer who picks up a sword is a warrior, who picks up a bow is an archer, and if he learns magic, he can become a magician. Here, there is no reason to hang a certain job name on one's head, and there is no concept of experience points and levels. So, in the real world, you don't know what skills someone will use just by looking at them. Maybe a person with a staff will pick up a dagger and backstab you the next second. This is the norm here in the real world. This small group seemed to be very cautious. They took each step they take in the wood carefully. When they entered the pine forest, they saw Robb sitting under the tree, unarmed and wearing a strange piece of cloth. He didn't look dangerous at all, and the warrior in front asked, "Hey, are you a resident of Westwind Town? Isn't it dangerous for you to come here alone?" Robb wanted to save trouble and didn't want to talk too much with strangers, so he just lied casually, "I just went into the mountains to collect herbs, although it's a little dangerous, wealth and danger come hand in hand." "It turns out to be herbs," the warrior in front asked, "Did you not see a green-skinned wyvern around here? It often attacks the caravan, and the elders of Westwind Town asked us to get rid of it." "Oh? Is it a flying dragon?" Robb really saw a flying dragon just now, and was even thinking about using its skin as leather armor. He pointed in the direction where the flying dragon disappeared and said, "It just passed from me. It flew overhead and headed in that direction. I saw that it flew slowly with a low altitude. It seemed that it was about to return to its nest. Its nest shouldn't be far from here." The warrior smiled and said, "Great, we've been looking for it for a few days, and now we finally have news about the wyvern." He turned around and smiled at the archer and magician and said, "Let's go and kill it, so we can go back and get ourselves paid." The three nodded to Robb and said thankfully, "Thank you for the information." Robb shrugged and said, "You're welcome." The three people left, but Robb didn't care. When playing games before, when other players asked him, "Where is the NPC for a certain task?" he usually pointed out the location of the NPC casually before ignoring it. He was not so enthusiastic as to accompany them on a task every time he was asked for directions. He continued to sit under the big pine tree, lazily thinking about what he should do. "I don't want to explore the world anymore. I'm not interested, and I don't want to pick up any quests or fight monsters." He has done these things repeatedly in the game for several years, until he practiced all occupations and skills to perfection. Tired to the point of vomiting, thinking about it carefully, it is stupid how ridiculous it is that I have been picking up tasks, then going to do 10 tasks to blame this stupid thing for several years. It's better to be lazy than to do this stupid thing. However, it is not enough to be lazy all the time. In the real world, he needs to eat, sleep, and wear clothes. It seems that he is not allowed to sit under the pine tree in a daze. He stood up slowly, thinking, "The first thing I should do now is to find a town where humans live. I have to find out what to eat and where to sleep first." At this moment, a violent roar suddenly sounded in the distance. It sounded like the voice of a flying dragon, and then a huge explosion sounded. This time, it was the sound of flame explosion magic. Robb looked for where the sound came from, and a large first burst into the sky. Then, the two-footed flying dragon that I had seen just now flew into the air, spinning rapidly mid-air. Several arrows flew up from the ground, but they were all dodged by it or beaten down by its wings. Then, it roared and rushed down towards the ground. "Oh. It seems that the three people just fought with the two-legged dragon." Robb has already seen this kind of things a lot. Walking around in the game, he often sees squads formed by players to fight against small bosses living in the wild. He really isn't interested in getting involved. However, now he needs to find a town where humans live to find food and a place to live. Rather than searching blindly, he might as well ask those three people. The warrior seems to have asked him earlier if he was a resident of Westwind Town, which, thinking about it the other way around, is there a nearby town called Westwind Town? So, I can just ask how they get to Westwind Town. Robb took a big step forward and walked towards the direction where the three were fighting with the flying dragon. The battle had already been going on for a while when Robb arrived at the battle site. Several arrows have been inserted into the body of the two-legged flying dragon with traces of having been scorched by magic on its body. On the side of the adventurers' team, the shield held by the warrior is already deformed and seems to have been used a lot during the fight. The impacts have caused the shield's surface to become uneven. The warrior's armor's skirt had been torn off, and his thighs were covered with the color red, with his trousers completely dyed red. The archer isn't doing any better either, with a deep claw wound on his shoulder. However, the most miserable among the adventurer's group members should be the red-haired female magician. The back of her clothes has been torn apart, and 3 deep claw wounds can be seen on her snow-white back skin. The blood stained her robe and her face. Her face has become pale to the point where it seems like she might fall down at any time. However, she mustn't fall now, or her life will be forfeit, and she'll receive a bad end as soon as she falls. At this point, she can only grit her teeth and try to defeat the 2-legged dragon before she falls. Fighting hard. Robb thought, should I help them kill the dragon? He only needs one move if he makes a move, and the medium-level monster, like the 2-legged dragon, is dead. It would be effortless to do such a thing, but it will also be easy to cause disputes. For instance, back in the game world, when a high-level player sees a group of low-level players trying to defeat monsters, he walks over, casually takes the monster down, and gets the final blow, which will give him all the loot and money. The game that the protagonist used to play gives everything to the one who gets the last hit, to whom all the monster experiences and drops go. Such unethical and insensitive behavior. Those low-level players fought hard but with no return, and the mission wasn't even completed. Of course, they'd get angry. They turned around and yelled at the player who stole the kill, the monster who stole your mother. And then they'll chase and scold each other for an entire hour. Of course, in the real world, there aren't really any problems in robbing the experience points and monster corpse by last hitting. Such worry is unnecessary, but rashly stealing someone else's prey can easily cause misunderstandings. If the Adventurers Guild in this world has any weird rules, who owns the monsters of those who kill? Robb holds his hands and asks the adventurer party, "You 3, can I ask a question? How can I get to the nearest town here?" The 3 adventurers had no time to answer his question. The warrior stared at the 2-legged flying dragon with a sword and a shield in hand. The female magician was also preparing her magic. Only the archer turned her head his way and said with haste, "I'm busy right now. Stand further and don't get involved." Robb shrugged and said, "Well, you guys do look very busy. I'll wait for a moment. Loki, the god of flames, please listen to my request." The female magician endured the pain in her back, chanting a magic spell. But the 2-legged dragon has wisdom, and when it heard the mage chanting, it immediately roared and rushed toward the female magician. The warrior quickly raised his crooked shield and stepped in front of her. With a loud bang, the warrior was knocked out. "Lend me the power of fire temporarily." Fire explosion. The female magician finally completed her magic, and a fireball flew out from the tip of her staff and hit the wings of the flying dragon with 2 feet fiercely. With a bang, the fireball exploded, and a large amount of flame magic power hit the 2-legged dragon. The 2-legged dragon uttered a miserable hiss but still didn't fall down. It waved its wing and wept away the female magician. She grunted and flew straight sideways. She didn't have a shield or armor to protect her body like a warrior. The impact was heavy, and Robb even heard the sound of a broken should and arm. The female magician slammed and fell right in front of Robb, spouting a mouthful of blood, and couldn't get up anymore. The warrior shouted, "Jike, look at how Shuelu is doing." It turns out the archer is called Jike. He shot 3 arrows in a row and forced the 2-legged dragon to fly into the sky. He then jumped towards the female magician. The female magician named Shuelu had her entire arm twisted and deformed. It seemed that it was fractured, and it is clear that she couldn't fight anymore. He couldn't help crying, "Oh my God. Shuelu is so badly injured that she can't fight anymore. We have to withdraw quickly and find a priest for her to treat her injuries, otherwise, her arm will be gone. Damn it. We have to give up the commission." Beware of the dragon. When the two of them were talking about this, the two-legged dragon jumped over. The warrior hurried up while the archer hastily released an arrow. There was no time to take care of it. They lost the backline support of a magician, and the two of them had to somehow deal with it. The two-legged flying dragon is having a harder time and is already thinking about how to withdraw. At this moment, Robb, who had been watching by the side, squatted down beside Xiaolu and told her, "Miss, I never mix in other people's fights indiscriminately, so to avoid being affected, but you are seriously injured now. I think I should help you take a bite out of basic MMO etiquette. Do you mind?" What MMO etiquette, what bite? Xiaolu didn't understand what Robb was talking about. Robb said, "Well, I plan to use healing techniques on you, is that okay?" Xiaolu nodded hard. "If you can, then, thank you very much." The corners of her mouth were still dripping with blood, and even speaking became difficult, and she urgently needed medical treatment. However, she was suspicious of what Robb had just said. The man in front of her was wearing a weird commoner outfit. He claimed to have come to the mountains to gather herbs. But looking at it from any perspective, he looked nothing like a priest. Do you really know healing techniques? Everyone knows that healing arts can only be used by the priests loyal to the god of light, Balder. How can this man in front of her be a priest? As soon as she thought of this, she saw Robb raise his hand, and a soft and golden light enveloped her. A warm feeling filled her body. It can't be wrong. This is definitely the healing magic of the holy element. The wound on her body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the deformed arm quickly returned to its original shape. Even the 3 claw marks on her back disappeared without a trace and returned back to their previous perfect white and tender texture and appearance. The pain in her body instantly disappeared, and Xiaolu sat up on the ground and looked at Robb next to her with a surprised look. "You can really heal?" Robb spread his hands. "Just a little bit." Xiaolu exclaimed, "Oh my god! You are a priest. I didn't notice at all. Ah, sorry, I was so rude. I should first give you my thanks for your help. If you weren't there, I would have died." Robb said, "Don't bother talking to me. Look at your two partners. It's embarrassing how they are doing without your support." "Hey." Xiaolu turned her head and looked. Sure enough, the two-legged dragon was attacking the warrior and archer restlessly. The warrior was knocked out again and hit a big tree with his back. Fortunately, warriors are usually thick-skinned and tough, thus, he is very resilient in fights. He shook his head and got up again, saying loudly, "Jike, take the seriously injured Xiaolu and leave. I'll hold this two-legged dragon." The archer named Jike said, "You might die." The warrior roared, "I can escape, probably." At that moment, a familiar voice rang in the ears of the fighters and archers, "Gorda, Jike, keep fighting. My injury has already healed." "Huh?" The warrior known as Gorda and the archer known as Jike turned their heads simultaneously and looked at Xiaolu. The two saw Xiaolu standing alive and kicking, with her left hand intact, as if the serious injury hadn't happened. It seems to be true. They couldn't help but be shocked. The slight shock almost killed them, and the two-legged dragon swooped down. Fortunately, Xiaolu threw a fireball, which forced the dragon to fall back, saving them. Xiaolu shouted, "Don't be shocked. Keep fighting. This gentleman cured me. He is a priest." Hey! Hey! There is a priest? The two men were overjoyed. Gorda raised his shield to block the next attack of the two-legged dragon and said loudly, "That's amazing, Mr. Priest. Thank you for the healing, Xiaolu. Can you join us to deal with this two-legged flying dragon together? Afterward, we will divide the reward into 4 parts and give you 1 part too." Since they took the initiative to invite him to the team, Robb no longer had any concerns, and he could finally move with confidence. With a wave of his right hand, a soft light enveloped Gorda. The internal injury made by the two-legged dragon healed instantly, and he felt a massive rush of energy. This is indeed a genuine priest, such a powerful healing technique. It feels like he has a huge reservoir of magic power. With such a powerful priest behind him, he isn't afraid of the mere two-legged flying dragon anymore. Seeing that the dragon swooped down again, Gorda yelled, and the shield in his left hand moved forward and blocked. This time it easily stopped the dragon's impact, and with a counterattack, he stabbed the two-legged dragon's belly. Ha! Gorda roared, "Jike, Shualu, shoot! I will focus on protecting the priest. We will slowly wear down this two-legged dragon." Okay. Jike's shoulder injury was also surrounded by a holy light and healed instantly. He was overjoyed and hurriedly drew his bow to release 2 arrows. The 2 powerful arrows accurately shot into the eyes of the two-legged dragon. It was so painful for the dragon that it raised its head and hissed. Shualu once again chanted the magic, "Loki, the god of flames, please listen to my request and temporarily lend me the power of flames. Fly, bird of flames." A flaming bird flew from the tip of her wand and hit the dragon's chest. The 3 of them were able to fight vigorously, and they felt safe and happy with the priest. But Robb wasn't happy. Their attack power is terrible. They hit the dragon repeatedly for several rounds, but he was still alive. At this rate, they had to fight till the year of the monkey. The one you hit isn't tired, but I, the one watching you guys, is tired, really tired. Moreover, isn't this just the dragon blindly attacking and consuming his power while playing stupid? The dragon's eyes were worn out. Wouldn't he abandon his nest and run away? What are you guys going to do? The dragon doesn't even have any IQ. Robb shook his head and suddenly stretched out to block Gorda like an old hen protecting her cub, then he stepped forward and stood in front of him. "Get out of the way. I'll take care of the dragon." "Why?" exclaimed Gorda. "It's dangerous, priest. Don't step forward. If you fall, we'll never be able to beat this two-legged dragon." The archer, Jiku, and the magician, Shuelu, were also startled, and both rushed forward at the same time, trying to get ahead of Robb, an instinctive reaction of any offensive profession. "Protect Daddy." Robb shook his head and raised his hand high with his palm facing the sky. By this time, the two-legged dragon struck him violently, with a sharp gale on his paw, which, if this claw grasped firmly, the priest would definitely be torn in half on the spot. "Danger!" The 3 people behind yelled in unison and rushed forward together. At this moment, Robb's hand slammed down. 20 yards in radius, Holy Nova. A yard is a unit of imperial length, and 1 yard is equal to 0.9144 meters. It is widely used in various Western fantasy games as a unit of measure for the scope of skills. Holy Nova is high-class magic of the holy element, which likewise requires someone who holds a high-rank holy class. It can restore the HP health points of all teammates in a large area and cause damage to enemies within the range. I saw a golden sphere in Robb's palm at the center, expanding in all directions, thus covering the range of 20 yards in an instant. Gorda, Jike, and Shualu were bathed in the golden light at the same time. The holy light that they were bathed in gave them a very comfortable and reassuring feeling. However, the 2-footed flying dragon did not feel as comfortable anymore. It felt power, holy magic hitting its head, and its power was even higher than that of the flame explosions, and flaming birds that were thrown by the female magician just now. This magic is way more terrifying, piercing the magic resistance of the two-legged dragon in an instant. It hissed and fell straight towards the ground, with a loud noise and splashing dust everywhere. Gorda, Jike, and Shualu all looked astonished and forgot to speak for a moment. After a long time, until the dust dissipated, Shualu shouted out, "Oh my God! The two-legged dragon is dead. It's dead, 1 blow. And the Holy Nova spell hasn't even ended, my goodness. My God, what kind of magic is this Holy Nova spell? Gorda also exclaimed, as far as I know, the holy nova is too large, and the holy element is scattered within its range, so its power is very weak. Usually, it's only used to deal with very weak and low-level monsters or to disperse the undead. Why can your holy nova defeat a two-legged dragon with a single blow? Robb, of course, can't say that he has fully maxed his proficiency in all holy professions. Even the highest-ranked holy profession, Pope, has been maxed. In the beginning, to max the proficiency of Pope, he spent a lot of money. It took a full 2 months to charge holy nova in a monster pile like a robot. How can it not be powerful? He could only spread his arms and say, maybe I'm just very religious. In the game world, the power of one's magic mainly depends on the player's level, equipment, and proficiency. In the real world, however, the power of one's magic mainly comes from one's belief, practice, and meditation. The more devout a man is in the God of Light, the faster he can improve his holy magic and, consequently, the stronger the power of one's magic. Robb just killed the wyvern using holy nova, which is enough to show just how powerful his holy magic is, so of course, he must be one religious priest. The 3 adventurers couldn't help but be in awe, especially the red-haired female magician Shualu. She couldn't help but sigh, "Oh my God. Your level of devotion to the God of Light truly amazes me. I have never seen a more powerful priest than you, and your holy nova is more powerful than my flaming bird. I am beginning to wonder if I have the talent to be a magician." It's embarrassing indeed, and Robb thought to himself, in our game, did you know that a magician whose output is worse than a priest is going to be kicked out of the team? Well, forget it. You can't compare a low-ranking magician with Pope-level priests. He pointed to the corpse of the flying dragon. What are you going to do with this corpse? After defeating the wyvern, he instinctively ran over to touch the corpse and suddenly remembered that this was the real world, not a game. In the game, only when a monster is hit can its corpse be touched. In the real world, nothing can be felt from the monster. Only in the game can you do the strange routine of picking up silver coins from beasts. In the real world, beasts don't have the habit of running around with money. In addition, it's impossible for a monster's body to find anything like pork or rabbit hair just by feeling around. If you want these things, you can only use a butcher's knife and slowly dissect them like pounding jianyo. It's very annoying. However, it seems that the dragon's skin can be peeled off with the skinning skill. 2 points of skinning proficiency. No, I'm already maxed. Thinking of this, he gave up dealing with the problem of the 2-legged flying dragon corpse and let it be handed over to these natives. Points at the corpse of the 2-legged dragon and reminds the 3 adventurers to do their work. The 3 adventurers were so shocked by the holy nova that they saw earlier that they forgot what they were doing. They couldn't help but shout, "Ha, ha, ha, ha." At last, it fell. "Let's take it back to the mayor for the bounty." Gorda said to the archer, "Jike, take the skin off the dragon, and you'll earn a lot of money when you get back and sell it." Then, he turned to Robb and said, "Of course, Mr. Priest also has a share for both the bounty and the money for selling the dragon's skin." Robb thought to himself, he's a very good man. No wonder he's the captain of the team. Gorda asked, "How do we call you, Mr. Priest?" Robb thought, my current body is the one I used in the game, so I think I'll just tell them my in-game name. In the future, I might not be able to use my original name in this world. Using my IGN is probably better, so he said, "My name is Vishmo Namor Sidbayabyad." "Oh, what a long name." Gorda smiled. "Then, we will call you Vishmo from now on." Robb shrugged. Forget it, this name was used in the game. It's okay. I don't know why it feels weird to be called by you. Just call me Robb." At this time, Jike was using a skinning knife and squatting beside the dragon, peeling its skin. As he peeled tea, he turned his head and asked, "My priest, oh. Robb, did you come to ask us for directions?" "Well, yes." Robb said, I'd like to ask for directions towards the nearest town. Aren't you someone who lives near here? You don't seem familiar to the place at all. No, Robb had no choice but to lie. Casually, he lied, I'm from the Far East. I've come a long way. I'm tired of wandering and adventuring, and now I'm just looking for a human town to settle in, so I don't have to walk around anymore. Oh, that's a shame, Golda said. We're short of a priest and want to invite you to join us. It's a shame that you're so strong that it doesn't seem like our small team is qualified to have you go with us, and you're tired of taking risks. Shiwalu, the red-haired magician, said, Robb, if you want to go to the nearest town, you can join us for a while. We'll go to West Wind Town that's at the foot of the mountain and report the two-legged dragon to the mayor in exchange for a good reward and sell the dragon skin. Your share is also in it, and it is probably better if you act with us. Okay then, let's go together. Robb had nothing to do with it, but he wanted to make a living, not to mention, it didn't really matter where he went. As for remuneration, he was a little interested. Whether in the game or in the real world, money is extremely useful, but he doesn't even have a penny right now. Jike peeled off the dragon's skin, rolled it up, and placed it on Gorda's shoulder. The skin of the wyvern was very thick and heavy. It was a big roll, like a thick quilt. Gorda carried it without much effort and smiled. Robb, Jike, Shiwalu. Let's go. Let's go down the mountain. Robb followed the three of them, walking slowly. As if interested, Shiwalu came to Robb, and after walking 2 steps toward him, she said, Robb, thank you for helping us today. Without you, we'd be in big trouble today. Especially for me, there's a good chance I'd die there earlier, especially for me. You saved my life, so to speak. Robb stretched out his hand and urged, why doesn't your adventure party have a priest? Your team only has a tank and a damage dealer to deal with the two-legged dragon. At the end of his sentence, Shiwalu was dazed, and her face seemed like she was confused. I can understand every word you said, but I have no idea what you mean. Robb changed his language and sighed, you came out to kill monsters, but you didn't bring a priest? Shiwalu smiled awkwardly. Gorda turned around in front and said awkwardly, we miscalculated the strength of the two-legged dragon, cough. We thought it was a normal two-legged dragon. We thought it was enough to deal with it. I didn't expect it to be considered an elite among the two-legged flying dragons. It ended up becoming such a hard fight, and almost all of us died. It truly makes you laugh. Oh. Robb muttered in his heart, this dragon was an elite? It seems that the strength of the monsters of this world is weaker than the monsters of Dark Blade I played. The elite monsters in there couldn't be settled with Holy Nova. At least I had to change to a serious offensive class and use real offensive magic to defeat it in a single blow. Along the way, Shiwalu, like all magicians, was curious about everything in the world. And thus, she was naturally very interested in Robb, who seemed to be a mysterious priest. She asked Robb a barrage of questions, such as where he was from, how long he's been studying holy magic, where he had been prior to their encounter, and what manners and customs he has experienced, relentlessly, like someone's whose mouth just couldn't stop talking. Robb, however, couldn't answer her questions. He was still oblivious to the details of this world and knew nothing. He said nothing, remaining silent and occasionally replying to Shiwalu's questions. This kind of silent and indifferent attitude would have angered the girl long before anyone else. But he has shown himself to be extremely powerful. A powerful man who says only a few words yet is meaningful is often called earnest or mature. Girls don't hate this type of man, instead, they look up to and admire them. So, as she kept talking, Robb learned more about the world from her words. This world was ultimately called the Fengma continent, and there were 3 great kingdoms on the continent: Norma, the kingdom of knights, in the northwest; Gran, the kingdom of magic, in the southwest; and Big Tang, the kingdom of rabbit men, in the east. On the border between these great kingdoms, there are numerous small countries as big as sesame and mung beans, but it isn't worth mentioning. And the mountain they are currently on is called the Black Pine Mountain Range. It belongs to the territory of the Magic Kingdom, Gran. To the east of the mountain range is a vast plain, wherein the capital of saints sits, and to the west is a barbaric land where monsters run rampant, with only a few towns near the border. The Westwind town they were going to was just west of the mountain range, a place surrounded by monsters. As the four descended the hillside, they could often see goblin heads poking their heads out, as well as a lone ogre looking at them from a distance, and upon seeing the four of them, none of the creatures dared to come near the party. It wasn't until the sun had set and the sky began to darken that Westwind town was finally visible. This is a small town built on the hillside of the Black Pine Mountain Range. It was full of stone buildings, all well built but not aesthetically beautiful. As the sky was turning dark, lights started being lit up everywhere around the town. The militia was standing on the town wall, with torches lit at intervals on the wall, shining clearly within a few meters of the town wall. Robb saw a few mines open next to the town, and a few carts were ready at its entrance. It seemed that this was a town for mining, but he didn't know what type of ore it produced. He felt that his mining and forging skills were starting to move around again, so he had to warn himself. You have already lost your interest in mining and forging since you've maxed them out. The four of them walked towards the town, and when the guards guarding the entrance of the town saw Gorda and the dragon skin situated on his shoulder, they immediately cheered, "Ah, Mr. Gorda is back with the skin of the two-legged dragon. Oh my God! They succeeded in defeating it." Several guards came. Someone came and shouted, "Mr. Gorda's back. They've killed that damned two-legged dragon. Let's cheer." The doors of many households of the town opened, and men and women, old and young, all gathered around the gate. Soon, hundreds of people gathered. Gorda spread the skin of the two-legged dragon flat on the ground, and with one foot, he stepped on it. As soon as the crowd gathered around, they began to chatter, "That mark on its back, it's the double-legged flying dragon. I'm certain of it. I can't be wrong. Great, this guy ate a cow from my house. My son was killed by it, and it has finally paid for it with its life. Oh. It has finally paid for it with its life. My Gorda is so good. We didn't raise money in vain." Amidst the talk of the townspeople, a middle-aged man, well-dressed and square-faced, approached, and the townspeople saluted him. It appeared that he was the mayor. He told the townspeople to line at the side, walked in front of Gorda, squatted, carefully looked at the skin of the two-legged dragon, and, after a while, raised his head to make sure it was the skin of the two-legged dragon he had commissioned to remove. He then raised his head and said, "Oh, brave adventurers, thank you so much. This dragon has caused great trouble to befall our village. Now that it's been slain, we should be able to live a long and peaceful life. We've had 2 adventurers deal with it before, but they failed. Mr. Gorda is the best." Gorda smiled a couple of times and said awkwardly, "It's not my fault. I didn't really know that the double-legged dragon was an elite. I almost failed too. Fortunately, there was this man, Mr. Robb. He's the one who lent his help to slay the dragon. He was so powerful that he defeated it with only one spell." At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to Robb. "Wow, that's awesome. With one spell, the double-legged dragon was brought down? Oh, my God. I've seen that dragon take down so many strong soldiers with my own eyes. This Mr. Robb is amazing. Is he better than Mr. Gorda?" Hearing the audience's exclamation, Gorda added, "His name is Robb, a priest. I saw with my own eyes that he healed me and my companion's wounds and slew the dragon simultaneously. I dare say he is the most devoted priest I have ever seen." "What? Did he kill the double-legged flying dragon using the holy nova in one blow?" The mayor was sent into a daze. Although most of the townspeople don't know the difference between weak magic and true offensive magic, the mayor is well informed. He knows that although holy nova can heal his companions and harm enemies within its range, its power is terrible. Strictly speaking, most holy magic is used for healing, and barely any of them are lethal. How devout to the god of light do you have to be able to take down a double-legged flying dragon with magic like the Holy Nova? He's a super fanatic. How much power did the god of light lend him? The mayor hurriedly gave Robb a solemn salute. Honorable Messenger of Light, Mr. Robb, allow me to welcome you on behalf of the Westwind Town. Your arrival has made all the residents of Westwind Town feel supreme honor. Robb stretched out his hand. Well said, well said. I just want to ask one question, when's dinner? I'm hungry. Eating? The mayor was dumbfounded for 2 seconds and immediately changed his expression into a smile and said, "Oh, look at me. You must have been exhausted from your hard trek up the mountain, fighting the double-legged dragon. Of course, you'll have a nice meal. I'm just talking about useless stuff. I was stupid. Follow me, please." He turned around to lead the way, followed by Robb, Gorda, Jike, and Shielu, with the townspeople on either side, and swarmed the mayor's house. They set up torches and tables in the middle of the courtyard without entering the house. Everyone was pleased with the success of the mission. These Sidehammer towns had a simple custom. They dance when they're happy. Many men and women sang and danced at the table. Several pairs of young people were holding hands by Robb's table, twirling and dancing around it. Robb was really hungry. He picked up a roasted lamb leg, took a bite, and instantly felt his brain trembling. What am I eating? What's this weird taste? What kind of foo ********** roasted lamb legs are these? Even the worst roast lamb restaurant he'd been to couldn't make such terrible food. Well, forget it. I'm too hungry. So I should eat my fill first. As he ate, he thought, it's still the food the mayor gave me to eat. If I had to eat the food given by the townspeople, it would probably taste even worse. If I have to live here, I'll probably have to make food for myself. Fortunately, I've maxed all professions, so my chef skills are maxed. Cooking isn't a pain. If I prepare the ingredients first, I can synthesize food with only one skill. The mayor took out a bag and laid it on the table. Gorda quickly opened the bag, and it was full of silver coins. Robb didn't count, but just from seeing it, he could guess that 300 or 400 silver coins were contained within, which seemed to be a considerable amount of money. After a moment, a merchant passed by and placed a large pile of silver coins on the table. He smiled and said, "Mr. Gorda, that dragon skin, if you don't need it, sell it to me." Gorda laughed and punched the merchant. "You are a cunning man. You can buy normal dragon skin for only 200 silver coins. You couldn't buy such elite double-legged flying dragon skin if you were in the capital, even with 500 silver coins." The businessman chuckled and said, "All I earn is hard money. It takes a lot of risks to be able to bring it to the capital of saints. Countless monsters roam there. It would take too much effort if you carry it all the way to the city of saints. Okay, here you are." Gorda laughed and received the merchant's money. He mixed it with the mayor's remuneration, and, instead of counting every penny, he poked it with his hands and divided it into 4 piles, one larger than the other 3. He said with a smile, Come, one person at a time, take it. Mr. Robb, this pile is yours." He pushed the largest pile of silver coins into Robb's face. Robb had to change his impression of Gorda again. He is too generous and sensible. This 2-footed flying dragon was basically killed by Robb alone, and so it was only natural for him to take the largest share. However, Robb doesn't mind this small amount of money. If he really wanted to make money, he could use his ability to kill black dragons, golden dragons, a dragon of destruction, etc., every minute. The money that can be earned probably doesn't have to be mentioned. After all, just selling the double-legged flying dragon earned him a fortune. It doesn't really matter if he gets more or less of the money, but he likes Gorda's attitude toward dividing the money. This is something only a mature leader or a sensible person would consider. Robb, who also needed money to survive in the world, casually threw silver coins into his jeans pockets, which bulged out at his sides and behind his buttocks, but the t-shirt and jeans he wore were so weird that nobody cared about it. The mayor said, "Thank you again, the 4 people who gave the Westwind town help." Gorda laughed loudly. "Well, you'll probably have to get rid of some other monster next time." At this point, he suddenly remembered something and smiled at the mayor. "But I may not be useful to your town in the future." "Why?" asked the mayor curiously. Gorda pointed to Robb. "Mr. Robb said that he's come a long way. He's tired and doesn't want to explore anymore. That's why he followed us to Westwind town. He'll probably stay here, I suppose. After that, if the town wants to eliminate some monster, it won't us doing the work, haha." Upon hearing this, the mayor turned his head to Robb and asked, "Respected Mr. Robb, would you like a place to live?" "Yeah," said Robb. "I'm tired of grinding. Grinding doesn't mean anything to me now. I just want to silently AFK." At that moment, he noticed that all the people at the table were bewildered and coughed. "I've come too far. I'm tired. I just want to find a place with green mountains and clean water, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, and live a quiet life for a few years." Everyone at the other table understood his words clearly. The mayor's mind moved. This Mr. Robb looked so strong that as long as he stays in the town, whenever monsters attack the town, he'll be forced to protect the town to protect his home. Thus, the townspeople would be a lot safer and will be less likely to call adventurers. He couldn't help but exclaim with great joy, "That's great. Just stay in Westwind town. It only has a green mountain and clean water." Robb replied, "Green mountains and clean water? There are several mines at the entrance of the town. It's a mess. Mayor." This was embarrassing. He hurried on, "We're far from the hustle and bustle. It's quiet here. It's a good place to settle down." Robb continued, "Why do you even raise money to hire adventurers?" "Obviously, it's because monsters often come to make trouble. It hurts to be so skilled." "Mayor." Robb suddenly discovered that he had inadvertently learned a hidden profession, Tsukomi. It felt so good spitting at someone to the point where their stomachs turn inside out. The mayor was so enjoined that he had no choice but to use his trump card. "Mr. Robb, there's a chapel in town, but the priest went to the capital of saints and never returned. It's empty now. It just so happens that you are also the messenger of the God of Light. It would probably be best for you to manage it. What do you think?" "Yo." The mayor didn't want to irk me, so he threw real estate at me, Robb thought. "Well, I've got to jump into this offer. If I want to live a comfortable life, I must eat, dress, and live. These 3 conditions are a must to have a comfortable life. Now I've solved my accommodations right away. Comrade Mayor, you've got a lot of nerve." He spread his hands and told the mayor, "Well, then I'll stay here for a while." Robb acquired a chapel. It was already very late by the time we finished eating dinner, so it wasn't too convenient to go to my real estate today. Robb and Gorda's party slept at the mayor's residence, but Gorda's snoring was so loud that they couldn't sleep in the same room as him, so Robb got up and sat down on a stone bench in the mayor's backyard. A figure slowly approached nearer. The red-headed magician, Shielu smiling, sat on the other stone bench beside Robb, looking at him with her head tilted. "Why? Is there anything on my face?" asked Robb. "You exude a mysterious feeling." Shielu smiled. "Gorda and Jike may not have said it as I did, but they probably felt the same way. You were once a big shot, weren't you?" "Huh?" Robb exclaimed, "What makes you say that?" "Of course, first of all is because of your power. Needless to say, your magical powers are so powerful that you don't even need to chant or say a spell. And you can even cast magic with just a move of your hand. My God, I suspect that you might have an artifact on you that can shorten the time it needs for you to cast your spells. If a priest as good as you doesn't have a high position in the Church of Light, then you must have had a high position in the past. It is impossible for you to be a no-name small priest, not to mention your attitude. At this point, she pauses and organizes her words. A few seconds later, she continued, you have a calm air surrounding you, and when you walk at us, you unintentionally release the aura of a great, powerful man, walking about the streets with his men. It's very subtle. Hey. Did I? Robb thought carefully, and perhaps he did. If someone uses a maxed account to go with some low-level players, he'll inevitably feel like an old man with a new man unintentionally. This is not good. I'll try to keep a low profile, so I don't gather too much attention. No one in this world will use a small trumpet on people anymore. Xiaolu asked, are you a high priest? Grand priest? An oracle? A cardinal? Oh, but you can't but such a young cardinal, but I think you've probably held one of the other posts, and you must have been or were a great figure in the Church of Light. Robb thought, there's still the Pope, you mentioned all the top professions of the Church, but you're right. I've done them all. Though he only thought that in his mind and didn't reply to her, the expression on his face betrayed his intentions. The expression on Xiaolu's face hardened. She lowered her voice and exclaimed, oh my God, are you really such a big figure? I can feel that you aren't a normal person, but I didn't know that you were this good. Robb said, well, you know my secret now. I might have to kill to silence someone. Xiaolu was visibly startled, and for a moment, she turned pale and trembled. Robb didn't realize that he frightened her. Hey, I'm just joking. Huh. Xiaolu heaved a sigh of relief. Please don't make these kinds of jokes. You are too strong to be doing so. I almost jumped back and threw a ball of fire at you. Still a little frightened, she looked timidly at Robb's face and saw his soft expression. This time, she was truly relieved. She whispered to him, why did a big figure like you come to such a small town? Are you on a secret mission? Or, could it be that you are being ostracized or even being chased? I've heard of such a story in the past where some great man offended another great man and was hunted down by a big army, so he had to live in a small town under a new name. Your imagination is too wild. Robb said, I just want to be carefree and lazy. His laziness shocked Xiaolu again. Sloth is one of the 7 sins, she whispered. A normal man must go to a priest to confess. But for a great man like you to speak about laziness is a bad example. It would be bad if followers of the Church of Light follow your example. I think I at least know why you were ostracized. Robb thought, you're such a funny girl. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain. I'll just go with being ostracized because of the 7 sins. He didn't want to think about the question anymore. He asked, are you leaving tomorrow? Xiaolu nodded, yes, Gorda took a commission. In the birch forest to the southwest, a small village was invaded by trolls, and the villagers requested us to get rid of them. We've been here for days looking for the double-legged dragon, so we're tight in time. We have to get up early tomorrow and leave. Oh, replied Robb, apparently cold and seemingly indifferent about their future journey, but in fact, he was secretly worried. He was a more affectionate man than he had imagined. The 3 adventurers weren't annoying, making him feel a sense of attachment to them. He didn't want to hear from some traveling merchant that they'd been eaten by a troll in the birch forest a few days later. However, he also didn't have any intentions of accompanying them to the birch forest. Their journey doesn't end after reaching the birch forest. They might go to the black birch forest or the yellow birch forest afterward. They still have countless adventurers set for them, it's impossible for Robb to babysit them forever. Perhaps, he can give them a little gift to pin their blessings on their lapels and say his farewells. By the way, since you're a magician, you often make magic scrolls. Do you have a blank scroll for making magic scrolls? Asked Robb. Of course I do. Xiaolu takes a pocket from her waist and rolls a parchment from it. If this is the game world, this is a material named blank magic scroll. Magicians can engrave magic he has already mastered on the scroll and give it to someone else. Even if the recipient isn't a magician, he can still use the scroll to evoke the engraved magic. Robb picks up the piece of parchment and uses the Create Magical Scroll skill. He selects Transmit, and selects the material, blank magic scroll, and begins to engrave the magic. A cold blue light spread around him in an instant and dispersed into the parchment. A strange symbol began to appear on the parchment, which too was giving a faint blue light. Shieru glanced at it and exclaimed, "The magic scroll of instantaneous teleportation. It's a precious life-saving magic." Instant transmission is magic used to teleport yourself to another place in an instant. When you are in danger and your life is at stake, you can use the instant transmission scroll, and you'll instantly be put out of danger. It can be said to be one of the necessary scrolls for traveling and killing people. Unfortunately, normal magicians can only do transmission. Only a few people know instant transmission, and instant transmission, without the word instant, is a long way off. Transmission usually requires a pre-drawn magic formation on the ground, where the magician stands to make a long chant that lasts minutes to tens of minutes. This slow chanting speed can't save your life when your life and death are at stake. But instant transmission is different. It is instant. The only disadvantage is that only a few people in Fengma continent know how to use this magic. Only the highest-ranked magicians can use it. Moreover, just knowing the magic isn't enough for you to make an instant transmission scroll because it requires more magic power to create a scroll than to use it. The magician has to pour much of his magic power to make the scroll. After finishing, he has to meditate for a long time to replenish his lost magic power. Usually, they won't just give away the scrolls because of their high rank. And because they usually aren't lacking in money, they wouldn't sell or give away such powerful scrolls for money. Else, they might fall into their enemies' hands and save their lives instead. For instance, one day, a great magician fought with his old enemy and finally got the upper hand. However, the enemy suddenly took out the instant transmission he sent 6 months ago, smiled at him, and said, "Thank you." The scroll activates, and he doesn't have an idea as to where he went. And he'll spit out blood from your stomach out of anger. Because of that, such scrolls are incredibly rare. No, commoners didn't even have a chance to see it. Xielu recognized the spell because she saw it in a book. Xielu couldn't help but be stunned. "What? My God, you can do this? Aren't you a priest?" "Shoo." Robb put a finger up to his lips and whispered, "Be quiet, don't tell others. I want to remain low-key, low-key." Xielu hurriedly covered her lips and looked around carefully. "Sorry, I didn't mean to shout, but I was shocked." "Don't worry," laughed Robb. "I used detection magic earlier. No one else is in the vicinity right now. But if you keep shouting, someone might hear you." Detection magic?" Xielu was startled. "That's a ranger's exclusive skill." What in the world are you?" Robb laughed and said, "Well, don't ask. I'll really be forced to kill someone if you keep digging into it." Xielu wasn't afraid this time. She looked at Robb softly. It was obviously a joke, and there seemed to be a hidden meaning in Robb's words, one of trust. Robb believed that she wouldn't spread gossip. The other was self-confidence. Robb wasn't afraid of her spreading it. Even if he had been known to the world just how mysterious and powerful he wasn't afraid of the repercussions of what might happen to him. Xielu nodded. "Well, then I won't ask. Now I know that you're a lot stronger than we initially thought. You seem to not only have practiced holy magic but spatial magic and ranger skills as well. Not to mention, you're still so young." She already understands that Robb studies several kinds of magic, however it isn't rare to study multiple kinds of magic. Many powerful magicians study several kinds of magic. The most common ones are fire, water, wind, and lightning. It's just that. Robb seems to be the most powerful of the multiple magic practitioners she's ever seen. Not only is his holy magic so strong that it can take down a double-legged dragon in one blow, but even his space magic has reached the level of a great mage. It's scary. It's truly very scary. Robb picked up the instant transmission scroll and put it in Xielu's hands. Here, this is for you. When you are in an adventure and you run into danger, just activate the instant transmission scroll. Remember, this scroll can only carry a team of 5 people with you. When you use it, make sure that all the people you want to use it on are within 5 yards of you. Xielu said, "Hey," and stammered, "For me? Such a rare and precious thing, for me?" Robb spread his hands. "It's for you. Am I the type of person who doesn't commit to his words? But. It's too valuable." Robb winked and smiled. "Oh? Then you don't want it? You can just give it back." Xielu's expression went stiff. The gift was too expensive. It was just a casual encounter, so it's a little too much to accept. But what she was holding in her hand was an additional life, and it was a pity for her to return it to Robb. Her little hand trembled softly, holding the scroll in its grasp. "Well, don't worry about it. Just keep it." Robb laughed. "You saw how easy it was for me to make it, so you should know just how unimportant it is to me. Is it that easy to make this? I've heard that it takes a lot of magic power to make this, and it usually takes dozens of days of meditation to replenish the loss of magic power with the power of a great mage. Are you tired now, just to let me take it, understating your losses?" Xielu asked cautiously. "Oh," answered Robb calmly, sensing his condition and discovering that it only consumed a fraction of his magic power. After all, in the game and not in the real world, how can a game with a very high magic consumption be fun? If the players don't enjoy the gaming experience, the game won't be able to profit. To put it in another way, players in the game don't really die. Even if they make a mistake while fighting monsters, it is only a matter of resurrecting in the nearest city. Most players wouldn't use instant transmission scrolls to save their lives. They just use it to get to the road or jump over some rough terrain. So, the value of the scroll in the game is so low that it's impossible for the developer to make it have a high magic power consumption. Robb got an important piece of information from Xielu. His skill system is subtly different from those of this world, at least in terms of magic consumption. And if there's another genius who has mastered all of the professions, he won't be able to beat Robb. Without magic power, no matter how many skills or magic you have or know, you won't be able to cut it flat. It'll only creep me out, for fear of you being a ghost. These thoughts passed in an instant. Robb smiled and said to Xielu, "There's only a little loss, but I don't need to go out and take risks anymore. I guard the chapel leisurely daily, and the lost magic power will soon be replenished. So take this scroll with confidence. I'd rather not hear you fall into an accident than my loss of magic power." Then, she glanced at Robb with a flirtatious look. "If you could, I really wish that you could join me on an adventure." Robb stretched out his hand. "I'm really sorry. I'm tired of doing tasks. Well, I'm tired of helping people with their missions. I just want to be lazy and have a leisurely life." Early the next morning, the 3 adventurers were escorted by Robb and the mayor and left the Westwind town to set off for the birch forest to the southwest. Xielu was rather reluctant, but for a young adventurer like her, the temptation of adventure was far greater than a leisurely life. She couldn't stay in one place, and her little admiration for Robb and her budding feelings were forcibly shut. She had to forcefully suppress her strange feelings and waved goodbye to Robb. "Keep safe." Robb gave an Eastern way of saying his farewells. "Yes." Xielu patted the bag hanging from her waist, which contained the instant transmission scroll that Robb had given her. She certainly wouldn't say it in public, so a couple of pats conveyed her meaning. Gorda laughed loudly. "If we had a priest, we would be safer." Robb shrugged. "You guys will, but not me." "Oh, that's a shame. Gorda laughed and turned away. Jike and Shualu followed him, and the three slowly disappeared into the mountain path southwest of the town. At last, the mayor was relieved to see that Robb didn't leave with the party of adventurers. Now, Westwind Town won't be bullied anymore by the likes of monsters. He faced Robb. "Mr. Robb, it's time to show you the chapel." "Oh, thank you." With the mayor in front, leading the way, Robb followed. The two walked through the town. "When I arrived last night, it was already evening, so I didn't get to take a close look at the town, and today, I can see it clearly. It's a small town with less than 1,000 inhabitants. Daily necessities like salt, cloth, utensils, etc. are sold by merchants, shipped from larger cities. Minerals, crops, animal fur, and herbs produced in small towns have to be shipped to large cities to bring income to everyone. For this small town, the trading routes are a necessity to living. Once the routes are cut, the inhabitants will be dwarf of goods and life will be very inconvenient. It is no wonder that the townspeople were prompted to raise money to get rid of the double-legged flying dragon, which often attacked caravans. Otherwise, nobody would have been able to survive. The mayor took Robb to the back of the town near a hill where a small chapel had been built. It was a little shabby because it's been years since the last priest stayed, but with a little care, it should be as good as new. In the chapel yard, there were stone tables and chairs, wells, and a small field, and on the hill behind, a cemetery, though not too large, spread along the hill, with hundreds of gravestones. Robb didn't like living next to the cemetery, but the churches in the west also had cemeteries. It was normal, so he can't complain. The mayor laughed and said, "This church will be left to Mr. Robb's care. I'll inform the whole town that we finally have a priest in Westwind Town. We finally have a place to confess to in the future." Robb thought, "Shit, confession? I'll have to sit in there and listen to the babble outside? It's annoying." But if he thought about it, he doesn't seem to be annoyed. It's something he hasn't done yet in the game, so he isn't tired of it yet. Haha, he's not tired of it yet. Robb wouldn't be lazy as long as he wasn't tired of playing. Besides, it's really interesting to sit in a cabin and talk to people. He isn't like a clam, he isn't autistic. Actually, he's actually someone who likes making friends, otherwise he wouldn't have set up a guild before, fighting wars. If he didn't like to socialize, then he wouldn't have played an MMO, playing a single-player game would have been way more pleasant. In this world, where the internet doesn't exist, no QQ group, no one to watch anime with him, socializing can be a huge problem. If the townspeople came to talk to with him, then it probably would be okay. The mayor sent a few servants to help Robb clean the place up, laid out his bedroom and brought in some basic necessities, and took the servants away. Now, only Robb was left in the church. Quiet, happy, and finally, lazy. Robb found a stone stool in the small courtyard in front of the chapel and sat down. Looking up at the sky and watching flowers bloom and fall in front of the courtyard, watching the clouds move in the sky and relax, lying drunk on the hills, and smiling at the clouds being born and extinguished. It feels so good to be lazy, it's been a long time since he's experienced this. After an hour of being idle, Robb became thirsty. The real world isn't a game, so it's possible to become thirsty, and this was a serious problem. Although Robb can use magic to create water, it tastes soulless. Take WoW for example, magicians can create water and bread by themselves, but they still like buying P-Sufar food not made by magic. He had to get up and use the wooden cup given by the mayor. He was looking for a place to fetch water, and suddenly remembered that there is no running water in this world. Now he's in trouble. If he wants water, he'll have to dig up a well and drink from it. Isn't it troublesome? It's over. It's over. It's all over. This isn't the lazy life I want. Robb began to seriously consider issues regarding laziness. If I want to be comfortable in the real world, I'll need to solve the following problems: drinking water, eating food, washing clothes, and hygiene. Although he has just solved the problem of drinking water, there are still a lot of problems waiting to be solved, and it doesn't seem possible to just solve it with a faucet. Take eating for example. Although he has maxed his cooking skill, he needs the corresponding ingredients. For example, the famous dish delicious wind snake, you need to use mutated fish and sweet spices to make it. I don't know why snakes aren't listed in the ingredients. Skills alone aren't enough. And if you want to get the ingredients, I'll inevitably have to go to the vegetable market and bargain with the vegetable market ant. How annoying. As for washing and cleaning, that's not something you can do in the game. Robb began to feel the difficulties in life. It's like the size of a mountain. He couldn't afford to be lazy. It seems that the only way was to be a damned feudal landlord and enslave others, just like how the mayor ordered his servants to clean up the church. Robb's eyes lit up as soon as he thought of slaves, hoping to get a maid with blue hair put on a black, white-rimmed maid uniform to take charge of his daily life. Wow, I can't. I shouldn't think about this. He just couldn't stop thinking about it. Robb took out a few silver coins, bought a white cloth, and took a pen. Then, he wrote on it, Maid recruitment, includes food, accommodations, 5 insurances, endowment insurance, medical insurance, unemployment insurance, work-related injury insurance, maternity insurance, and housing provident funds. Feeling that he wrote something wrong, he erased everything with magic. He wrote the words, hiring a maid, ages between 15 to 20, with good facial features, hard-working. If interested, apply for an interview with Priest Robb of the town. Additional notes, blue-haired girls are prioritized. After writing it down, Robb clapped his hands and put the cloth on a wall in the middle of the streets. This world really is convenient. You can post ads on the streets. If you do something like this in my previous world, you'll definitely be beaten to death by the city officials. Anyway, I'm already in the middle of town, so I'll try to prepare the things I need for dinner well. At least before successfully recruiting a maid, Robb had to do everything by himself to stay well-fed. He knows that it was impossible to buy ingredients used to create high-ranking cooking recipes and that only some basic dishes and ingredients can be bought here. As expected, there wasn't much to buy on the streets. Luckily, he managed to buy a large piece of wild boar and some salt to make roasted wild boar. Tonight's dinner was happily decided. Just when he was about to return to the chapel with the wild boar on his shoulder, a stout merchant approached him. He was the same merchant who bought the double-legged dragon from Gorda yesterday. He smiled at Robb. Mr. Robb, I just saw your post. It seems like you're looking for a maid. Yes, said Robb, reluctant to accept human trafficking. However, in this day and age, there was no such hiring of maids. An enslaved person can only be bought, just as they say, do as the Romans do, and for his own laziness, he could only be a cold-hearted human trafficker. Mr. Robb, said the stout merchant, laughing, I have a new maid in my hand. I bought her the other day from a small village in Stone Canyon. Her parents died, and she lived with her aunt. Her aunt couldn't feed her anymore, so she sold her to me. I was going to sell her to the nobles in the capital. But now that Mr. Robb is interested, I think I should hand her over to you here so that I may save some trouble for both you and me. Oh? Robb tilted his head. Does she have blue hair? Well, why does Mr. Robb prefer blue hair? He continued, as far as I know, there aren't any humans with blue hair. Only girls of elves, harpies, ghosts, and other races have blue hair. No blue-haired girls? Robb felt disappointed, but upon further reflection, he realized that the blue-haired maid he liked in a cartoon in his previous race was of the ghost race and wasn't a human. But Lord Robb doesn't need to be troubled by such a thing. The merchant laughed, saying, you just have to dye her hair blue. It's simple. Fine, seems reasonable enough. Robb said, take me to see the girl you talked about. The stout merchant tore off the notice on the wall and brought Robb to his residence. He had a hat in the town in Westwind Town, which wasn't small. It had many servants, all armed. They seemed to be the capital of his journey from the north to the south. The merchant gestured Robb to sit in the drawing room, and soon 2 servants came in with a thin blonde girl, barefoot, dressed in ragged linen, with holes in her clothes covering her arms and calves, and her skin could be seen. But fortunately, her important parts were tightly wrapped and covered. Her clothes and hair were dirty, but her face was washed clean. It seems that it was in preparation for the buyers, since buyers would find her ugly if her face was dirty. The merchant smiled. This girl has just turned 16. I assure you she's a pure virgin. My wife has personally examined her. Look at her. She looks like this. You can't find a better-looking maid in Westwind Town. Robb took a serious look at the girl. She was indeed pure and beautiful. But if there's something wrong, she's a bit too thin, to the point where it's distressing. She couldn't even stand. Such a poor girl, she must have suffered a lot. She's so pitiful. She should never have fallen into other people's hands. At least I'll treat her with human rights. Especially considering the native nobles of this world, it's hard to say. Robb said, well, she seems fine. How much does it cost to buy her? The merchant said, if a beautiful pure virgin like her were to be taken to the capital of saints and sold to their nobles, she would sell for at least 10 gold coins, but I don't dare to take so much money from you with my conscience. It would also save me a lot of money to sell here. Let's do it this way then, just 5 gold coins, and I'll only earn the fare to get her here from Stone Canyon. Although he didn't know this world's pricing system, he believed that a small merchant would not dare deceive him. He believes that the people of this world seem to fear the Oracle of Light, and that the little merchant wouldn't dare to bully the Oracle of Light. Besides, to Robb, 5 golds to buy a beautiful woman seemed like a mad bargain. Robb would buy and take all the girls home if all the pretty girls were sold on the street for that price. Well, I'll take it. Robb reached into the pocket of his jeans and felt something wrong. If he thought about it correctly, a gold coin is worth 100 silver coins, but he didn't have as many as 500 silver coins. He has only spent 2 days in this world, with most of that time spent in laziness, so he didn't have the time to make money. It was the pile of silver coins that Gorda gave him. He didn't even have to count the pile of silver coins, but he knew that it was less than 500. This is a bit embarrassing. Robb frowned. Can you give me a discount? The merchant saw his movements and expressions and immediately understood. Well, Mr. Robb, I can't make her cheaper. I spent a lot of money to buy her from her aunt. I'll exchange someone cheaper instead. Then he winked, and the 2 servants pushed the girl back into the yard, intending to change her. When the girl was about to be pushed out, her expression suddenly became very sad. It turned out that earlier, when she just stood there, though she didn't dare to speak, she had been secretly looking at Robb, seeing that he was so young and good-looking, and a handsome blonde. She thought in her heart that it was better to be sold to serve such a master than a fat noble. Moreover, she also heard the merchant say, the priest of the Church of Light, which made her feel better about Robb. In the hearts of the poor, the Church of Light is the messenger of the God of Light and a synonym for salvation. The priest of the Church of Light must be good. Of course, this is just what the little girl naively thought. If a modern person were to understand it, it's a medieval religious organization, hee. The priest is such a creature, hee. In short, the girl was sincerely looking forward to being bought by Robb, and now seeing that the deal hadn't been completed, tears started pouring from her eyes, and she stumbled pitifully as the 2 servants pushed her. Wait. Robb said, I want her. You don't need to replace her. The expression on the girl's face immediately turned into an expression of ecstasy, and the 2 servants who pushed her dared not push anymore and froze in place. But the merchant hesitated and said, you don't seem to be satisfied with the price. The merchant was quite euphemistic and did not say the words, you can't afford to pay, saying that you were not satisfied with the price, which saved Robb's face. However, no matter how euphemistic this is, it still sounds upsetting. Robb's face sank. I'm satisfied with the price now. I must buy this girl for not a penny less than 5 gold coins. An awkward smile showed on the merchant's face. Are you planning to? Robb said, just put it bluntly. How will I get the money? The merchant laughed awkwardly. Robb put a hand on his chin. Last night, you bought double-legged flying dragon skin from us. Do you still have it? The merchant nodded. It's still there. Robb said, well, you bought it from us with 200 silver coins. I'll use 200 silver coins right now to buy it back. It should be fine. The merchant nodded and said, of course, you can. The goods haven't been sold yet. So I haven't incurred any extra expenses yet. So there's no real problem with you buying it back for its original price. I'm not the kind of black-hearted merchant that charges more than necessary. But don't you happen to be a little short on money? Buying back this skin is not only useless but will also reduce the money you currently own. Won't it? Don't worry about it, and bring me the dragon skin. Robb took out a handful of silver coins from his pocket and counted 200 silver coins on the table. Sure enough, he had less than 500 silver coins in his pocket, but he still had another 200. After taking out the money, his trouser pocket completely shrunk, and it no longer had a big bulge. The merchant waved his hand, and a servant went into a nearby room and soon carried a large circle of skin. It was the dragon skin of the double-legged flying dragon yesterday, green, thick, and with a very heavy texture. It is a material for making leather armor because not only does it defend against sword attacks, but it also has a certain degree of magic resistance. Lend me a quiet room and give me a minute, Robb said. He nodded. Oh, please feel free to use the extra room there. Robb picked up the dragon skin, took the salt bag he bought for cooking the wild boar, went into the extra room, and locked the door tightly. The merchant intently looked at the locked door and said with a questioning look, what on earth is he doing? Entering the room, Robb threw the heavy dragon skin on the ground, creating a dull sound. Then, he picked up the salt bag he had just bought, opened the bag, grabbed a handful of it, and sprinkled it on the dragon skin. Occupation transfer, leather maker. Select material, 1. Double-legged flying dragon skin, select material, 2. Salt, synthesis. Create, aged double-legged flying dragon skin. Choose an item, flying dragon leather armor, using the material, 1. Aged double-legged flying dragon skin. Production initiated. Master leather maker skill effect, physical and magical defense is increased by 50% compared to normal flying dragon leather armor. Randomly enchanted agility of a flying dragon effect, plus 20% attack speed, plus 15% movement speed. Production complete, item obtained, flying dragon leather armor. The flying dragon skin that Robb has just thrown on the ground has disappeared and been replaced by a flying dragon leather armor, glittering green light. Ordinary flying dragon leather armor doesn't produce this kind of glittering green light. This is a special effect only enchanted equipment possesses. The flying dragon leather armor not only has the same lines as an ordinary flying dragon leather armor but also carries an extra row of magical lines engraved on it because of the enchantment. It looks both beautiful and mysterious. If it's in the game, the item will have the agile prefix, but there is no such thing in the real world. It will only be called flying dragon leather armor. There will not be any prefixes. Robb took the dragon leather armor in his hand, pushed open the door, and went out. Outside the room, the merchant was confused, and the girl looked anxious. The both of them were waiting for Robb to come out, but neither expected that Robb would come out with flying dragon leather armor. As soon as Robb shook his hand, the flying dragon leather armor flew in a parabola mid-air and landed on the table in front of the merchant with a bang, shaking the entire table. Then Robb sat across the table, raised his legs, with his toes swaying in the air, and said lightly, "You are a merchant. You should know the goods. Help me see how much this flying dragon leather armor can sell for." "Huh. Huh. Where did you get the flying dragon leather armor?" In that room. The merchant was shocked and stunned. That small room didn't even have a window. Where did Robb get that leather armor? Is it made of the double-legged flying dragon skin that he just carried? That's impossible. Fresh dragon skin can't be used to make armor immediately. It needs to be aged and dried. This process lasts several days. Then it takes a lot of days for a leather maker to cut, grind, sew, polish, and go through countless procedures before it becomes wearable leather armor. How could it have been done so quickly? He could only think that Robb used some secret trick in that room. Yes, it must have been some trick. Robb knocked on the table and said, "Hey, don't stay dazed. Just look at how much this dragon leather armor is worth. Don't be distracted." "Oh, sorry." The merchant hurriedly stretched out his hand and gently stroked the flying dragon leather armor on the table. At the same time, he observed it carefully and was startled when he looked at it. The flying dragon leather armor was well made, and its craftsmanship was simply miraculous. This definitely wasn't just made on the spur on the moment. With this exquisite craftsmanship, it can be guaranteed that it is more durable than ordinary flying dragon leather armor, and of course, its defense ability is better. Moreover, this flying dragon leather armor also possesses enchantments. As a small merchant with limited knowledge, he didn't recognize the extra row of magical lines on his leather armor at all, so he couldn't guess the effect of the enchantment, but only by looking at the intensity of the glittering green light, he knew that it must be some top-class enchantment. The kind of thing that shocked even the skies. The merchant almost knelt on the spot. "Robb," I said, "can you please stop being in a daze and answer the question I asked you? How much is this armor worth?" Robb still doesn't know the pricing system of this world. After all, prices vary between the different game servers, let alone different worlds. "Hey!" As soon as the merchant woke up, he quickly looked up, sat up with his back straight, and said solemnly, "Sorry, Mr. Robb, I was fascinated by it by accident because the workmanship of this flying dragon leather armor is so excellent. Oh, I swear I've never seen such exquisite craftsmanship in my life. This is at least the work of a master-level leather maker." Robb thought, this merchant is a little discerning, but after all, he is still a small businessman who is still playing around. I am afraid he has not seen much of the world. A grandmaster obviously made this, but he says it is, at least the master level, that is to say, his appraisal ability only works till the master level, but he can't understand the excellent equipment above it. Robb knocked on the table. "You're half right, but not accurate enough. This armor is indeed above the master level, but to be exact, it is made by a grandmaster leather craftsman." Grandmaster? The merchant was so frightened that his chin almost fell onto the table. There were only 2 or 3 grandmaster leather makers on the entire continent. It was rare to see that this priest named Robb threw one out. My God. Robb said, "Well, talking about it now, how much can it sell?" The merchant wiped the sweat forming on his forehead and whispered, "Although a grandmaster leather maker made it, its material is, after all, the skin of a double-legged flying dragon. As you know, double-legged flying dragon skin is not considered a high-class material. Although it is superior to wild boar and lizard skin, it is much inferior to a real dragon, behemoth, leopard, and other monster skin, so it is much worse. It can't be a real artifact. Therefore, it can't be a real artifact." Robb nodded. "Correct, that makes sense." The merchant said, "It will not be favored by the richest people, but will only be favored by some middle-class aristocrats and adventurers, who can't afford to pay a lot of money, so, if this leather armor is engraved by the name of the leather maker himself, which can prove the famous master's identity made it, it should be worth 500 gold coins." Robb interrupted him, "There is no need for an engraving. The man who made this armor is not a famous leather maker. He is an eccentric hermit who does not like to communicate with others. He is unknown to the world, so there is no identity engraving on the leather armor at all." "Oh, an unknown master, then it can only be worth 200 gold coins at most. The merchant said, and even at 200, it may not be sold, because buyers will suspect whether it is really made by Grandmaster Leather Maker. As you know, most people are not as good as I am at appraising items. They can only judge their value by looking at who built them. A discerning merchant like me can only understand whether it's at least made by a master, but I can't tell if it's made by a grandmaster. So. I see. Robb said with a smile. So, after saying so much useful and useless stuff, you are probably thinking in your heart about the price you will buy from me and how you'll profit the most, right? So, you want to buy it at a master-level price, then take it to the capital of the saints, and sell it at a grandmaster price to make a lot of money. The merchant's face flushed. Sorry, this is the instinctive reaction of a merchant. Robb said, so, at what price do you want to buy it from me? The merchant laughed twice. 100 gold coins. Robb said, then you'll take it to the capital of the saints and sell it for 200 gold coins and make a profit of 100. It's a good business. The merchant's face turned red, and said, Mr. Robb, don't I have to pay for transportation? If you carry it to the holy capital to sell it yourself, you'll have to travel a long way, and then, you'll have to look everywhere for a buyer, won't you? As he said this, he looked a little guilty at Robb and thought, it looks like he's going to raise the price a little more. However, Robb didn't. Although he was mocking the merchant for trying to make a lot of profit, he had no intention of bargaining at all. To him, such flying dragon leather armor was just an ordinary item. He's too lazy to bother for such a minor thing to waste his precious time. Time is something that should be used for laziness, not for doing things. He said bluntly, I'll tell you what, if you give me 100 gold coins, plus this little girl, this flying dragon leather armor will be yours. Hey! Really? The merchant was overjoyed and hurriedly decided, then it's settled. He seemed afraid of Robb changing his mind and waved to his two servants, who pushed the little girl. She ran behind Robb and stood motionless behind him. Robb acquired a maid. Robb glanced at the little girl's face by turning her head and saw that she was obviously relieved. Her eyes were filled with joy and she seemed satisfied that she had been sold to Robb. Robb realized that being the priest of the Church of Light was quite useful. Even buying a servant would make the servant feel very happy. He might as well use this identity in the future, be that the status of the priest of the Church of Light was really very useful, and even buying a servant would make the servant feel very happy. He might as well maintain this identity in the future. There was no real need for him to cut off this status unless it was as a last resort. The merchant returned to his room, soon took a bag out and put it in front of Robb, opened the bag full of golden coins. Here are 100 gold coins. Count them. No need to count. Robb put away the bag and said with a smile, I don't think you dare play tricks in front of me. No one dares to deceive the priest of the Church of Light. Well, it was a pleasant deal. Robb stood up and said, I'm returning to the chapel. I guess you'll make a lot of money in the capital of the saints soon. Goodbye. The merchant smiled and said, Mr. Robb, there is one thing I really don't understand. How did you make this flying dragon leather armor in that small room? Where did the big roll of dragon skin go? It couldn't have been made in such a short time, right? It is impossible to do so in terms of time. Robb lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I'll only tell you. I won't tell anyone. Just now, after I entered the small room, I immediately used a transmission scroll, the one that takes a long time to activate, to teleport 100 miles away. I looked for my Grandmaster Leather Maker friend and gave him the double-legged dragon skin. Then he gave me a flying dragon leather armor, and then I sent it back. Wow, I see. The merchant's eyes were burning again. That. Can you look for him for help in making anything in the future? I'm willing to buy for a long time. Robb laughed. It depends on whether my friend is in a good mood. I'll tell you that he is a very lazy man who has long disdained to make these worthless objects. Oh, really? What a pity. Robb walked out of the merchant's house with the maid she had just acquired. The thin blonde girl followed him in small steps, with her head and hands down. "What's your name?" Robb asked. "Please give me a name." The little girl bowed her head. Robb was amused and was about to say, "From here on, you'll be called Rem," but after thinking about it, he took it back and said, "I don't want to erase the name your parents gave you. It is the most precious gift your parents have given you and will stay with you for the rest of your life, so I want to hear your real name, not the name I gave you. The name I'll give you may not even be something you'll like, but you'll still have to stick with it, which may be quite depressing for you." With that simple sentence, the girl suddenly burst into tears. After several seconds, she calmed down and said in a shallow voice, "Thank you, master. My name is Lillian." "Very good, then I'll call you Lillian from now on." Robb smiled and said, "My name is Robb. I will remember your honorable name." "Well, you don't have to be this polite." "Yes, master." After 6 sentences, Robb realized that the conversation couldn't continue. The maid acted like she didn't want to talk to you and threw a special phrase at the end of the chat - "Okay. Forget it, there will be plenty more chances, and it's indeed very difficult to chat with a stranger of the opposite sex immediately." Robb smiled and said, "That's all. Let's go and get you new clothes. Your clothes are dirty and full of holes. Let's change them." "Yes, master." The two went to the cloth shop in the center of the town. As soon as they walked in, Robb was recognized by the shopkeeper. Westwind Town was too small. Last night when Robb and Gorda came back with the skin of the double-legged dragon, almost the whole town remembered his face, and after that dinner, everyone knew that he would settle down in Westwind Town and manage the chapel in the town. Robb immediately received a welcome, a warm welcome, from the shopkeeper. He didn't stop there and relentlessly shouted, "My father," to Robb, just like how Westerners called priests. Robb, taking advantage of the shopkeeper, waved to the shopkeeper and said, "God bless you, my son." He suddenly found that he would be the father of everyone in Westwind Town. He became a part of the older generation, whether it is a middle-aged man or an old man, anyone who sees him has to call him father obediently, and Robb has to call the person son. Moreover, whenever it happens, the people would happily listen. However, the Westwind Town really is a fussy place. If a father wants to take his son's things, he has to pay money. Westwind Town itself doesn't have the ability to produce cloth. Merchants from larger cities ship the cloth here, so the price is very expensive, much more expensive than cloth bought locally in the said larger cities. Lillian's eyes were locked on the coarse white linen in the store. She looked at the price tag and rolled out her tongue in fear, thinking to herself, "How expensive." Although his master is a priest of the Church of Light with a benevolent and charitable nature, he must consider whether such an expensive piece of cloth is worth buying for a servant. As soon as she thought of it, Robb put his hand on a roll of white cotton, which was several times more expensive than the coarse white linen, and with a snap of his finger, a gold coin flew out and landed in the shopkeeper's hand. "I'll take this roll of white cotton. I'll also take this can of black dye next to it," he said, picking up the cloth in one hand and the can of dye in the other, and walked away. The shopkeeper shouted at the back, "You only need 10 silver coins for that roll of cotton cloth. The dye is cheaper. You don't need as many gold coins. Please stop. I'll give you your change." Robb smiled and said, "Give it to my maid." Then, he turned around and left the store. The shopkeeper called Lillian. "Hey, are you the maid that Mr. Robb just bought?" Lillian nodded. "Come here. Help take your master's change back." Lillian held out her pair of small hands and spread them out evenly. The shopkeeper put 82 silver coins in her hand and warned her, "This much money, you, little maid, don't think about stealing it. It won't do you any good. Westwind Town is on the border, and it is full of monsters outside. If you dare to steal the money and run away, you'll have no choice but to die. Even if you reach another town or country, the Church of Light will be able to catch you back." Lillian bowed her head and said obediently, I won't run away. Master is a good person. I will follow him well. In fact, even if the shopkeeper didn't remind her, she knew that almost all the residents of Westwind Town, a town with a population of only 1,000 people, knew each other. If she escaped from Robb, it would not take long for her to be found. Not to mention, leaving town is basically a death sentence. I don't know how many monsters are loitering outside, waiting for stupid guys to run into the mountains to let them have a good meal. If she wanted to survive, there was no other way but to listen to Robb. In fact, from the moment her parents died, and her aunt adopted her, she knew that she had to listen to others in order to live. The only difference was who she had to listen to. She was lucky to be able to follow a priest who represented light. Lillian came out of the shop with 82 silver coins in her hands, being careful not to drop them, and quickly caught up with Robb and followed him. Master, this is your change from the shopkeeper. Oh, keep it. Without looking back, Robb said, here's your pocket money. Scared? Lillian was startled. Seeing the little girl's shocked and bewildered look, Robb had no choice but to change his words. I want you to buy a lot of things for me. I'll put the money with you for the time being. Hoo-hoo. Lillian heaved a sigh of relief. Although the girl didn't say much, her facial expressions were very interesting, so Robb found himself to be quite fond of teasing her. After a while, the two returned to the chapel. In the eyes of ordinary people, a chapel is a sacred place. Lillian prayed at the door for a long time before she dared to set foot inside. She felt quite happy to think she would be living here in the future. There are no abusive aunts here, and there is no need to worry about being sold to anyone. Her new owner seems to be a very gentle and good man too. Robb smiled and said, Lillian, come here. I'll help you make your new clothes first. Making clothes? When Lillian heard this, she exclaimed, not to mention that the material Robb was going to use was expensive cotton. The most incredible thing for Lillian was that Robb said, I'll help you make it. She couldn't help but be anxious. Master, how can that be? Please let me tailor the clothes myself. Robb rejected her solemnly. No, the style of the clothes you'll make certainly wouldn't satisfy me. Robb unexpectedly said that the clothes Lillian would make wouldn't satisfy him. The latter's face obviously raised an expression of being unconvinced. If this person were not her master, she would probably be angry, but she dared not be angry with her master, so she could only pout and say, Lillian is very good at making clothes. Robb smiled and said, it wouldn't be as good as mine. The corner of the little girl's mouth raised stubbornly, and she raised her voice with a little power, Master. Lillian is really good at making clothes. Robb smiled, well, let's make clothes together and compare them to see which looks better. Good. Lillian said with a very serious look, with little cheeks bulging. Robb brought tools such as scissors, needles, and thread from the mayor, split the large roll of white cotton cloth in half, gave one half to Lillian, and took the other. He then divided the black dye into two. Now I'll count to 3, then we'll start working, he said with a laugh. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Start. Robb shouted to start, but he didn't move yet. He looked at Lillian with his head tilted to see what his new maid was capable of. Lillian lowered her head and began to work. She first picked up a small stone on the ground and drew a few lines on the cloth, all of which were drawn on the edges of the cloth. It was obvious that she was designing how to cut the least amount of cloth. This is expensive cotton cloth, not the cheap coarse linen. So, she is very reluctant to waste it. After drawing the lines, she began to cut, and with the pair of small scissors in her hand, she cut and she cut. She cut the cloth into 2, the costume's front and back parts. Then, she took out a needle and thread and began to sew the front and back pieces together. Robb secretly praised that she was really a hard-working and clever little girl, but unfortunately, the style of clothes you made was really not to my liking. What kind of clothes are these? They resemble the outfit of prisoners with that tubed skirt. I will never admit that someone who wears something like that is a maid. Never mind, she's just a woman from a small border town. She has probably never seen the gorgeous maid outfit in my previous world. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to make such a dress with that complicated of a design. Watching the little girl working for a long time, it was not until she sewed the last row of stitches that Robb began to put the cotton cloth side by side with the black dye and then changed his job to tailor. Choose an item - maid outfit, select material, 1. White cotton cloth, select material, 2. Black dye. Production initiated. System tip: the clothes you make are purely for aesthetics. The defense will be constant at 10.0, and no additional defense or enchantments from your Grandmaster tailor skills will be given. Production complete. Robb's hands shook with a bang, and the maid costume appeared, the same style as Rem's, with a black skirt dotted with decorative white edges. It hits well. It would truly be a man's ultimate dream if it were on a blue-haired girl. And Lillian, who was next to him, finally sewed the tube skirt, shook it open like a prisoner's suit, turned around, smiled at Robb, and said, "Look, Master, I've done it. I've sewed it very." Before she finished talking, Lillian saw the maid's costume in Robb's hand. It is no exaggeration to say that since Lillian was brought into the world by her parents, she had never seen any beautiful clothes because her range of activities was still very small and had only lived in a small town near the border, where she came from. Then she was sold to a merchant and was brought to Westwind Town. The merchant's wife wore the most beautiful dress she had seen before, but it wasn't as beautiful as the one in Robb's hand. Lillian fell to the ground with a puff and said with difficulty, "I may not be a qualified maid. My clothes are not as good as those made by my master." Don't be sad. Robb smiled at her and said, "There have been countless professional tailors who lost before me. You are not a professional tailor yet. There is no need for you to compete with me." Hey. Lillian looked confused and could not understand why her master wanted to compare clothes with other tailors. Isn't Master a priest of the Holy Church of Light? What is the point of such a noble man learning to tailor clothes? Well, don't stay dazed. Robb said with a smile, "Take a shower and put on the new costume. The tubed skirt outfit you made yourself will be used as sleepwear. Just wear my maid costume for outdoor activities. I will make another set of the same style so that you can stay hygienic and change." "Thank you, Master." Lillian happily took over the maid costume. In fact, all the girls love to be beautiful. In the past, there were no conditions, but now they need to wear beautiful dresses. There is no reason for her to be unhappy. Of course, the happiest thing for her is still being able to meet her gentle and kind master. He wasn't only kind to her but also willing to spend so much money on her. A humble maid like herself should only wear the cheap coarse linen. Noble families had a lot of servants, all of whom usually wore dirty dresses all year round. Unexpectedly, her master made her clothes out of expensive cotton cloth and will make another beautiful dress for her. She can also wear one as a nightdress, which many ordinary girls, let alone servants, couldn't enjoy. Although the chapel was small, it had several rooms because the accommodation of priests, nuns, servants, and other people had been considered during the construction, so Robb didn't have to decide on them. And Lillian found the servant room herself. However, the mayor only arranged daily necessities for Robb's room, so the other rooms were all empty. Lillian looked at the unfurnished servant's room and thought, "I have to get some hay and lay it on the ground. Otherwise, it will be hard at night." After taking a bath and changing into Robb's maid costume, she walked cleanly into the yard. There was a feeling of comfort spreading all over the body, saying that her new life had begun and that it would be a lot better than when I followed my aunt. Then, she saw her master limping on a stone stool in the yard. He was in a state of relative stillness. Lillian hurriedly said, Master. Are you not feeling well?" "Not really. I'm just too lazy to move," Robb replied. As it turns out, Robb has just entered a state of laziness. After being busy for a long time, he finally solved his maid problem. Now that a beautiful girl is helping him run errands, he can confidently be lazy, so of course, now, he is too lazy to move. While slumped on the stone stool, he looks at Lillian, who has just come out of the shower. After taking a shower, the little girl's skin seemed snow-white, with blonde hair draped behind her head and a maid dress colored in black and white. It was really beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Such a lovely girl can be bought for just 5 gold coins. Feudalism is so wonderful. There wasn't such a good thing in the game. Her little action made Robb feel that it was really worth going out just now. At the same time, it made him feel a little guilty about his mother in his previous world because whenever he pulled an all-nighter because of grinding in the game, his mother would do her best and prepare a cup of water for him to drink. Thus, he never became thirsty. "What's the matter, master?" Lillian was a little worried when she saw the tears glittering in her master's eyes. "I'm fine." Robb hid his expression and pointed at the cup of water on the table and said, "Lillian, let me tell you, it is unhealthy and easy to get sick when you drink well water like this. All kinds of parasites will enter your belly. When you want to drink water, boil it, so the parasites would be killed off." "What are parasites?" Lillian asked. Robb. Well, though the medieval West was often thought of as being well-educated and majestic because of swordsmanship and magic, it was actually quite barbaric and oblivious to most things in the world. "Well, some things are better slowly changed," Robb said patiently. "It's a tiny, invisible bug. It's in this water. Drinking it could give you diarrhea, so you'll have to boil the water to kill them." "Wow, so the reason I got diarrhea back then was because of this?" The funniest thing about Lillian is her facial expressions. Her facial expressions always reveal her emotions. And now, she's looking at the cup of water on the table with an expression of absolute disgust. Well, there's no need to be so disgusted. After it boils, it will be a normal cup of good water. Go boil it. "Master." "But we don't have a pot here." Lillian said, "I just went to the kitchen and found a shortage of utensils." "Oh, that's true. I just moved in today, so I don't have anything yet." Robb then said with a smile, "So go shopping first and buy everything you need in your daily life. Speaking of which, your room doesn't have a bed nor bedding yet, so you should go and buy it while you're there." Pausing there, Robb thought of something, adding, "By the way, pots and pans are all heavy. It's very difficult for a girl to carry it back. Don't act brave, and remember to spend some money to ask a few townspeople to help you carry things back." Lillian froze, and her expression started. And then she instantly looked like she was about to cry. When she stayed with her aunt, she had no bedding, so she could only sleep on a haystack in the stables. Just now, in the servants' room, she was thinking of getting some hay for her to sleep on. She didn't expect that her master would ask her to buy some bedding. And when she thought she might not be able to carry these things alone, he asked her to pay for someone to help her bring them back. Her master is not only gentle and kind but also considerate, caring for his servants to the point of madness. Being bought by him was truly the greatest. Robb reached into his pocket, grabbed some gold coins, and handed them over to Lillian. She shook her head abruptly. "Master, I still have 82 silver coins left from when we bought the cloth, which is enough to buy a lot of things. There is no need to give me any more money. I will buy all our necessities now. I will do my best." She moved her legs and ran as if she were flying out of the yard. Robb sat motionless on the stone bench and only shouted, "Slow down, don't fall." The little maid didn't have the klutz's attribute, falling or tripping. She ran fast and steadily. The maid, wearing white and black, flew like a butterfly. In a blink of an eye, she slowly disappeared. Seeing her lovely back, Robb felt more and more that the different worlds seemed to be becoming more and more interesting. Of course, it's just that life is interesting. He still wasn't interested in doing strange adventures. That evening, Lillian came back with a large group of townspeople. Each townsman helped her carry a lot of things, including bedding, pillows, pots, pans, knives and forks, tables, chairs, candles, sesame oil, seasonings, tea, dried wood, vegetables, and beef. Even a pile of farm tools such as hoes, spades, and sickles were brought back. Robb, who was addicted to games and used to rely entirely on his mother to take care of his daily life, finally realized how troublesome it was to build a family. He could not help thanking his parents in his previous world, and then he secretly congratulated himself that the first thing he bought was the maid, otherwise, he would be crazy to take care of these messy daily necessities. In the evening, the sun began to set, and smoke rose from every household. There was smoke rising in the small chapel. Lillian was cooking on a fire. Holding a cup of black tea that Lillian had made for him, Robb continued to limp on the stone bench in the yard, lazy. After a long time, Lillian brought dinner to the table. Robb looked intently. My God, what the heck is this? What looked like a pot of soup on the table was 108,000 miles worse than his previous world's soup. All kinds of strange ingredients floated in the soup. Robb glanced over and saw crushed pig bones, pig offal, mushrooms, and wild vegetables. In any case, all the ingredients present at home can be seen in this pot, and there are even pig intestines floating and sinking at the top of the pot. Not to mention, the pot gives off a very fishy smell. Robb pointed to the pot and asked in horror, Lillian, what do you call this? Dark cuisine? Huh. That's how everyone cooks. Lillian said, haven't you eaten before, master? Pausing there, she suddenly realized she had made a mistake. She made soup that ordinary people often eat, that is, putting everything in a pot, but the nobles didn't seem to eat like this. They were much more fastidious. Her master is a priest of the Church of Light, so of course, he's a noble. He can't eat such food. The medieval West ate such dishes. Unlike the Chinese, they didn't like making different kinds of food like fried pork liver. They prefer to chop up their ingredients and put them all in a big pot for soup. You all probably know the taste of boiled offal, and I'm sure you couldn't handle it. Lillian said awkwardly, I don't know how to make food for master. Oh, forget it. You haven't used up all the ingredients yet, right? There are still 2 large pieces of beef left. The beef is costly, so I didn't want to stew it with the cheaper ingredients. I wanted to dry it and turn it into beef jerky for preservation. Then bring them here, Robb then said, by the way, bring some mushrooms and some salt. Right, prepare 2 plates, knives, and forks. Lillian obediently brought the ingredients and plates, knives, and forks. Robb changed his job to chef and started making steak with mushroom sauce, and in a blink of an eye, 2 steaks were placed on the stone table in front of him. Lillian saw that Robb didn't seem to do anything other than point at the ingredients. The ingredients synthesized into a beautiful dish within seconds, which was amazing. Wow, so this is the power of magic. However, should a noble thing such as magic be used on something so simple as cooking? Her mouth couldn't help but open so wide that she couldn't close it for a long time. Robb pointed at the chair on the opposite side of the stone table. Sit down and have steak with me. Here are exactly 2, 1 for each of us. Lillian was startled. This is what nobles eat, right? I'll just drink the soup. That soup will be taken out and placed in the middle of the town. Whoever finds it appealing it will eat it. Our family will not eat that anymore. Just listen to me and eat the same thing as I do, Robb said commandingly. Yes, master. Lillian sat down carefully on the chair opposite Robb. Thanks to the fact that she was an unruly girl from a small town at the border, she didn't know much of the world. If she had been born in a big city and known certain rules and customs, she would never dare to sit at the same table with her master. She'll probably maintain respect and show her inferiority to Robb, which he hates. She picked up her knife and fork like Robb and thought to herself, is this how nobles eat? Like her master, she pressed on the beef with the fork in her left hand and cut it using a knife with her right hand. Cut. Cut. Then, she used the fork in her left hand. Oops, no, that's too much power. Bang! The steak flew over the stone table and stuck to Robb's face, which was now covered with mushroom sauce. Robb put down his knife and fork and said sadly, Lillian. Master. I didn't mean to. Who? Lillian was so scared that she almost. The sky was dark. Most of the citizens of Westwind Town have already fallen asleep, with only a few houses still lit. Robb took a big barrel, put it in the yard, and bathed. Truly, without a doubt, a warm bath must be done in a yard. Indoor bathing is depressing, but outdoor baths are comfortable. You can see the stars all over the sky, and the black pine mountain behind the chapel becomes a vast black silhouette with a great sense of gradation. At the same time, the wind flows across the water's surface and calmly brushes his head. It was indeed an indescribable sensation of comfortability. Additionally, the little maid was very happy. She wasn't shy when he entered the bath, but she turned her head when she saw Robb taking off his clothes. She waited until Robb sat in the water before moving and standing beside him with a bright red face. Whenever Robb said the water was getting cold, she ran to the kitchen, brought the hot water that had been boiling all this time, and gave it to Robb. Of course, he'll take his time in such a comfortable bath. Robb accidentally soaked for an hour. Lillian has already boiled 2 large pots of water, yet he still hasn't finished bathing. Master. When I went to the kitchen to fetch water, I heard a strange sound in the graveyard behind the chapel, rustling as if something was digging. When Lillian came back with the hot water this time, she had a frightened expression as if she was genuinely alarmed. Robb thought, it's normal for girls to be afraid of cemeteries. He smiled and comforted her, don't be afraid, it's all right. Don't forget that I'm a priest. No undead will dare appear in front of me with the holy light in my hand. What he said reassured Lillian. With a Church of Light priest here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Speaking of which, cemeteries are built behind the church so that the souls of the dead can return to the God of Light as soon as possible, which is more or less the reason light can be used to suppress the undead. She nodded and said, as long as Master is around, I'm not afraid. Of course, great. After soaking in the bath for a while, the water started becoming cold. Robb smiled, you have to heat up the water again. Lillian quickly ran into the kitchen again and soon came back with hot water with a frightened expression on her face. Master, there really is a sound coming from the cemetery. This time it is not only digging but also the kind that sounds like bones moving and cracking. It's so scary. Master. Would you like to have a look? I want to take a bath. I'm too lazy to look. What bones are moving? At most, a few skeletons crawled out of the grave, that is to say, a skeleton king. It's no big deal. Listening to him downplay the situation, Lillian wept inside. She thought, Master, if there really is a skeleton king, the whole of Westwind Town, 100 miles near the vicinity of the town will be razed to the ground by the army of undead. How could you underestimate the appearance of a skeleton king? But, Lillian then said. The cemetery is part of the chapel. If anything happens in the cemetery, your reputation will be tarnished. When she said that conflicted, Robb unexpectedly thought about it. That's right. The cemetery is part of my property, which is also my real estate. If something is suspicious in my most expensive real estate, it doesn't make sense for me not to take care of it. Well, let's just have a look then. Robb laid motionless in the barrel but secretly changed his job to Ranger and activated Detection. His vision expanded at once. Detection could provide Robb with a field of vision of 5,000 yards, and the Ranger had a passive called Night Vision, so the night didn't affect his vision. He looked far away at the cemetery on the hill behind the church. At a glance, he saw 3 tombstones tilted on the ground, 3 gloomy holes lay in front of the tombstone, and 3 skeletons were scraping dirt out of the hole as if they were trying to climb out. "The skeleton really crawled out of the grave," Robb said. "Ah! Ah!" Lillian screamed, "Skeleton? Don't yell. It's just a few skeletons. What's there to shout about?" Robb then said, "Forget it. After all, it's my real estate. I have to take care of it and return these skeletons back to their graves. If they run away, when the townspeople come to pay their respects, they'll realize that the remains of their loved ones are gone. Isn't it pitiful that they can't even pay their respects?" Robb climbed out of the barrel, and Lillian hurriedly turned her head and handed over a piece of dry cotton cloth with her hands behind her. In fact, if she didn't turn her head, Robb would be shy. He was still just an 18-year-old virgin, and he couldn't bear to stand in front of the little girl naked, but the girl turned her head away first, so he managed to stay calm. Playing rogue still depends on who first surrenders. He took the cotton cloth and wiped his body. He wasn't wearing his previous t-shirts and jeans anymore. Ordinary people liked wearing loose clothes after taking a bath. He took a pair of tube pajamas from Lillian and wore it on his body. "All right. I'll go to the cemetery now. Lillian, wait here if you're afraid." I want to follow." Lillian then said, "Staying here makes me more afraid. What if a skeleton suddenly climbs out when you leave?" "Nonsense. Skeletons can't climb out of anywhere." Robb smiled and said, "If a skeleton wants to climb out, you must first have to have a skeleton buried underground. I don't know if skeletons are buried in the front yard. Whatever, just come along. By the way, bring a shovel, we'll bury something later." Robb doesn't mind being followed by a girl, rather, he likes to be followed by a girl. It was originally a tedious task, but it would be much more interesting if he did it with a girl. The girl was yelling 666 behind him, which is much more comfortable than a few stingy men shouting the same thing. Lillian followed cautiously, holding the shovel, and soon, they arrived at the cemetery. The cemetery was small, with only a few hundred graves. This is because Westwind Town was small with a small population and short history. When Robb walked into the cemetery, he saw that not only the 3 tombs he had seen but also dozens of tombs were empty. Looking at the marks on the holes they dug out of, he realized that they'd been digging and climbing out for several days. He wasn't even at Westwind Town yet when they started. He didn't care about it before, so he didn't talk about it. But now that he's here, he obviously won't allow them to crawl out of their graves anymore. Later, he finally came across a skeleton that was crawling out of its grave. Seeing a living skeleton crawling out of the grave, Lillian was frightened and grabbed the hem of Robb's clothes, trembling all over. Robb knew at a glance that she was barely afraid. It was just that she had been inflicted with fear. Undead creatures all carry a certain degree of aura of fear, which can scare mentally weak people. The more powerful the undead, the stronger its aura of fear is, and the greater its range. The reason why Lillian looks like this is because of the aura of fear. Although a skeleton soldier is one of the weakest undead monsters, it can still frighten Lillian a little, but not to the extent of making her run away. Robb took her hand with his left hand and used the holy magic, Dispel. Afterward, a stream of warm light dispelled her fear without a trace. Lillian's mind cleared up, and her trembling body finally stabilized. Robb squatted down with both hands on his chest to look at the skeleton crawling out in front of him. The skeleton was digging with both its hands, expanding the mouth of the hole, and crawling forward little by little. Then, it finally noticed him squatting in front of it, a blond man in tube pajamas. The skeleton glared at Robb with its hollow eyes, then it opened its mouth and roared, cracking. Creaking. Crack your head. Robb then put his hand on the skull of the skull and pressed on it hard. Return to your grave and never come out and frighten my little maid. Lillian was startled to see her master reach out and press on the skeleton's head. Be careful, master. It will grab you. As soon as she spoke, the skeleton's hand caught on to Robb by his ankle and tried to drag him underground. Robb could smash the skeleton to pieces at any time, but he knows that the skeleton was once a relative of a townsman, so it wouldn't be good to destroy it. The townspeople call him father, so he had to pay a little attention and care to their affairs. Thus, he had to give up on using the skill, meteor rain, rending earth, and crushing thunder. He'll be a little gentle and at least let his brother skeleton keep its whole body. As soon as the skeleton was about to drag Robb, it felt a terrible force on its skull, the arm strength of the man in front of him. He seemed to have pressed lightly, but its power was overwhelming. The skeleton's bones cracked a few times, trying to resist, but how could bear it? He was returned to his grave in an instant. He wanted to climb out again, but when he saw Robb pointing at him, a golden light flew out of his fingertips. It was the holy magic, Dispel. The skeleton suddenly lost all its strength and returned to its inanimate state in the grave. Robb clapped his hands, turned to Lillian next to him, and said, "Lillian, bury it." "Yes, master." Lillian quickly used the shovel to push the dirt left on both sides of the hole, which the skeleton used to climb out, and covered it up again. She was a little afraid that the skeleton would climb up again, so she was ready to escape, but the skeleton was completely motionless and was obediently buried. Robb had already found a second skeleton, half its body climbing out of the ground. As soon as Robb pressed on it with his hand, the skeleton returned to its grave, and then after using Dispel, he said, "Lillian, after burying that, come and bury this." "Yes, master." Around this time, a third skeleton had crawled out of its grave. He shook the dirt on him off and looked around. This guy was different from the two skeletons just now. He seemed sane enough to understand what was happening around him. It then turned its head and glared at Robb with its hollow eyes. Seeing Robb getting closer and closer, apparently, to return it to its grave, it suddenly broke its left arm with its right. Then, it held its left arm in his right hand like a stick and sternly looked at Robb. "Well." Robb shrugged at the skeleton, "Don't hurt yourself. I can leave your body intact if you put your weapon down and talk well." "Young man, don't. Mind your own business." The skeleton spoke unexpectedly. It was clear that there was only one bone and that it didn't have a mouth or any other organ used to talk, but it could speak. Robb saw that two small flames were burning in the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton, which looked like a pair of eye beads, and it was evident that a soul had settled in the skeleton. It was no longer as simple as the two skeletons that were manipulated by some simple puppet tricks. This time, a powerful soul is controlling the skeleton's movements. "Oh. A necromancer?" Robb looked to his left and right. The hillside behind the cemetery was dark, and it was hard to see anything clearly. And even while using detection, its night vision, and its 5,000 yards range, he still couldn't see anyone. Thinking about it carefully, there must be a necromancer manipulating the skeletons nearby. "How can you tell that I'm a necromancer?" The skeleton was surprised. "If so, you should know I am not one you can afford to offend. Mind your own business." Since Robb was in his pajamas, he couldn't see Robb as a powerful person, so he spoke with arrogance. Robb said, "You ran into my backyard and tried to steal the bones of my son's relatives, and you tell me to mind my own business? Damn retard, I went into your backyard to secretly dig your buried potatoes. Can you ignore me?" The skeleton recognized Robb's identity from his sentence. "Damn it, are you a priest of this chapel?" Robb said, "You deserve to die. Your whole family deserves to die. This is obviously an empty chapel. When did you come here?" The skeleton looked a little angry. "Unfortunately, today." Robb said, "Don't you scout the location first before you steal?" "Oh, right, your main body is hidden very far away, so you couldn't even scout the place. You just use things like magic arrays arranged here in advance to manipulate them from a distance, right? I'll look for it carefully later. I should be able to find your magic array in several areas of the graveyard. Listening to his words, the necromancer who manipulated the skeleton understood that he messed with someone he couldn't afford. This isn't good. The skeleton had no choice but to strike, or he'll have to give up on all the graves of this village. He manipulated the skeleton and waved its left arm before rushing at Robb. However, Robb used Dispel, and the skeleton softly fell at his feet. Obviously, the necromancer didn't have the time to refine this skeleton into a real undead monster. If it was refined, simple using Dispel wouldn't be able to stop it, at least with holy magic. But now, because it is only being controlled remotely by a necromancer, it's a soulless skeleton, not a skeleton soldier. This magic used to control skeletons remotely is, in theory, just a buff. One Dispel is enough to clear the buff effects. If the necromancer's main body is here, he might be able to play with Robb a little. But with a remotely controlled skeleton, it wasn't even worth playing with for Robb. It only takes a normal Dispel to deal with it. Even an ordinary priest can do it. When the skeleton fell softly to the ground, the two sparks in its eye sockets slowly dimmed, and the necromancer's magic had disappeared, so it returned to being an ordinary skeleton. Robb was just about to ask Lillian to come and dig the skeleton back to its grave, then, he suddenly remembered that the little girl was a little afraid of skeletons. Wouldn't it be scary to move such a creepy skeleton? Alas, I'll do it. He thought while working, his magic crept into the skeleton. The skeleton immediately began to move, and two more sparks lit up in its eyes, but this time it was manipulated by Robb, not by the necromancer. It first took back its broken left arm and shook its hands and feet, ensuring there were no missing arms and legs. Then, it grinned wide and clicked twice. Then it tried making a face at Lillian nearby, which was meaningless because it had no facial muscles. In Lillian's eyes, the skeleton just shook its head at her, creaking back into its grave. It laid down, folded its hands on its chest, and the spark in its eyes slowly dimmed again. Robb ended the skeleton control spell and smiled, then said to the dumbfounded Lillian, "Bury this, too." Lillian's heart was surprised that her owner could also manipulate skeletons. This was really strange. Wasn't Master a priest? The messenger of the brilliant and holy god of light. Why can he use this kind of sinister and evil magic used to manipulate skeletons? However, her facial expressions are so amazing that her thoughts, which should obviously be kept in her heart, were all exposed on her face. Robb winked at her and smiled, "I am the messenger of the god of light. I only used the holy light on the skeletons, and they obeyed God's will and went back into their graves. This is not some sinister and evil magic." So that's it. A smile immediately formed on Lillian's face. "I knew my master was a good man." "All right. Bury it quickly." "Yes, master." Lillian plucked the earth with the shovel in her hand and buried all the graves. Robb took advantage of this opportunity to look around several areas of the cemetery, and as he expected, strange magic runes were plotted in the four corners of the cemetery. To be honest, Robb doesn't recognize these runes. He only knew that they were used for manipulating skeletons from a distance. Although he knows the magic to control the undead, he can only use them and isn't good at identifying them. Because, in the game, when using magic, sparks of light flash on the screen, and then all kinds of other beautiful effects fly around the screen before a huge magic array is shown on the ground. Most players won't study how a magic array is made or plotted. The more complex the magic array, the less likely players will look at the small symbols on it. Anyway, even if Robb doesn't wear equipment or is stark naked, most magic wouldn't be able to break his basic defenses. It would be naive to think you can draw a magic array right before him. He could stand in the middle of a clash of monsters on top of the pile of monster corpses and watch the other monsters fight for half an hour. Only then could he have had a mouthful of his own milky satisfaction. He used 4 dispels on the 4 runes plotted on the 4 corners of the cemetery. Watching the runes slowly disappear, he clapped his hands and said, "Lillian, are you done?" "Done burying, master." Great, let's go back and take a rest. Huh? Master. Just returning like that? Don't we need to keep watch? Lillian then said, what if the bad guy who tried to steal the bones returns? You seem to have spoiled his plans. I'm afraid he'll get angry and come to your door. Look for trouble. Look for trouble? Robb used detection again with a range of 5,000 yards, shook his head, and said, he's far from us now. He wouldn't come. If he does come, it'll be a good thing. I'll just hang him from the ceiling fan and whip him. Right, the ceiling fan has to be set to 5th gear. Lillian looked confused. What's a ceiling fan? Robb used his hands to gesture the rough appearance of a ceiling fan and said, it's an instrument of torture, usually hanging from the ceiling. The villain is made to hang on it. When all 5 gears are turned on, the villain will keep spinning, then we'll beat him up with a whip. You can evenly hit every piece of meat in his body's front and back parts. Lillian stuck out her tongue. I don't understand, but it seems amazing. Robb smiled. All right, let's go back to bed. We'll have to tell the townspeople what happened here tomorrow, especially the part where dozens of skeletons had already been stolen before I came. This must be made clear to them. It's not my pot. I'm not carrying it. The two of them returned to their rooms. Robb didn't sleep well at the mayor's house last night because of Gorda's loud snoring. So tonight, he was sleepy and fell asleep as soon as he got into his room. Lillian didn't sleep as well as Robb did. She went into the servant's room and got into the warm quilt, with her little head sticking out of it. She looked at the newly bought furniture in the room and couldn't help but feel happy. Her new life had started, and it felt great. The second day. Early in the morning, Lillian went to inform the mayor of what happened last night, and he hurriedly issued a notice to everyone in the town. When they heard that some bones had been stolen from the cemetery, the townspeople were all startled. This matter was deeply related to the interest of the entire town, so it was necessary to witness it for themselves. So, all the hundreds of families in Westwind Town came, and soon, the cemetery was full of people. At this moment, Robb and the mayor were standing in front of dozens of empty graves. Beside them were dozens of townspeople, looking sadly at the scene in front of them. The bones of my father. Sure enough, it was stolen. Wowa. Who is this deranged? A middle-aged woman knelt on the ground and cried. My mother's bones are gone, too. Damn it. If I find the thief, I'll cut his head off. A blacksmith with an axe roared angrily. The mayor turned his head and shouted angrily, Shut up, can't you see I'm talking to the priest? How can we talk about it if all of you are so noisy? Fearing the mayor's authority, the dozens of families and to turn down the volume of their sobs. The mayor then turned around and saluted Robb. Father, thank you for checking last night and saving 3 graves, otherwise, 3 more families would have knelt there and cried. Well. Robb then said, it was just a little effort. Of course, it was an easy thing to do for him, but it provided great kindness to the townspeople whose relatives' graves were preserved. While they were constantly thanking the God of Light and their father, Robb. Robb was distraught that they thanked the God of Light first. Fuck, what relation does the God of Light have with this? It is obviously all my credit. It has nothing to do with the God of Light. Father. Look, what do you think about this? The mayor said, should I organize some townspeople to go into the mountains to look for that damned skeleton thief, or should I pay to hire adventurers? As soon as Robb heard the last syllable, he understood that hiring adventurers was just a justification. His real intention was to let Robb take on all the troublesome things. Nonsense. Your great father here isn't going to do such a troublesome thing. I'm tired of doing similar things in the game, okay? What's the difference between this and the games, investigate so-and-so and defeat the man behind him? It's not anything new. I am not playing that type of game again. Robb put on a serious face and was ready to fool someone else to deal with it. Anyway, he said solemnly and seriously, my child, you seem to think this is simple. Did you think that the man behind this is a lowly thief? Did you think that this is something that can be solved by a group of townspeople or a party of adventurers? Naive. The God of Light has given me an oracle. This is a huge conspiracy. Soon, darkness will cover this land. Robb's words said solemnly and seriously. With that one sentence, the mayor almost knelt, and the townspeople opened their mouths wide and looked visibly confused. The mayor asked, "What huge conspiracy?" What conspiracy? Look at the dozens of empty graves here, Robb continued. It shows that dozens of skeletons have been stolen days before I settled in Westwind Town. Yes. The mayor nodded and said, "Of course, we can see that." Robb said, "I also told you last night my opponent was a necromancer. If you think about it, a necromancer has been stealing dozens of skeletons for several days, so what are they now?" The mayor was startled. "Do you mean they have all been refined into undead skeleton soldiers?" "Yes." Robb said, "It is clear that after so many days, the necromancer has injected necromancy magic into their bodies. They are no longer dead bones but undead. Moreover, he isn't satisfied yet, he is still stealing skeletons. If I hadn't come last night, at least dozens more skeletons would have risen from the ground and walked toward the necromancer. Are you sure he only has the dozens of skeletons he stole from here? Maybe he's got hundreds, thousands of skeletons gathered elsewhere." The mayor began to consider the importance of this seriously. After a few seconds, he understood something, and his expression suddenly changed. "Oh, why is this necromancer training so many skeletons? Could it be, don't tell me." Robb nodded, "You guessed right. This necromancer is involved in a huge conspiracy. He is forming an army of undead. This army only has one purpose, to cover a town in blood. Occupy a territory. Maybe he is even preparing to topple the Magic Kingdom Gran, overthrow Norma, the Kingdom of Knights, or march to the Rabbit Kingdom of Great Tang. He might try to seize the throne, rule the land under heaven, the whole world, or unify Fengma continent. Bluffing, just bluffing." Fearing things wouldn't escalate much, he seized the matter into his own hands and led them to the worst of possibilities. Anyway, he didn't need to invest much energy into talking bullshit. If he wanted to analyze the situation, he'd analyze it however he wanted. If his analysis was incorrect, then he can just say that he really was just a thief and was overthinking it to take the proper precautions before anything happened. Anyway, it is reasonable to say that these are the true colors of a con man. The mayor's mind swayed like a ball of paste as if he had imagined an army of undead wielding knives, and his face went dark. "My father, you are right. Sure enough, this isn't a problem that can be solved by a group of townspeople or a party of adventurers. This matter must be reported to the Lord as soon as possible, and the Lord must send troops to deal with the matter. You are very wise." Robb patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go and ask the Lord to deal with it." He was secretly cheering. "All right, bluffing over. I'm not in charge of this matter, so I'll just let the Lord worry about him and let him lead his troops into the Black Pine Mountain Range. Like an idiot searching for something in a carpet, he's looking for a necromancer whom he didn't even know the whereabouts of. He's already done this stupid thing many times back in the game, so he won't do it again." So, the mayor hastily wrote a letter to the Lord, and the townspeople dispersed one after another, crying. After a while, Lillian, who went to inquire about some news, returned to Robb. The mayor wrote a letter and passed it on to a merchant. The merchant then set out with the letter and his caravan toward Bright Road to the southeast. He said he was going to deliver the letter to the Great Duke of Bright Road. Bright Road is an important city on the western border of the Magic Kingdom Gran, a military town, so to say. It's managed by the famous Great Duke of the Kingdom, Ingsi, who is a powerful holy knight. All small castles, towns, and villages west of the kingdom are under his jurisdiction. If something happens here in Westwind Town, Ingsi must take charge. However, he certainly won't come in person. He'll probably send in a subordinate to lead a small team to investigate the situation first. Of course, it had nothing to do with Robb. Even if he doesn't go, someone else will go in his stead. Peace returned to the town, and Robb could finally return to being lazy. "Master, I want to learn how to make the dish you cooked yesterday." Lillian brought two pieces of meat with a cute expression. "I can't just make that soup. I'll have to take charge of your diet in the future, so I have to make food that the master likes. Can you advise me?" "Point at a ghost. I only got the chef skill from the game. I really can't teach you." Robb had to rack his brains to think about it and finally thought of how to make steak. First, use a stick to hit the meat, and beat it till it's soft. Then, chop the mushrooms into a paste, and stir it with salt and pepper to make the mushroom sauce. Afterward, heat up the frying pan and put a layer of butter on it. Wait until the butter melts and fry the beef until it's medium well, then pour on the mushroom sauce. That's about it. This complicated? Lillian was stunned. Yesterday, didn't Master just point at the beef, mushrooms, and salt? Why are there so many steps when I have to do it? There are a lot of new ingredients as well. Robb was forced to act dumb. "I used magic." "Can you do magic?" Lillian shook her head pitifully. "No." Robb said, "It's not going to take a lot more steps, honestly." Lillian pitifully went into the kitchen to do some cooking research. Robb sat in the front yard in a daze, lazy. After some time, he found a middle-aged townsman poking his head just outside the yard, as if he wanted to come in but was too afraid to. Robb shouted at the top of his lungs, "Thief! Little hiding thief, sigh, who are you? What are you doing walking around my house?" The townsman was startled when Robb shouted, but now that Robb had seen him, he had no choice but to walk up to Robb with his head drooping. "My father, I've come to confess. But I was a little scared, so I wandered outside." "Oh? Confession?" Robb immediately realized this was where he'd sit in a cabin while listening to the people confess outside. The thing he had never played in the game. He's beyond interested. He really wants to play. He hurriedly stopped being lazy and jumped up from the stone stool with a swoosh. "Good. Don't be afraid. Only by confessing your sins to God can you take a big step forward. Let's start right away." Robb sat in a small cabin. Of course, this worn-out house had a scientific name, confession room. He sat inside while the townsman sat outside, posing for a confession. Confessions are a very sacred thing for followers of light. The usual process is that believers would confess their sins to the priest and repent their sins. While the priest will comfort him, saying that his sins can be forgiven. Only then will the confessor's heart be liberated and face the rest of his life with a smile. The townsman whispered across the cabin, "My father, I have sinned laziness. I have often been too lazy to work recently." "What? Lazy?" Robb immediately followed up on his words and said, "My child, your behavior is understandable. Lazy for a while, lazy forever. Only laziness is the road for human beings to attain true happiness. As for diligence, it is useless. You'll encounter difficulties, and you'll only encounter difficulties forever. When you achieve everything through hard work, you'll find that you actually feel empty inside, and that feeling of losing a goal is terrible. I tell you, you can be a man of anything, just don't work too hard. If you work too hard, you'll have done everything. If you lack anything to do after having done everything, you won't be able to live as well as a dog. Be lazy. Be lazy as much as you want. When you start being lazy, you'll realize that the world is full of flowers." Townspeople. Robb said, I accidentally said too much. Continue confessing." Townspeople, "Goodbye." "Excuse me." "Hey, don't go, keep confessing, I haven't played enough." The townsman left unusually firmly because he felt that he had lost his mind for an instant and felt that he had become an idiot. He left quickly for fear that he'd abandon his life and future. The moment he walked out of the church, he silently made up his mind, would work hard, I would struggle, and must not become the kind of lazy person said by my father. Wait. The townsman suddenly understood, my father was deliberately being sarcastic. He's making it sound like he is saying that laziness has many benefits, but he didn't say any real benefits. It's useless for the world to be full of flowers, he won't get anything. He was trying to warn me that laziness is useless, and you'll be left with nothing. Moreover, he wanted to say that you can get everything through diligence. You can lose your goals because you're too rich. I also want to be so rich that I lose my goals. This truth was deliberately hidden in his words, but I almost missed it. Wise father, your child will always remember your teachings. The townsman bowed lowly at Robb and went away. He felt encouraged and full of energy. Robb crouched on the ground in the corner of the cabin and drew a circle with his fingers. Don't go. Come back and play confession with me. Master. The steak I tried making was a success. Lillian ran out happily with 2 plates. When she saw Robb squatting on the ground, drawing circles, she was startled. Master, what's the matter? Do you have a stomachache? No. I'm fine. Robb quickly regained his dignity, got up, and patted off the dust on him. Then, he sat down and said, Hey, Lillian, come, let me try the steak you made. Lillian happily placed a plate of steak in front of Robb, arranged his knife and fork, and wrapped a napkin around Robb's neck. Her little hand gently pulled the corner of the napkin at the back of Robb's neck, which tickled Robb's heart. Well, let me see how good your steak is. Robb picked up his knife and fork and looked intently at it. The steak on the plate looked good and delicious. At that moment, a young woman came to the front of the chapel. She looked very ordinary, far worse than Lillian, but in this small border town, she was somewhat pretty. My father, I'm here to confess. Oh. Come. Robb was overjoyed. He hastened to pick up his plate, quickly ran into the cabin, and sat down. Eating steak while listening to a confession. Today truly makes me as happy as a fairy. The woman sat down outside the cabin. Across the cabin, no one could see each other. She had no idea that the priest was cutting steak with a fork in his left hand and a knife in his right in the cabin. The woman said carefully, My father, I have committed a very serious crime. I cheated. No, I betrayed my husband and spent the night with a handsome young man. Pfft. As soon as Robert stuffed the steak into his mouth, he felt an indescribable taste of terror spreading everywhere in his mouth. My God, what is this feeling? This instant destroys all his tasting nerves and paralyzes all the taste buds in his mouth. Lillian. Are you trying to poison your master? Plop, he hurriedly spits it out. The woman outside's heart tightened. Oh no, father seemed to have thrown up as soon as I said I was having an affair. Is this an expression of his anger? The woman hurriedly said, My father, I regret it now. I want to repent. Is there any way to make up for the sins I have committed? With a swoosh, a plate of steak was handed out from the cabin, and Robb said in a bitter tone, Do me a favor and help me eat it. Don't let my little maid see it. The woman took the plate with a bewildered face and saw that the dish made of such a good piece of beef that seemed to be very high quality. Isn't this the thing that's often eaten by nobles, called steak? What is father trying to do by giving me this food? I don't understand what father is doing at all. Whatever, I'll take a bite first. She cut off a piece of the beef with her trembling hands and put it in her mouth. Boom! Her brain exploded. The woman burst into tears in an instant, saying, Goodbye. Excuse me. Robb hurriedly said, Hey, don't go. Eat and confess, I haven't had enough. The woman left, walking unusually firm. She was afraid that she would be poisoned if she stayed there. It was not until she walked out of the chapel and stood in the streets that she suddenly realized, My father, I understand now. Like this piece of beef, my affair looks beautiful and noble, but it is poison. It will destroy me and kill me. You deliberately spit out a few mouthfuls. It was to teach me to spit it out quickly and to not be confused by it just because it looks beautiful. In other words, I shouldn't indulge in the temptation of infidelity. I need to correct my sins, not to go deeper and deeper. I understand everything you're trying to say. The woman stood up and bowed deeply in the direction of the chapel. My father, I will remember your teachings and be a good wife and mother, and will never do anything wrong for my conscience again. Robb rolled all over the church floor. Why? There is no one who wants to play confession with me. I'm the only one who hasn't had enough of this. Why don't you want to play with me? After 3 days, Lillian's steak was barely good enough to eat, at the cost of wasting more than a dozen pieces of beef, mushrooms, salt, and half a bottle of pepper that was more expensive than gold. For children who grew up in low-income families, wasting food is shameful and unforgivable, making Lillian feel very uneasy. However, this loss is not a problem for Robb, who has nearly 100 gold coins in his arms. He'll be thankful as long as she stops poisoning her master. Now a new problem is beginning to haunt Robb, and that is, getting tired of confessions. The confession was a little fun at first, but after 3 days in a row, Robb has basically heard the same thing. The blacksmith in the east of the town stole the chicken of the farmer in the west, and the farmer in the west of the town slept with the wife of the herbalist in the south of the town. The herbalist's wife in the south of the town stole things from the miners in the north of the town, and then the miners in the north of the town slept with the blacksmith's wife in the east of the town. Ah! No one has come to confess. I can return to a state of laziness again. Robb turned over on the stone stool in the yard and lay on his side while looking at Lillian near him. Lillian was not idle. She was developing the barren field in the yard with a hoe. Dressed in a maid costume, it was very inconvenient to dig the dirt up, but she insisted on wearing the clothes given to her by her master instead of her tube clothes. The small hoe dug up the soil and the field up one after another. Robb asked loudly, Lillian, what are you going to plant? Lillian wiped a handful of sweat from her forehead and smiled, potatoes. We have a field, so of course, we have to use it to grow potatoes. Robb said, oh, you can plant it, but it's unnecessary. Just abandon this piece of broken land. Why not just buy potatoes? Lillian shook her head. The strong gusts of wind didn't earn master's money. I wasted a lot of money on steak the other day. I want to grow potatoes and help master earn money back. Robb thought to himself, my money and it being earned from the strong gusts of wind aren't that far off. Forget it, the little girl is probably just restless. Not everyone can stay lazy on a stone stool like me for an entire day. Lillian, who had been digging in the yard for a long time and sweating, looked back and saw that the cup on Robb's table was empty. She put down her hoe, sprinted to the well, laboriously fetched a large bucket of water, and went into the kitchen to boil it. Seeing her busy and hard-working for a bucket of water, Robb suddenly felt a little worried. She did all the things at home by herself. How tiring is it? No, I had to think of something to help her reduce the pressure of her work. The easiest way, of course, is to buy a few more maids, but Westwind Town is too small, so there aren't many merchants, and most of the limited number of merchants are small local traders who are not real merchants. They only sell daily necessities such as cloth, salt, weapons, and farm tools. They do not sell high-end things such as slaves. And the only big merchant who has the ability to travel north and south, that is, the smart guy who sold Lillian to Robb, has now gone to the Bright Road with a letter from the mayor, and then he has to go to the capital of the Saints to sell the flying dragon leather armor that Robb gave him. Next, he will probably have to go to many places to restock and so on. He will have to take a big turn on the map before returning to Westwind Town. The old merchant has been out for months, and he'll probably have to wait a long time to buy a maid from him. Robb regrets that he didn't buy a few more maids then. Now, he can't buy it even if he wants to. I can't let my little maid get too tired, but I'm not willing to let myself help. If I really helped Lillian do this and that, it would seem that I was very gentle, but wouldn't the lazy life of the happy feudal landlord be completely ruined? While thinking about this, Lillian came out of the kitchen, went to the well to fetch a large bucket of water, and then diligently carried the bucket to the kitchen. Robb decided that first of all, he had to help Lillian solve the problem of drawing water, since Robb is from the modern times and is much cleaner than people from the medieval age. What Lillian does most of the day now is to fetch water, get up in the morning to boil water and wash Robb's face and mouth, then boil water to make tea for Robb several times a day, and bring a large bucket of water to Robb in the evening. In addition, Robb had to wash his hands before and after meals, and he was very particular about the hygiene of cutlery and cups. Lillian was asked to wash her clothes with water before using them, and her clothes were changed frequently, which consumed several times more water than ordinary people. After the broken land was reinvigorated, she began to grow potatoes. Now, she often had to draw water to irrigate the fields. It is no exaggeration to say that drawing water is Lillian's heaviest task at this stage. If the problem of drawing water is solved, Lillian can relax by more than half of her current relaxation time. Robb made a ridiculous decision with a pat on his forehead: let's just make a tap water system. With tap water, Lillian won't be so tired. He raised his voice and shouted, "Lillian, stop what you're doing after you boil the water and go to town. Find me a mason and a blacksmith." As soon as he finished saying that, Lillian heard a woman outside the chapel courtyard cry, "My father, please save my husband. He just fell off a cliff and broke a leg." "Oh." Robb turned to the courtyard door and saw a fat middle-aged woman in a burlap standing with a middle-aged man on her back. The man's face was gray, with many holes in his burlap. One of his legs was strangely bent and was dripping with blood. "Well, with a glance, I can already see what's happening. There used to be no priest in this town, so when the villagers were injured, they could only use a bag of medicine to treat the injury. Not only did this treat the injury slowly, but the patient would also have to bear the pain for a long time and eventually might be disabled for life. But now that there is a priest in the town, things are different. A priest can cure the wound with holy magic quickly and safely and will not have to let the patient suffer for a long time or leave side effects, so of course, it's better if he should come to see the priest." Robb's eyes glanced over the middle-aged man's broken leg and said, "It's badly hurt." The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, "We, husband and wife, are both loyal followers of light. Please show benevolence and save my husband. Whether you believe in the religion of light or not is none of my business." Robb thought so, but he didn't say that. There's no need to make trouble for himself. It's fun to play a cameo as a priest. He put on a bright and holy expression and said, "Oh, my children, I am deeply saddened that you have suffered so much. May God bless you." When he was about to throw out a cure, he suddenly remembered that Shualu had said that he did not need chants to cast magic and suspected that he had an artifact that could shorten the chanting time of the spell. This is not a good misunderstanding. Others may think that he has something valuable on him. What if some thieves plot against him? Robb is not afraid but doesn't like to make trouble for himself. If he lives in an environment with the threat of assassination every day, he can't be lazy. Let's just pretend to chant. He didn't know how to say the authentic chants of this world, so he tried to copy the chant of Shielu and read it blindly, "God of Light." Saying it till that point, he realized that he didn't know anything about the God of Light. The God of Light has been written and explained in the game's background story, but he didn't read the background story carefully. Damn it. Forget it, whenever the God of Light showed up, he just skipped it and deliberately lowered the volume. He murmured a few syllables that you can't hear clearly. He'll just say the name of the God of Light and then say, "Please listen to my request. Lend me the divine power temporarily. Fly, heal." Seeing the priest saying the chant seriously, the middle-aged woman hurriedly laid her husband flat on the ground, then quickly knelt down, put her hands on her chest, and prayed piously. A golden light wrapped the middle-aged man's body, his twisted leg instantly restored to its original condition, and his gray face regained its healthy complexion, and then the middle-aged man jumped with a whoosh. Probably thinking he was being rude, the man jumped and immediately knelt down. "Thank you, God of Light." "Thank you, Father." "Well. All right. Get up." Robb began to get upset again, always putting the God of Light before me. "Well, forget it, I'm an adult, and I won't complain about such trifles." The middle-aged man stood up and respectfully handed over some silver coins with both his hands. "My father, I want to donate this money to the chapel." Robb knew that it was payment for the treatment, not a donation to the chapel, just to put it mildly. But a few silver coins is just too small a sum for him to take. He smiled and said, "You don't have to donate money. I want you to do something for the church, is it all right?" Of course, the couple did not dare say no, and nodded quickly. "It is an honor for us to contribute to the messenger of light." Robb said, "Just go to town and bring me a mason and a blacksmith." The couple looked at each other and took a while to realize that the priest was taking pity on the poor, so he was unwilling to take their money and change the price to help him find someone. What a benevolent man he truly was. Praise the God of Light, praise his benevolence, and praise the world. The middle-aged man said respectfully, "Father, you don't need to look for a blacksmith. I am a blacksmith. I'll stay here and listen to you. My wife will find a mason for you." The middle-aged woman respectfully saluted Robb, then spread her feet and ran to the town mason, the bricklayer, while the blacksmith stayed and sat down, ready to listen to Robb. Robb smiled and said, "I didn't expect that you're a blacksmith." "That's good. Are you good at forging ironware?" The blacksmith nodded and said, "Yes, my blacksmithing is good. No matter how complicated the object is, I can make it perfectly." A smile formed on Robb's face. "Now, I'm going to teach you some very useful knowledge, divine craftsmanship. Would you like to learn it?" In fact, Western priests are often knowledge disseminators, and they will spread all kinds of technology and knowledge to all parts of the world to recruit believers. Therefore, it is widespread for priests to impart knowledge to the people. Robb's words did not arouse the middle-aged man's suspicion but made him very happy. "I do. My father, you not only help me treat my injuries but will also teach me knowledge. You are really the messenger of God." "Well said." Robb smiled and then said, "First of all, can you make iron pipes?" With his hand, he gesticulated a thin pipe that looked like a water pipe. The blacksmith immediately said, "I'm sorry. I can't." "Robb, didn't you just say that your skills are good?" The blacksmith said awkwardly, "An iron pipe is a very advanced craft, which is usually used to make fireworks. This is not something a country blacksmith like me can do. It's usually a divine craft mastered by the army blacksmiths of Wangdu." Wangdu was a warlord during the early 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period of China. Divine craft. Don't describe a mere iron pipe as a divine craft. Robb then said, "Now listen to me. First, dissolve the iron, then wrap the dissolved iron on a steel bar. Afterward, beat it evenly, and when it solidifies a little bit, remove the steel bar. Then, you have a formed iron pipe." The blacksmith looked confused. "What? It's that simple?" He thought carefully for a few seconds, and then he was overjoyed. "Thank you, my father. Thank you so much. I can now be as good as an army blacksmith." Robb said, "I'll ask you my next question. Can you make a faucet?" "What is a faucet?" Robb had no choice but to use a branch to draw a faucet on the ground to tell the blacksmith how to get the valve inside. This thing is a little difficult for this kind of country blacksmith. After explaining it for a long time, the blacksmith finally understood. However, Robb does not know whether this guy can forge it successfully. It is estimated that even if he is successful, it will not be precise enough. There will be a slight water leakage, but it does not matter. If it leaks, I'll just take a basin and put it under the faucet. This is a little complicated, but if I think about it carefully, I'll be able to create it for Father. The blacksmith respectfully continued, "Give me 2 days. No, 3 days. It should be done by then. Then good, you'll be able to finish it quickly. You'll need to forge a few more iron pipes and connect them together. It'll be long, very long." Robb pointed to the chapel's roof and said, "Together, there will at least one iron pipe that extends from the roof to the kitchen, one from the roof to the yard, and one from the roof to the toilet. Yeah. Just consider these 3 positions for the time being. It requires a lot of iron. I'm afraid you don't have enough money, so here's some money. You can buy iron with it." Robb not only didn't accept the payment for his treatment but instead gave him a handful of silver coins. The blacksmith was so flattered that he could swear that Mr. Robb was the kindest, most honest, and most benevolent man he had ever witnessed in his life. He was the true messenger of God, with all the perfect qualities. He knelt, worshipped, and praised Robb with all the compliments he knew and left. The mason soon arrived. The town wasn't big, so it took only a few minutes for the middle-aged woman to find the mason. Just like the blacksmith just now, he was also a simple and honest middle-aged man. As soon as he saw Robb, he quickly looked respectfully, "My father. I heard that you're looking for a mason. I'm happy to help you." Robb did not beat around the bush and said directly, "I need you to cut off the chapel roof and build a reservoir of water on it." "Huh?" The mason was startled. "Father, this can't be done. Building a reservoir on the roof is too heavy. The chapel will collapse easily and will easily leak like it's raining." Robb carefully thought about it. He's right. The building standards of here still haven't reached the level of building water reservoirs on the roofs of houses and chapels. I'll tell you what. Build a small stone tower on the clearing next to the chapel, which is next to the well, and then build a reservoir on top of that tower, Robb said. "I can do this." The mason quickly saluted, "But it takes a little more strength, and a lot of stones need to be moved. I don't have enough strength alone. Manpower's quite troublesome for ordinary people to get, but for the rich, it is simple." Robb suddenly thought, "I used to take tasks in the game and was commanded by NPCs. Now it's my turn to take command. Okay, time to release a building mission." He took out 2 gold coins, smiled, and said, "Okay, now I'll give you a mission, that is, to help me build a small stone tower as high as the roof, and build a big reservoir on it. These 2 gold coins are the reward. Think of a way yourself to hire people. I don't have to care." The mason was overjoyed. The manpower of this broken town was valued at 2 gold coins. He could invite many people to line up and carry stones with less than a dozen silver coins. Deducting the cost of materials, he'll earn at least 1 gold coin upon completion of this mission. He said happily, "My father, please leave tea to me." The mason used all the commendatory words he knew to praise Robb and left happily. 3 days later. Beside the well, a wide and thick stone tower was erected. Since the top of the tower is to be built with a reservoir, the stone tower cannot be built very small and must be built with a big arm and waist. The bottom is solid with stone, and the middle is not hollow like an ordinary tower at all. It was filled with stone. It is not so much a stone tower as a stone mountain. The stone mountain was built by 20 townspeople, who kept carrying stones from the rocky slopes on the hillside, built under the command of the mason for 3 days, and the cracks between the stones were glued with a strange kind of mud. Each of them was paid only 3 silver coins, and in this manner, they were already pleased. The mason pasted layer after layer of waterproof material in the topmost part of the reservoir. To be honest, Robb didn't understand how people prevented water leaks in this era. He couldn't figure out this strange material, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it's good to be able to store water in the end. "Father," the mason courteously said to Robb, "now it's ready. After it dries, you can store water in it. If it rains before it dries, I'll get here immediately and cover it with a tarp." Robb said, "Good, these 2 gold coins are yours." The mason took the money and said, "Thank you, God of light, and thank you, Father." Thanking God again? Fine, if you're not benevolent, I'm not righteous. Robb assumed a magnificent look. "Oh, my child, the God of light will remember your dedication to the chapel. This is called treating him in his own way. Since you like to thank the God of light so much, I will let the God of light remember your dedication. As for me, of course, I will not remember. I want to be a feudal landlord with no feelings." After collecting the money, the mason looked curiously at the stone tower towering by the well. "Father, what on earth are you doing? Although I made this thing for you, I don't think it is practical. Why should the reservoir be built so high? How can water storage be used like this? Do you have to build a ladder to climb every time you have to use water?" Robb smiled and said, "Well, don't worry yet. The answer will show up soon." At this point, the blacksmith came and brought many iron pipes of different lengths and several faucets. As soon as he saw Robb, he saluted respectfully, greeted the God of light first, and then his father. "My father, I finished the iron pipes and faucets as you asked, and after I got the techniques you taught me, I quickly made the iron pipe, but the faucet was so difficult that it took a lot of time." "It doesn't matter. Understandably, it'd take some time." Robb smiled and said to the mason, "Help the blacksmith and put these pipes in the innermost part of the reservoir." The blacksmith didn't know what he was doing yet, but as soon as he saw the pipes, he looked up at the reservoir built high above and suddenly understood it. After all, he is a professional who often deals with muddy water, and the reason why water flows downwards is more apparent to him than to anyone else. "Hey, hey, hey!" The mason shouted, "I seem to understand something. It turns out this is how the reservoir is used? My God!" The mason felt as if he had learned something. However, he soon sat down on the ground and growled, "No. Although it seems more convenient to get water, if it doesn't rain, there will be no water in the reservoir, and it'll end up being useless. Even if the next rainstorm fills it up, it will run out as long as it doesn't rain for a few days." Although the idea of adding iron pipes to this high reservoir is great, it is actually not very practical. Robb patted the mason on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Do you know Archimedes?" "I know." The mason nodded abruptly and said, "Archimedes, the most famous specialist of ancient devils, is known to all on this continent." Robb said, "Great devil specialist? Ahem. Well, it seems that Archimedes exists in this world, but he is no longer an ordinary mathematician but a devil specialist. Forget it, that's not the point. First of all," Robb said, "Archimedes solved the pumping problem a long time ago. Its name is Archimedes' water screw. Around 250 BC in Europe, Archimedes solved the problem of pumping water. He designed a very powerful water screw. That's why Robb was surprised that Archimedes became a devil specialist in this world and has been dead for many years. Robb estimated that Archimedes' water screws are already being used by many in this vast world, but this remote town doesn't know it yet. For the time being, Robb won't explain what Archimedes' water screw is. The mason should first work with the blacksmith to install all the iron pipes, faucets, and other things. They'll have to connect the iron pipes by burning both ends of the iron pipe on the spot and connecting them. The place where the faucet connects with the iron pipe should also be heated and connected. We can only use this simple and rough way to seal pipes together in this era. Put short, 3 long pipes were directed down from the reservoir and connected to the chapel toilet, kitchen, and the fields in the yard. Next, we'll have to wait till the reservoir is dry before we can put it to use. Therefore, at this moment, Robb called the blacksmith, drew a picture of Archimedes' water screw on the ground with a branch, smiled, and said to the blacksmith, "When you head back, you have to forge this next. This time the iron pipe can be thicker, the iron sheet thinner, and bent into a spiral. This shouldn't be too difficult." "Oh, there's nothing wrong with that." The blacksmith said, "I can do it." He was so excited to find out that he could learn the techniques equal to a divine craftsman from Robb that his biceps stirred. It reached the point where he couldn't wait to make this bizarre object for him to see. 2 days later, the screw pump was complete. Although the blacksmith's skills weren't good and couldn't make it accurate enough with each spiral parallel, it's fine as long as it can pump water. Its ugliness is irrelevant. 2 days wasn't enough time for the reservoir to dry, so Robb secretly used wind and fire magic at night to dry it up. He did this to match the timing of the blacksmith. Hundreds of townspeople flocked to the chapel that morning, and even the mayor and his wife came to watch. In such a small town, people can easily come and watch whenever the chapel plans to do something. The townspeople all came to watch when they heard that the priest would show off his great skills today. The small courtyard of the yard was full of people, with Robb and Lillian surrounded in the middle. The townspeople pointed at the reservoir above, and people were murmuring in a quiet voice from time to time. Robb doesn't have to listen to be able to guess what they're talking about. They're probably wondering what this thing is for. Now, all that's required is a demonstration. Blacksmith put the screw in the well. All right, father. The blacksmith and several townspeople who came to help carry the long Archimedes screw to the well and put one end of the screw into the deep well while the other end was on the edge of the reservoir. The long spiral iron barrel attracted all the townspeople to stretch their necks to watch. Westwind Town is a small town with mining, agriculture, hunting, and herbalism at its core. There are a lot of blacksmiths in this town, with more than a dozen blacksmiths standing in the crowd. They looked at the spiral iron barrel and thought, I can also build this thing. I just don't know what it is, but if it works, I'll make one. The mason leaned up and stirred the handle of the screw pump himself. Soon the whole screw began to rotate, and the curved spiral pipe kept pumping water out of the well, and soon the first drop of water was pumped into the reservoir. Whoa! This is something that draws water from a lower surface to a higher surface. Wow! This thing is awesome. It is said that it is the invention of Archimedes, an ancient devil specialist. That's amazing. I can't believe we can pump up water like this. Hey, if we put this thing by the river, won't we be able to pump water to irrigate the farmlands? Yes, that's amazing. Let's make one for our family later. For these simple townspeople, this kind of craft can genuinely be regarded as a divine craft. They all couldn't help but sigh. As the screw pump kept spinning, the water in the well was pumped up in large quantities, and soon the reservoir was filled with water, and the mason who was in charge of operating the pump was not tired at all, and rotating the screw was much easier than he had imagined. He couldn't help shouting with ecstasy, "My father, this thing is great. I can't wait to see your next demonstration." Well, the reservoir is full, so let's move on to the next stage. Robb stood out with a holy smile on his face and stood in front of the faucet by the farmlands. He raised his hand high and said to the townspeople around him, "My children, next, what you will see is a truly great thing that can improve your life. I call it tap water." Tap water? The townspeople whispered silently. They saw Robb's hand softly twisting the faucet. Clatter. Clear water gushed out of the faucet. The result was as expected. The mason wasn't surprised. He was the first person in the town to comprehend the tap water system, but the other villagers looked confused and thought for dozens of seconds. Their eyes extended along with the faucet to the reservoir. They finally realized what they saw. Robb said with a smile, "When you want to use water at home, just connect the pipe to where you want it to go. At any time, just gently twist the faucet top, and the iron pipes will send the water directly from the reservoir. Twist it in the opposite direction and look." The water stopped flowing. After saying this, Robb found that the faucet was still dripping after it was twisted tightly. There wasn't any rubber ring in it after all, so it was impossible for it not to leak. He hooked a wooden basin with his foot and put it under the faucet. And then continued to put on a brilliant and holy expression. "Wow! That's amazing. This is great. Praise the God of light, praise our Father, praise Archimedes, for giving us such a great craft." Robb can't help complaining again. I'm not jealous of you praising Archimedes, but what's with the order of your praises? Putting the god of light in front and me in the second place, all in front of Archimedes. Doesn't Archimedes want merits? Hello? Apologize to Archimedes for me. While everyone was busy doing praises, Robb walked towards his stone stool, sat down, and instantly returned to a state of laziness. Alright, I'm done doing the demonstration. You guys do what you have to do, don't throw booze here. I have passed the necessary information to you guys. You guys will just have to figure it out by yourselves. The townspeople slowly dispersed. Then, the mayor grabbed the mason and the blacksmith. Hey, don't go, my family is going to install one of these things. Hurry to my house to help make one. The price. We'll negotiate over the price. Robb acquired tap water. The townspeople dispersed and the chapel returned to tranquility. Lillian jumped towards the faucet with a whoosh, looked left and right, and then, like Robb, gently twisted the faucet. Wow! A surge of water came out, which startled Lillian. She hurriedly twisted the faucet again and exclaimed, "Master, this thing is so interesting." "It's not for fun." Robb said lazily, "This will be used to reduce your workload. I'm too tired to see you draw water many times a day, so I made this thing. In the future, when you want to use water, you can gently carry it from here, so you won't have to get it from the well anymore. Oh, by the way, there are faucets in kitchens and toilets, and if you want me to add faucets anywhere else, just let me know, and I'll call the blacksmith to install another one." An inexplicable expression arose on Lillian's face. Her face flushed, and her originally snow-white Yusufan face now has a touch of red. It hit him hard. Robb couldn't help but look stunned. He has never seen something like this in the game. "Thank you, Master." Lillian bit her lower lip and said, "I swear I'll be loyal to Master for my entire life." "Well, don't make such an oath just yet." Robb said, "You'll never know. One day, a new life might come for you, so don't rush to set the tone of your life." In fact, he was talking about his feelings about his own life. Who would have thought that he would suddenly be transferred into the game after maxing everything? The ups and downs of life are truly hard to describe. "Master, Master, the faucet keeps dripping. Should we take care of it first?" cried Lillian. "Okay." Robb then said, "Go and fetch me a pen and a white cloth. I'll write up a commission and post it in the center of town. I'll give a gold coin to anyone who can find me a piece of natural rubber. Isn't it a waste to spend money like this? Should we just look for it in the Black Pine Mountain Range ourselves? I won't go. Even if have to I die, I won't go." Robb turned over and over on the stone stool. He then said, "No way, I'm searching a forest like an idiot again. I'm now an NPC who gives out missions, not an adventurer that does missions." Time slowly passed with his laziness. And several days passed in a blink of an eye. Robb's faucet no longer leaked. A group of townspeople dived into the woods. After avoiding a small group of goblins, they dug up a lot of medicinal materials, and managed to pick up a piece of natural rubber for Robb's commission. And finally, the faucets in Robb's house won't leak anymore. Lillian's job is much easier now. As soon as she twists the faucet cap, the tap water surges out, saving her a lot of time. Only when the water in the reservoir is used up does she have to take some time and effort to pump water in. However, it is still very different from having to draw water from a well. She had more time to stand beside Robb, sewing silently while Robb was being lazy. One master and one servant, as quiet as a picture. Now, she can not only cook delicious steak, but also how to make a maid costume. She can sew it even without Robb's tailoring mastery and skills. In her spare time, she has made several types of clothing for Robb, all of which were designed in a style that priests often wear. Robb could also sew, but he felt that the clothes he made aren't as pleasant as those made by women, so he ignored the lack of defense and put on the clothes made by Lillian. That afternoon, Lillian sat beside Robb, sewing with her little hands and said, "Master, the field is ready, and when it comes the right time to sow sweet potatoes, we can plant a whole layer of them." "Oh? Grow sweet potatoes?" Robb remembered that he had never asked what month and year it currently was in this world. Other than the fact that it wasn't cold to wear a t-shirt, jeans, and tube clothes in the cemetery in the middle of the night. How come Master doesn't even know what month and year it is? Lillian tilted her head curiously and said, "This year is 1344 and the year of the Black Dragon's flight. On July 20th, a month before August, I will be able to plant the sweet potatoes." Robb said, "I can understand that the year is 1344, but what do you mean by the year of the Black Dragon's flight?" Lillian became more and more curious. Why didn't her master know? However, she was only a slave, so she did not question the qualifications of her master, and honestly replied, "Since my childhood, I've heard adults say that there is a great mountain range in the middle of the Fengma continent, in which there lives a black dragon named Avicus. It's existed since the prehistoric era, so no one knows exactly how old it is. Usually it sleeps in the mountains and does not come out to cause trouble, but every 4 years, it wakes up and flies out of the mountain to look for treasures to take back into its cave. Therefore, every year that's a multiple of 4, 1 or 2 cities will be ransacked by the Black Dragon, and that year is called the Black Dragon's flight." "I see." Robb divided the number 1344 by 4 and came up with an answer. In other words, this guy has robbed humans at least 336 times, and yet he hasn't been slaughtered yet? It's too powerful. Lillian stuck out her little tongue and said, "There were countless adventurers who wanted to kill it and get the thousands of years of treasure from its cave. However, it can easily kill the greatest warrior in the world. No one could beat Avicus, the Black Dragon. We can only pray that it does not fly to our city." At this moment, she whispered, "However, I've been through the Black Dragon's flight 3 times now, but I haven't seen it yet. In a poor town like ours, there isn't even a decent piece of treasure. The Black Dragon must not have found it appealing. It will never come to Westwind Town, more like, I may never even get a chance to see it. Don't plant flags. But maybe if you plant this flag, you'll be able to eat on the same table with it this year," Robb said. What do you mean by planting flags?" Lillian looked perplexed. "Well, it's a little hard to explain." Robb was chatting happily with the little maid until he saw a large group of people coming to the chapel door, headed by the mayor, followed by his wife and son, as well as some of the most respectable rich men in town, all with their wives and children. Robb said, "What are you doing? Do you want to confess?" The mayor said, "My father, we've come to invite you to meet Baron Perseus at the town's gate." "What? Who's Baron Perseus?" asked Robb. "I don't know him well, why should I meet him?" The mayor and the rich townsmen all felt awkward, thinking silently, "My father doesn't even know Baron Perseus." Several seconds later, the mayor said, "In fact, we don't know him either. We just heard of him. He is a member of the White Lion Cavalry on the western border, and he is very trusted by the Great Duke, and this time he came to our town of Westwind Town because of you." "Me?" Robb said, "I don't even know him. Why is he here for me?" The mayor said, "Yes. Just a few days ago, didn't you prevent the 3 skeletons in the cemetery from being stolen by the Necromancer, and then exposed a huge conspiracy? You asked us to write and ask the Lord to deal with it, so the merchant sent the letter to the Great Duke, who attached great importance to it, and sent his right-hand man, Baron Perseus, to deal with the matter. So that's what happened. Robb has teased the little maid a lot and installed a water system these past days, so he forgot about the Necromancer last time. After all, he'd long been bored of such worldly matters and didn't bother to take the matter to heart. How could he be worried about it? He just didn't expect that his casual bluff at that time had already touched the concern of the Great Duke. How annoying. Robb tilted his mouth, not going. Why should I be the one to meet him? He should come here to meet me instead. The mayor was speechless for a moment and thought, the priest of light is so famous that he doesn't have to care about a mere baron. The rich men thought to themselves, Father is usually kind to us, but he's impatient when dealing with the baron. It seems that he's the kind of person who only cares about ordinary people, but dislikes associating with nobles. I suddenly feel like Father is too benevolent. The mayor hurriedly said, My father, it doesn't matter if you don't want to greet Baron Perseus, but there is also a nun of light. You buy Herr Wren, even if Baron Perseus, it doesn't matter if you don't want to greet him, but there is also a nun from the Church of Light. You probably have to go and greet her. There's a nun? Robb cheered up in an instant. Why didn't you tell me there was a nun? I have always cared for my fellow church members, as I am also a devout believer of the God of Light. Of course, I'll meet her. Ahem. In this small town without anything, there's no one who can discuss the teachings of light with me. My heart has long been turned into a withered desert and is in urgent need of revitalization with my fellow church members. Ahem. Ahem. Cut the crap, my children, lead the way. Mayor and the rich townsman. Robb turned to Lillian and said, Clean the house. Don't let the church members see our chapel looking dirty. Yes, master. Lillian hurriedly took a broom. Robb put on a brand new priest's outfit, which Lillian had just sewed for him. It was a good fit. He trimmed his blonde hair and looked at himself through a mirror. There wasn't any dirt on his face. It was nice and a bit too handsome. Now time to go and see little sister Nun. Of course, I'm just going to take a look. I absolutely have no hidden intentions, serious face. I'll just have to pray that the nun is a little sister. If it's an old nun, then. I just hope things won't come to that. Robb prayed earnestly to the heavens, God of light, I ask of you for your assistance. I hope your nuns are all beautiful women, not the kinds that look like old witches. For the sake of the fact that I have accumulated a lot of believers for you, it is impossible for you to ignore my little demands, right? Following the mayor and his party, they soon came to the eastern gate of the town, where there is a road that extends to the southeast, leading to the Bright Road, and then to the Capital of Saints. Merchants and soldiers often opt for this road, which is the bridge between the towns in the western border and Wangdu. After waiting at the gate of the town for less than 10 minutes, dust raised and flew across the road, and an army appeared in the distance. Robb thought he would see cavalry. After all, they're called the White Lion Cavalry, but it was actually an infantry unit. Moreover, this army is completely different from the typical knights in heavy armor. They are basically swordsmen and archers, all in light armor. Their number isn't large either, just a bit more than 100. There were 2 horses in front. One is a white horse, mounted by a tall and mighty knight in heavy armor that looks very powerful. The other is a red horse. It was shorter and was mounted by a nun. You can see a blue and white-edged nun outfit, which released a graceful aura. It is evident from his position that it is indeed a little sister. Well, I didn't come in vain. Robb was happy. God of light, you truly didn't fool hee. The mayor turned around and said, My father, what are you talking about? Your voice was too quiet. I couldn't hear you clearly. Robb spread his hand and said, I am praying for them. It must have been a very difficult journey. May the God of light bless them. The army finally arrived after a while, and the knight in front dismounted. Although he was dressed in heavy armor, he dismounted smoothly. He looked like a fierce athletic man that can shoot while riding on a horse accurately. This man seemed to be Baron Perseus, a member of the White Lion Cavalry. Robb glanced at him and was disappointed. It wasn't possible to tell what the occupation of others are in the real world, unlike in the game. His attire looks like he could be a warrior, paladin, or even a priest, because Western priests may also wear heavy armor and go to battle with weapons. I even remember throwing a holy counter or something back in the game. Of course, Robb's attention wasn't on the man. He only glanced at the man before turning his attention to the nun. The nun also dismounted, and her blue skirt drew a beautiful arc in midair. It was beautiful. Robb found that the nun was quite skilled, not like the backline type that can only chant magic. It was not until she stood on the ground could he see her face clearly. She's a young girl of about 20 years old. She's good-looking with deep facial features. Her expression remained cold and indifferent. She has blonde hair like Robb, but it was mostly covered by her hood, with only a little bit of her bangs showing. The Baron and nun came up to Robb and others, and the mayor and the rich townsman immediately bowed and saluted, "Welcome, Baron Perseus." It seemed that they also wanted to greet the nun, but they didn't know her name, so they had to say awkwardly, "Welcome, nun." Perseus casually said, "N." After he dealt with the mayor and the rich townsman, he strode up to Robb and said, "Are you Mr. Robb? I am Baron Perseus of the White Lion Cavalry. It's a pleasure to meet you." Robb said, "Oh, hello as well. It's a pleasure to meet you." When others are polite, Robb will also be polite. Baron Perseus said solemnly, "We have received a letter from you saying that there is a necromancer stealing bones here, in a vain attempt to form an army of the undead and to do some insane conspiracy. The Great Duke attaches great importance to it." When he said this, Robb was embarrassed. A few days ago, he threw the pot out of laziness, deliberately portrayed the matter exaggeratedly, and asked the mayor not ask him to help. He did not expect that it would alarm the Great Duke. Isn't this a little too much? If it was really just a thief magician stealing a few skeletons to do something sneaky, the Great Duke would be depressed after his painstaking efforts to find out. "I won't comfort you with sweets even if you cry." Just as he was thinking about this, he saw Baron Perseus make a solemn salute, with one hand on his chest, and his upper body bowed 90 degrees forward, for it was not easy for him to bend down because he was wearing heavy armor. His armor rubbed and rattled. He only heard him earnestly say, "Thank you for providing such important information. After receiving your notice, the Great Duke sent scouts and cavalry to several nearby villages to investigate." He was surprised to find that most of the towns near the Black Pine Mountains range had skeletons stolen. Some towns had only a few skeletons stolen, some as many as hundreds, and in towns without priests, the theft was very serious. Counting all the stolen skeletons, more than 700 were stolen. Then, he paused to let Robb digest what he had just explained, and then went on, "Before you reported this, no one paid attention to it. The mayors of several towns even thought that wild animals dug up the bones. They didn't even bother tracking them and didn't report it at all. It was your announcement that made everything clear and made the Great Duke send someone to scout." Hearing this, Robb couldn't help but freeze slightly and thought, "What, is there really a huge conspiracy going on? Didn't I just open my mouth and ramble? It really is undesirable to be able to plant flags at random." Baron Perseus said with a heavy look on his face, "You are right to worry. There is an evil necromancer who is forming an army of undead. God knows what it's going to look like. This year happens to be the year of the Black Dragon's flight, and the main forces of the Royal Knights are guarding the capital of Saints, not knowing when and where it'll attack and don't dare to relax at all. The main force of our White Lion Cavalry is also guarding the Bright Road. If the Black Dragon appears, we will fight it to the death. Now that the main army can't run around anymore, young people have more chances to act. The Necromancer must have seen this and took the opportunity to assemble an army of undead to engage in his conspiracy." Robb secretly cursed, "Erase. Clear. Delete. No, I smell trouble." The Baron said, "The main army couldn't be moved recklessly now, so the Great Duke said that the lair and movements of the Necromancers must be determined before the White Lion Cavalry can be dispatched to defeat his undead army with lightning speed." "Oh, I see," Robb said. "That's really hard work." He wanted to change the subject, otherwise, the Baron might open his mouth to invite him to join the team to look for the Necromancer. Though he can refuse and kick everyone away when he's unhappy, doing so would undoubtedly destroy his lazy life. If he refuses the order of the church or kick out the people in front of him right now, his fake priesthood will certainly be exposed. The armies of the Kingdom of Gran and the Church of Light will come like tidal waves, and I'll have to beat them back wave after wave. Frick, won't it just be a tower defense mission then? He's long since been towered of tower defense. If you don't want to make trouble for yourself, then I'll just change the subject. Robb turned to the nun standing next to him, and now, standing closer, he saw more clearly. The nun was tall, shapely, and the nun outfit could not hide her graceful posture, coupled with her cold facial features and facial expression. It was really pleasing to the eye, and he said, "Who is this nun?" The Baron was successfully distracted and hastened to introduce the characters. "This is Isher, the nun of the Church of Light." Because this incident involved tracking down a necromancer, and holy magic is the nemesis of the necromancer, the Great Duke asked the church for assistance, and they sent this nun to assist us in our investigation. Wow! Robb was overjoyed. So since you already have the help of a nun, you won't have to pull me in. Safe, I'm safe. However, a new question arose. Since this nun is from the Church of Light, wouldn't she be able to tell that he's a fake priest? He'll first try then. Robb smiled at Isher. "Nice to meet you, my sister." Isher indifferently, with an icy expression on her face, emotionlessly replied, "Hello, my father." Robb thought, "Great, I can be relieved now. It seems like she doesn't know that I'm a fake priest. Come to think of it, this is normal." In the medieval era, information and transportation were extremely underdeveloped, and the Holy Light Chapel where this nun was located was only a small branch of the Church of Light. How could she know whether the priests in all the churches on the continent were real or not? Not to mention her, even if the Pope comes, he may not know whether he is real or not, unless before he comes here, the Pope looks through the list of priests of all the churches on the continent. From Mary to Sunny and Ivory, he still won't find my name. Isher said coldly, "Father, we are here to find the necromancer as soon as possible. Please take us to the cemetery. There may still be clues left by the necromancer." "Okay. Come with me." Robb thought to himself, "As long as you don't ask me for help, you can toss and play as much as you like." He led the way towards the chapel, followed by the Baron and nun, then a large group of soldiers. The mayor and the rich townsmen of the town were driven away and weren't allowed to follow at all. By this time, Lillian's already cleaned the chapel, even the yard of the chapel was clean. When she saw so many people, she was a little afraid, hiding behind a tree, and showing half of her face occasionally. Robb was worried that the nobles around him would attack her. If they did, he'd inevitably have to fight against them to protect her. So he waves to her, and Lillian understood and went back to the servants' room and didn't come out. He would inevitably fight her against the nobles in order to protect her, so he caused some trouble for no reason, so she waved to her, and Lillian understood and went back to the servants' room. The soldiers stopped at the door and divided into two teams. The first team is in charge of guarding the gate, while the second are spread out outside to protect the entire chapel. Robb found that although their army was small, it was well trained. Baron Perseus didn't speak at all while the commander only pointed fingers. The soldiers found their station by themselves, so it can be said that they don't lack any training. As soon as Baron Perseus entered the yard, he found a reservoir standing high near the well. It was so high that he couldn't tell that there was a water reservoir there, but only a large pile of stones built into a platform. He pointed curiously at the reservoir and said, "Father, have you built a beacon in the chapel? If so, why is the beacon so dwarf?" "It's for water storage, there's a water reservoir on it." Robb laughed. "What are you doing storing water so high?" Baron Perseus couldn't understand, but he didn't go about asking him questions. His top priority is still to find out the clues of the necromancer first. There wasn't any need for anyone to lead the way to the cemetery. Sister Isher followed behind, while Robb moved lazily. The Baron crouched in front of an empty tomb and looked inside. He looked at the traces of the dirt at the mouth of the hole, and he looked up. Sure enough, the skeleton crawled out. Even the earth was dug out from the inside. The nun also went to the mouth of the hole, and after a few seconds, I can still feel the gloomy spirit left by the necromancer. The nun was really beautiful. She squatted down and stretched out her hand with an aura of tranquil beauty, coupled with her facial features and cold expression. She seemed like a painting. The Baron looked up at Robb and said, "Father, can you elaborate on what you saw that night?" "Oh, no problem." Robb slowly elaborated what he'd seen that night. Of course, he only said that he used dispel magic to stop the necromancer. He didn't say that he used control skeleton to get the body back into the grave. The Baron and nun listened calmly, and after a few seconds, the Baron looked up and then to the hillside. It seems that he may have been on that hillside manipulating the skeletons, and after being dispelled, he withdrew decisively. I should send a team to search that side immediately. Robb thought to himself, he's not there. At that time, I used detection magic, but he wasn't there. Robb wouldn't say this out loud though, so as to not cause any trouble. He didn't say it, but the nun next to him did. She said, "Baron, I don't think that the necromancer was on the hillside." Robb thought to himself, huh? How did you know? Sister Detective Conan edition? Just a look at the scene, and voila. The Baron looked back curiously. "Sister, can you tell me your reason?" The nun put on a cold face. "This necromancer is engaged in a huge conspiracy and has stolen more than 700 skeletons. From this point of view, he must be very strong. He's not incompetent, otherwise his magic wouldn't be able to control an army of undead." Robb and the Baron agreed, "Good point." The nun continued, "If such a powerful necromancer had been on that hillside, do you think he would have retreated obediently? If a priest in a remote town stops his plot, the priest may even uncover his plot. He'll have to immediately kill the priest then and pretend to be a thief, so as to prevent Westwind Town from sending that letter to the Great Duke." The Baron said, "Oh," and realized, yes, that's true. Robb thought to himself, huh? This nun is very clever. Indeed, the necromancer did not know how strong I was, and if he had been here, he would have rushed out to kill me, but he could not reach out to me from so far away. Knowing that it was too late to stop me from sending the message, he just gave up on the idea. Of course, it was wise of him to give up, otherwise he would have hung on the fifth-gear ceiling fan by now. The Baron immediately had a thought and added, "What if the necromancer's afraid of being restrained by holy magic, so he didn't dare attack this priest?" The nun shook her head with a cold face. "Although holy magic can restrain the necromancer, it also depends on who is using the holy magic. A powerful necromancer isn't afraid of a low-ranked priest who hasn't completely learned holy magic. The so-called restraint can only be said in the case of equal strength." "Oh, I see." The Baron nodded and asked nothing more. However, the conversation between them affixed to Robb's head the title, "A low-ranked priest who hasn't completely learned holy magic." Robb didn't know how to complain, so he just comforted himself, "Forget it, there are many nuns from the big city. In her eyes, town priests mustn't be strong. I won't argue to maintain my low profile. I'm lazy. Whatever you say, lest you think I'm strong. If you do, you'll probably drag me to do this and that for you." The Baron thought carefully. All the villages and towns where the bones were stolen are at the foot of the Black Pine Mountain range. We are certain that when the necromancer stole the bones, his body was quite far from them. That is to say, his lair should be in the depths of the Black Pine Mountain range. He held out his hand and pointed to the mountain in front of him. "It seems that we have to go into that mountain to look for it. More than a dozen skeletons were stolen not too long ago, so he should have left many traces when he entered the mountain. If we follow those traces, we'll have a good chance of finding the necromancer." The nun nodded, "All right." Robb said, "Let's go. Let's go. I'm out of trouble now. It's just that it'll be a little regretful to have the beautiful nun leave. There is only a priest and no nuns in the chapel. It feels lacking." While he was thinking about this, the Baron said, "Fortunately, I was prepared. I brought light swordsmen and archers. It'll be no problem for them to search the mountain. It's getting late. We'll station in town for one night and head to the mountain tomorrow morning. My soldiers will camp on the hillside next to the cemetery. I saw a stream over there. You don't have to stay with us old men, just rest in the chapel for the night. Baron Perseus led the soldiers to the hillside and camped along a brook. His soldiers were skilled. They managed to camp in an instant. However, the cold nun, Ishur, stayed. They stared at each other for an instant. "Father, I'm going to stay for the night." Ishur was clearly saying her thanks, but her expression was flat, cold, and emotionless. Robb had no reason to refuse such a beautiful nun's request to stay in the chapel for a night either from a man or a priest's point of view. He shrugged, "You're welcome to stay, sister. I only live with a single little maid in the chapel, so there are still several vacant rooms. Just take anyone you like." Robb said, "Besides, bedding and other necessities are not available right now." He was about to say that I would ask the maid to buy them, when Ishur took the lead and said, "I'll take care of it. I'll go around town later and borrow one from one of the believers." "Why borrow from a believer? Just buy it." Robb said, "Borrowing bedding can be scary. If the original owner has any skin diseases or anything similar and doesn't even wash it." "Tut tut, I'd rather buy a new one." Ishur replied, "I don't have money." "Nuns don't need money." Hearing this, Robb suddenly remembered that nuns are required to make 3 vows. The first is, divine poverty, or in other words, to be poor. Nuns spend their entire lives defending their own poverty, and won't have any personal belongings. Although they are occasionally paid for their work, they won't leave with the money, but give it either to an orphanage or a church. Although a little strange, one thing's certain. That is, they are not materialistic people. Robb loves these types of women. He shrugged and said, "If you don't have money, I do. I'll ask Lillian to buy you a set." Ishur shook her head seriously and said, "No need. I'll just stay for a night. I'll borrow a set of bedding. You don't have to be worried about infectious diseases. I know the magic cure disease, which can borrow holy power from the God of Light to cure common diseases." "Father, you are also a holy priest. Do you not know cure disease?" Robb replied, "Though I know cure disease, I won't get myself infected deliberately, and then use it to cure it. I'm not out of my mind." I feel like there's something wrong with what I just said. Whatever, I'm the host, I'll just make some demands to the guests." He then forcefully said, "I don't care which quality place you came from. Since you've come to my chapel, you'll have to listen to me. I'll pay for the bedding. Don't go outside and borrow some dirty, smelly, and infected bedding. Otherwise, I'll wrap you up in that smelly bedding and throw you into the cemetery for the night." "Oh. Well, since you insist, I don't have any problem with that." Ishur stopped being overly polite and calmly accepted Robb's offer. In the eyes of nuns, it was only natural that food, clothing, and shelter should be provided by the church because they devote their entire lives to the God of Light. Of course, she didn't know that Robb wasn't from the Church of Light. If she did, she would have pictured a huge sacred nova on his face. "That's right, sister." Robb said, "Since I'll be spending the next half of the day in the yard, can I make a small request?" Ishur asked, "What requests?" "Think about it. Every time I have to call you, I need to say, my sister. It's so long and troublesome to say, but if I call you by your name, Ishur, it'll also be quite long. Why don't I just call you E? How is it?" "No one," Ishur coldly said, "please use a more formal name." "All right, little E. Please call me sister." "I see, little E." Ishur. He was unreasonable. She didn't know how to talk to such a priest, so she just shook her head and gave up arguing. "Call me whatever you want." She went into the chapel to find a vacant room, put down her luggage, and went back to the yard where she saw Robb telling Lillian, "Go to town and buy some bedding for the nun." "Oh, Any while your day, buy some towels, water cups, and bowls. The things she'll use must be separated from ours. Let's see, maybe something similar will happen in the future. Just buy a few more sets for backup. My father, I'll only stay for a night. Little E raised her voice, there's no need for you to waste so much money. I know. Even if you only stay for an hour, your drinking cups and eating bowls must still be different from ours. Do you understand now? Little E. She's having a hard time understanding Robb's strange penchant for cleanliness. Isn't it strange that he's this fixated on cleanliness? Suddenly, she thought of something, and with an angry look on her cold face, do you think I'm dirty? I don't think you're dirty. Robb immediately denied it, and as soon as Little Ye's face eased up, he added, I hate that everyone in this world is dirty. Oh, no, my little Lillian had learned in recent days and has become quite hygienic. Everyone except her and me are dirty. Nonsense. Little E got angry, I take baths too. Once every? Robb asked. 6. No, 7 days. This world isn't in the Middle Age, but is a world of swords and magic. There aren't any differences between taking or not taking baths. It's just part of the setting, don't worry about it. Please let history respect my father-in-law's setting. My father-in-law said that she washes once every 7 days, so she washes every 7 days. Don't reason with me, history. Robb immediately showed a look of extreme disgust on his face and screamed, Don't come closer. Oh, my God, it's hard to imagine how dirty you are. You have such a pretty face, but it's a big trash can and a moving collection of bacteria. If you want to stay in my chapel tonight, you must take a bath, now. Little E almost fainted by his remarks, I have washed very hard, all right? Do you take a bath every 5 days? How dare you use this tone to berate me? Robb told Lillian, tell this dirty nun the rules of this chapel. Lillian did not dare to talk nonsense to a nun like Robb did. She saluted respectfully, Sister, the master's rule is that you must take a bath every day, rinse your mouth 3 times a day, wash your hands before and after meals, and if you fail to do a good job, he will instantly become lazy. Ahem. Instantly change from a gentle priest to a violent one. Master, I was talking too fast, I'll shush now. I'm not going to call you a lazy or violent priest. Robb, you already said it. Master. I really didn't mean to. Robb grabbed Lillian and crumpled her little face into several strange shaped. Looking at the master and Maid fooling around, even Little E lost her anger. Instead, her heart was filled with doubts. What's the difference between this pair of master and servant? The Maid's a kingdom girl, so she probably doesn't know the rules, but the master didn't even make a scene. Is there such a priest in the Church of Light? None of the priests I've seen were like this. After being toyed around by Robb, Lillian went to town to buy the bedding and daily necessities, and soon, peace was restored to the little chapel. Little E and Robb didn't know each other well, so she couldn't find anything to say. It was awkward, so she wanted to do something. She saw a bunch of messy footprints on the ground at the gate of the yard left by the people who came earlier, so she took up a broom and swept the floor. The beautiful nun swept the floor. It was beautiful, the key was her style, which Robb appreciated very much. After she finished sweeping, she wanted to clean a table. So, she went into the house to find a bucket, wrapped a suafa around it. Just when she was about to throw it into the well, Robb cried out, Wait, here, we don't pull water out of the well. Little E looked at him curiously, then, how do you use water? Look at the corner of the field, there's an iron pipe hanging down, see? It's attached to a water reservoir. I see it. Good, go there now, use that faucet. Yes. That thing, rotate it gently and don't put in a lot of strength. As soon as Little E twisted it according to his words, the rattling water gushed out of the faucet and startled her. "What's this? Magic?" Robb pointed at the reservoir above in the yard and said with a smile, "It's called tap water. It's not magic. Put simply, it means to take out water from water stored in high places and using it in lower places." Little E looked up at the reservoir, then at the faucet. She seemed to understand something. She put the bucket under the faucet and watched the clear water slowly filling up the bucket. She then gently rotated the faucet. The water stopped, then, she turned it on again, the water comes again, and then it stops again. After playing with it repeatedly for 3 or 4 times, her cold expression melted slightly and flashed a smile for a moment, but she immediately put it away. She then said, "It's so convenient to use water like this. No wonder you can take bath every day. If I had this too, I could bathe every day. There are also faucets and toilets in and near the kitchen." Robb said seriously, "Be sure to wash your hands after pooping. I know you like wiping your buttocks with your hands." Little E. He didn't have to say that. Little E almost went crazy and said with a straight face, "Father, don't you have any gentlemanly manners? Can the word buttocks be used in a discussion with a nun? This is called stating facts. There are some things you can say and things you can't. This is not a question of whether it can be said or not, but a question that must be said. Personal hygiene habits, defend them to your death. There is no room for euphemism, or you'll die off some strange disease sooner or later." Huh. Little E stopped talking. Robb stopped bothering as well. Robb then shrugged, and collapsed on a stone stool, and started becoming lazy. After a long time, Lillian came back and brought back the daily necessities, but when she was going to help Little E make her bed, she was stopped by her. The hard-working nun decided to make her own bed and didn't need any external help. Robb found something good about her with this small action. This girl doesn't like asking others for help. She likes doing everything herself. From this action, we can see that she isn't born from a rich family. I heard that all the nuns are girls from rich families, while girls who came from poor families can only be slaves. How did Little E become a nun? This is interesting. That night, Lillian's steak seemed to have become quite repetitive recently, making Robb quite dissatisfied. Westwind Town is too small. It is almost impossible to buy any decent ingredients here. I only keep eating steak, lamb chops, pork chops, and chicken chops. But Little E enjoyed it. For the poor nun, the steak was very high-end. At this time, she'd already bathed and was dressed in clean nun clothes while eating the steak comfortable. Looking around, he saw that the nun clothes that she'd changed was hanging on a sofa, floating by the wind. It was beautiful. Although her face was cold, she thought to herself, why does it feel much more comfortable living here than in the main Church of Light? This relaxing feeling. Stop. I should stop thinking like this. I almost committed one of the sins, laziness. When she thought of this, she tilted her head and looked at Robb strangely. Robb shrugged. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have mushroom sauce on my face? Little E said. Little E said, I don't seem to have seen you study the Bible of Light. Robb really wanted to say the line, looking at that worthless holy scripture would be of no use, but he knows that if he says that, he'll probably have to eat divine punishment or mind shock. This little nun will definitely shoot all the attack magic she knows at my face in an instant. His magic resistance is high though, so she'll probably deal little to no damage. Then he'll have to play that tower defense type game again. The Templar Knights will probably come to clean up, and after being blown up themselves, the church will ask for troops from the Kingdom of Gran. The Great Duke will then have to send troops to the Bright Road, and along with the White Lion cavalry, will attack him, and be blown up as well. Afterward, the Royal Knights will come and be blown up, then maybe the Kingdom of Gran will join hands with Norma. And of course, they'll also be blown up by yours truly. On the other hand, the great Tang kingdom will watch the play unfold with their arms behind their backs with a three-lip grin. They may even write a few statements saying, "We are deeply regretful about the strife that has happened in your kingdom." The tower defense will go on endlessly. So, to avoid it all, he had to shrug and say, "When I get up every morning, I read the Bible of Light 10 times. I think I've fully listened to the teachings of God today. When you saw me lying on the stone stool, I was actually practicing my holy magic in secret. On the surface, I'm lazy, but in fact I've been practicing holy magic desperately over and over again. My body is filled with holy power, and it is about to overflow." Little Yi's cold face looked suspicious. "I can only believe that you are practicing holy magic, but I was actually lazy just now. Laziness is one of the 7 sins, and it almost led me astray." Of course, the 7 sins aren't unforgivable as long as they are appropriately corrected. They will still be good believers in the end, so she won't draw a line with Robb because of laziness. But she still had to remind Robb, "With all due respect, may I ask to what extent is your holy magic now?" Robb replied, "I feel pretty good about myself." Little E coldly said, "It's just your feeling. I have never seen a lazy strong man. You won't get strong without diligent practice. That you're misunderstanding." Robb shrugged and said, "Before you met me, my guild was unique. It was 1 in a million. How many players were there in Dark Blade? I was the first to take the clothes back then. I had several nicknames: the Grinding Emperor, the Demon of Shushian, Virgo's Feek, and the Pervert who died whilst a patch update. My grinding tendency has long since been deemed a legend, although I've left the game, my legend is still being spread. I'm sure you've never seen such a hardcore grinder in your life." Little E didn't understand a word. "What on earth are you talking about?" "I meant I'm hardworking, so I'm quite strong," Robb said. "Little E, you said such strange things, why did it turn dwarf upon translation?" Robb smiled and said, "Ha. This is called the secret of linguistics." Little Yi's aloof style almost collapsed. This priest was just too weird. She didn't know why she always thought his smiles were cheap, especially his exclamations. Whenever he exclaims, it makes people feel the urge to yell at him, "Shut up, priest." Of course, they can't yell at him because wrath is also one of the 7 deadly sins. It's pointless to commit a sin just to persuade another to stop committing another sin. She forcibly suppressed her soul which tried to run away and coldly said, "But I feel that you're weak." "That's just an illusion. I'm strong. But I really feel that you're weak. I'm amazing. Don't just talk about me." "What about you?" Robb said. Little E deliberately used Robb's tone and said, "I am pretty good too." At this point, the atmosphere became subtle and oddly played a glaring tone. "Then should we have a match?" It's unknown who said this sentence first or if both said it at the same time, but it inexplicably turned into a situation where it was impossible to maintain a normal conversation regardless of victory. Robb said, "If we're having a contest, then we'll have one. Say the rules. What are we competing in?" Little E coldly said, "Let's compare our restoration magic. We'll compare which is more powerful, larger in range, and chant speed. If you lose to me, please spend your time practicing instead of lazing around." Robb said, "That's a constructive proposal, but why do you want to compete in restoration magic? Isn't it better to just compete in holy magic in Commander? Is it because you're unconfident?" Little Yi's face remained expressionless and chanted silently, "Baldur, God of Light, your faithful follow offers all my piety and faith to you. Please grant me holy power. Divine punishment." A golden light flew from her fingertips and hit the ground next to her with bang. When the light dissipated, a big hole was left on the ground. She said coldly, "See, think I can use offensive magic?" "Wow!" Robb uttered an authentic priestly exclamation, "Awesome, what a powerful, divine punishment." But secretly, he thought, the chanting of holy magic seems to be different from Shuelu's fire magic. I treated the townsman's leg last time and used that nonsense, but it seems that I was wrong. Ugh, forget it. I'll just watch my words in the future. He smiled and asked Little E, if you can use offensive magic, why do you want to compete with restoration magic? Little E said, the god of light is loving. He loves everything. Because of this, most magic he creates is used to cure patients and save lives. The limited offensive magic we have is a weapon we use when darkness strikes. It is not what the god wants us to master. So, to find out who is more pious to the god of light and who is more proficient in divine magic is better tested with restoration magic. Clapping, Robb applauded, admirable. I already knew how worthy of a nun you are, but, to compete in restoration magic? Do we go and find a group of townspeople, give them some serious injuries, and then cure them afterward? Little E almost jumped and almost committed anger again. Are you kidding me? Why is your idea for competition so cruel? Then what better way do you have? Robb asked. Little E said, you see, the sun is about to go down. Soon, it'll be the time when monsters are most active. We can go into the mountain and find a group of goblins or ogres. We'll beat them with kindness, and come to cure them. Robb, degree. This is definitely a fake nun, saying that offensive magic is not in line with the purpose of the god of light, but insane enough to the extent that people have to flip their tables in anger. However, this is ridiculous. Whatever, a competition is a competition. Robb is a lazy person, but he's unyielding. Only this kind of person can become the grinding emperor. After dinner, the sun set. It wasn't completely dark, so it's the best time to go into the mountains to find monsters to beat. Little E went the red horse she rode and took her weapon. Robb saw that her weapon's a staff, not some magnificent staff used by wizards with precious gems at the top, but a staff made of pure wood with no gems embedded, an unadorned staff. Robb smiled and said, wow. It's a simple weapon. It goes well with a poor nun. Little E didn't bother to talk to him, and threw a white eye at him. After several seconds, she asked, where's your weapon? Robb said solemnly, to show that I'm a real priest, I have no weapon. However, you do, so we can see that I am the man who truly loves everything and believes in the god of light. I won before we even started using restoration magic. Little E. Since she hadn't learned that Robb had slain a double-legged dragon from the mayor and the townspeople, she thought that Robb was just a normal priest who hadn't learned much about holy magic. She thought, it seems that he can only run his mouth, but his actual combat effectiveness are weak. It'll be up to me to seriously injure monsters, and all he'll have to do is use his restoration magic. She carried her staff on her shoulder and pointed at the mountains that have been dyed red by the setting sun. Let's go. Let's find if there's a goblin or a magician, which are both good targets for our competition. Are you sure you want to do this? Goblins and ogres are not creatures you can play around with. Moreover, it's dangerous to enter the mountains after sunset. If you are surrounded by ogres, I won't save you. Little E said, I'll save you though. At this point, there really isn't anything to say. Robb found that Little E's a strong nun. She has her own style. If this kind of woman was in the game, she'll be called the Grinding Empress. He's the Grinding Emperor, which seems to be a good match. What are you doing in a daze? Let's go, hurry into the mountain before the sun goes down. Little E walked to the hillside behind the chapel. Robb whistled and followed behind. To be honest, Robb isn't looking forward to what'll happen next, that is, beating a bunch of goblins and then using magic faster than her. Robb doesn't need to chant to cast a spell, so he's unlikely to lose, but that isn't fun. Were it not for Little Ye's conviction, he wouldn't have bothered to do this. He put his hands in his pockets and walked a few steps before two heads suddenly appeared in the distance, two soldiers with the Baron. They were dressed in leather armor, bows on their backs, and swords and quivers hanging around their waists. They seemed to be responsible for scouting around their camp. They saluted Robb and Little E and asked respectfully, "Father and sister, are you two going up the mountain? It's dangerous in the mountains, please be careful." "It's all right," Robb said with a smile, "we'll just knock some goblins down before coming back." The expressions on the faces of the two soldiers were so wonderful that they seemed to want to ask, "Are you sick? Why would you knock some goblins down at this time of day? It's your skulls that'll get knocked up, right?" But they were only minor soldiers and dared not complain about the priest and none of the Church of Light. At this very moment, a strange blue flashed up on the hillside next to the cemetery, and then a magic array spread out on the hillside with a radius of about 5 yards. That is, it was 10 yards in diameter. A huge circle was drawn instantly, and the next moment, it was filled with all kinds of strange magic symbols. Robb pointed curiously, "What the hell?" Just as he uttered these 3 words, Little E next to him also cried out, "It's teleporting array, something is coming. Alert!" The 2 soldiers shouted at the same time, "Beware of enemy attacks." When several people said these words simultaneously, the 10-diameter magic array had been fully deployed and began to activate. Brushing the dirt off, several figures appeared in the middle of the array, and then a huge figure appeared. The light of the magic array then disappeared, then finally, 3 people and a huge double-headed magician. Those 3 people were people that Robb already knew, Gorda, Jike, and Shuelu. The trio looked terrible. Gorda's heavy armor was full of holes and seemed to have suffered many heavy blows. His body under the armor was probably scarred, his face and head were covered with blood. And this shield that used to be on his left hand was gone. He had his sword in his right hand, but judging from the way he held it, he had no strength left. Jike looks terrible too. There are black marks on his leather armor. It seems like he's been scorched by fireballs. Even his hair and beard were yellow and curled up. He had suffered internal injuries that aren't visible to the naked eye as well. As for Shuelu, the fire magician, her left hand, left shoulder, and wand held in her left hand were all frozen in ice, while her right hand was spread flat on her chest, holding a used magic scroll in the palm of her hand. The runes on the scroll dissipated, leaving only a faint, blue, scattered magic light still pervading over the scroll. It's obvious that Shuelu used the life-saving scroll Robb had given her and was teleported here. Moreover, when they teleported, they failed to shake off the enemy and brought it back with them. Standing in front of them was a tall and fierce double-headed magician, at least 3 meters in height, with arms as thick as buckets, and a giant stick in its hand. It has 2 heads, one blue and the other, red. Robb was quite familiar with this type of double-headed magician. This was also in the game. It was not only physically powerful, but can also use magic. The blue head on its left can spit ice arrows, while the red head to its right spits out fireballs. It's a powerful monster with ice and fire magic with high physical attack and defense. The boss, double-headed magician, is 1 level higher than elite. The magician was confused. It still hasn't understood its situation because it was suddenly teleported. Robb took the opportunity to say hello to the 3 adventurers. "Why are you guys in a weird situation every time I run into you? Last time, it was against an elite double-legged dragon. Now you guys are fighting a double-headed dragon. It's getting worse. The next time I run into you, will you guys be fighting against an elite black dragon?" The 3 adventurers heard Robb's voice and breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, there wasn't any time to pay attention to Robb's words. With the last of her strength, Shuelu shouted, "Mr. Robb, help." She just said these 3 words of help before the ogre moved. It's acclimated to the sudden transmission, and decided to kill the people around first. Shuelu's stick fell, because her left arm was frozen. She couldn't move nor could she dodge. Gorda leaped from the side with the last of his strength. And with a loud bang, he and his sword flew in both directions, flying in 2 long parabolas mid-air, and fell miserably. Robb sighed, "I can't even be lazy." Forget it, I'll do. Just then, the sound of bow being tugged suddenly sounded nearby, and two powerful arrows shot into the air and into the chest of the magician. It turns out that the two soldiers nearby assisted. As soon as they sent the alarm, they immediately helped and shot two arrows at the magician, just enough to stop it from attacking Shualu again. The attention of the magician was briefly placed on the soldiers. It looked around and wondered where they came from. At this time, Little Yi's voice sounded, "Balder, God of Light, your faithful follow offers all my piety and faith to you. Please grant me holy power, radius, 10 yards, holy nova." The tip of the nun's wooden staff burst into a golden halo and spread in all directions, instantly shrouding the three adventurers and the magician. When Little E made her move, Robb stopped and watched her abilities. As strong as he is, he doesn't know enough about this world. In this real world, people don't have a panel suspended over their heads, no level, no BWH data, or the like. If you want to know the strength of others, you can only watch their battles live. The Holy Nova released by Little E instantly wrapped all three adventurers, causing them to feel a surge of warmth. Some of their wounds healed instantly. The three of them couldn't help but freeze slightly, a little unaccustomed to the situation. Last time, when Robb used Holy Nova, they were healed instantly and were energized as well. However, this time, they only felt a little better and didn't fully recover after eating a sacred Nova. It can only be said that they've been healed from their moderate injuries, so at least they won't die. In fact, this is the normal power of Holy Nova. There is also the double-headed magician that's shrouded by the Holy Nova, but it seems that it's only being tickled. Instead of paying attention to the caster, its focus continued on the two soldiers who shot the arrows on the hillside. Its red head opened its mouth and spit out a fireball the size of a football. It flew across the sky and hit the two soldiers. One of the soldiers took out a small leather shield. He knelt on one knee and used his shield to charge at the fireball. Bang! The fireball hit his shield and exploded. Fire surged on both sides of the shield, and the soldier swiftly fell back and rolled on the ground more than a dozen times before stopping. His leather armor had blackened everywhere. The other soldier turned to look at his companion, then shouted in the direction of their camp, "Help us! We can't handle this thing." A large group of soldiers then rushed out of the hillside. But instead of rushing to the front of the magician, they bent their bows and readied their arrows, shooting at the magician. The magician turned his head and slapped the arrows with its giant stick. A small number of arrows were slapped down, but some of them hit. Within a few seconds, dozens of arrows had been laid on the magician's body. However, they didn't seem to penetrate into its skin. Not a drop of blood was shed. It didn't even howl in pain. Instead, it yelled angrily at the soldiers. Its blue head on its left also opened its mouth, and an ice arrow was shot out towards the hillside. This time, no soldier foolishly tried to block it. They rolled away in an instant. The cold arrow hit the ground and a large area of flowers and plants were frozen into ice. The magician strode up the hillside and swiftly killed the group of soldiers. While this was going on, the three adventurers breathed sighs of relief. They looked at Little E, who had just cast a healing spell, and then turned to look at Robb. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on. Robb originally wanted to wave his hand to cure the three, but after glancing at Little E next to him, he gave up and asked, "What trouble have you come across this time?" Gorda got up from the ground with difficulty and said, "We completed the mission of the townsmen in White Birch Forest. We killed 5 or 6 ordinary ogres. And after getting our rewards, we left. But we didn't expect to meet a magician boss on our way, and then, as you've witnessed. Fortunately, Shuelu had an instant transmission scroll, which is really surprising considering how valuable it is. Shuelu didn't dare tell others that Robb gave it to her. She shook her numb left arm and said, "This life-saving scroll was given to me by my magic teacher. I've treasured it for several years, but I didn't expect to use it here." Jike shrugged. The archer doesn't talk as much as his two companions. Before Robb could continue to complain, Little E squeezed into the conversation. Are you free enough to talk? Raise your arms, I'll restore them for you. We must clean up this mess as soon as possible. If we let the magician run into town, the consequences would be unimaginable. With that, she chanted again because she knew full well that the holy nova she casted wasn't enough to heal all their injuries. She knew that she needed to use a much more effective spell. Shuelu looked curiously at the nun with a cold look on her face and said strangely, "Who is this?" Robb shrugged and said, "As you can see, she's a nun from a big city. Before you came, we were supposed to compete in restoration magic. The plan was to go to the forest, find a group of goblins, beat them up with kindness in our hearts, and then see who can heal them faster and better." Shuelu said in surprise, "Compete with you? Isn't that just asking for defeat?" Gorda considered this differently from Shuela. He laughed and said, "Then why don't you treat us? We are in urgent need of help." Robb said, "Indeed, now that you've said so, it seems that there is no need for us to beat goblins up. We can just compare to see who can heal you better, this fart nun or me." No sooner than he finished his words, he heard Little E sing her chant and finish the closing notes, "Group heal." Then, a holy light wrapped the three adventurers. This time, its effect was very good. The three felt their injuries recover quicker. And in a blink of an eye, their injuries healed. Put simply, Holy Nova is a fast AoE spell with AoE damage and heal. According to the commander rules of Western fantasy magic, this fast and comprehensive spell is less powerful and is usually used to rescue people, albeit weakly. Group healing, on the other hand, takes a while to cast and doesn't have any offensive capability, so its healing effect is better than Holy Nova. It's usually used when the situation isn't urgent. Little E made a cold and arrogant face and said to Robb, "I've won." "Ha!" Robb protested, "You used 2 magic spells to heal them. This is cheating. You didn't even agree to treat them." "Cheating?" Little E said impassively, "It's not that I cheated, but that you lack the normal habit of using your holy light to benefit sentient beings and heal those around you whenever and wherever. This is a sign of your lack of practice in holy magic and your lack of faith in the God of Light." Robb secretly complained, "Bull, I obviously had a mouthful of milk when I saw people hurt in the game. I always plan to ask them what happened before throwing a cure at them, but I was worried that you'll notice that I don't chant. I'm worried about my identity being exposed, so I didn't cast a healing spell. But, I was ready to pretend to recite a few words for the chant before healing them. Who knew you were such a sinister nun? You unexpectedly rushed the situation. Forget it, I'm a man with good temperament. I should be calm and give way to petty women." Robb shrugged and said, "Good, you win. I lost, so you must be happy." Seeing Robb admit his defeat without making any excuses whatsoever, Little E changed her opinion about him. Although the priest was lazy, at least he wasn't a mother-in-law. She said quickly, "Now that you've admitted defeat, you should be more diligent. From hence onward, you can no longer be lazy and have to practice holy magic." "Yes, you're right," Robb said, "I will practice well." "Well, at least there's no more nonsense now. Look over there," Little E said. Pointing her hand at the hillside, she saw that the double-headed magician was fighting with a large group of soldiers. Although Baron Perseus didn't have that many men, they were all well trained. Nearly 100 soldiers attacked the magician in an orderly manner. The front line carrying leather shields and the back line shooting arrows with their bows. When the magician isn't careful enough, it would be approached at the back by a soldier and be cut with a knife. Unfortunately, the skin of the magician is so thick that it doesn't matter if it takes a knife or two, and the soldier who stabs would just be forced away with its hands. Its 2 heads, left shooting ice arrows, right shooting fireballs, also forced the soldiers to hide while fighting the magician. Baron Perseus came at this time, but he didn't join the fight yet. He stood at the side with dozens of guards who didn't join the battle and commanded loudly. If he doesn't take part in the battle, Robb wouldn't be able to see what occupation the Baron has and what skills he has. Because of this, Robb focused more on the soldiers and looked at them for a few times, and they seemed good. Although they were weak, they were well coordinated, organized, and disciplined. They didn't play with their personal heroism. In other words, they were much more qualified than the players who joined the guild he built in the game. Although the players that joined his guild took him as the leader, they don't listen to him at all. During several public battles, whenever he told people to go to the east, a large number of people ran west. When he commanded everyone to break through the enemy stronghold, they went for a lone enemy flying in the sky. Of course, the war was crazy, and he was harassed by the enemy so much that he couldn't even leave the door. Finally, Robb turns on his microphone, and charges with his left hand on the keyboard and his right, on the mouse. He forcibly rushed to turn the situation around. Robb was so angry that his guild won the war with a low score. Because of this, he didn't go to public battles much. And before long, he lost attraction to the activity, which accelerated his desire to quit the game. However, when he saw the well-trained soldiers before him, Robb couldn't help but feel nostalgic and thought, if I had such an obedient army at hand and commanded them to fight, wouldn't the enemy feel hopeless? Ugh, I should stop thinking about this. When I think about this, I feel like I actually want to try it. No, my Virgo spirit is beginning to awaken. I need to calm down. There are no public wars here in the real world. A war here would end up with him playing tower defense. While he was thinking about this, Gorda shouted, "Let's do it. We brought the magician here, so we should take responsibility." His nostalgic recollection was interrupted when he saw that Gorda had rushed in. Jike drew his bow and readied an arrow, shot, and hit 3 arrows on the magician. Little E hurried over to treat the soldiers. Only Shualu didn't immediately go. She turned to Robb and said, "Mr. Robb, would you like to come too? Since so many people are fighting against the double-headed magician, I'll just take a break here and watch the play go on," Robb said. Shualu blinked her eyes and said curiously, "I feel like your face is saying, I've killed countless of these things. I'm tired of fighting these. You can fight by yourself." Robb, "Hey, do you really want to be silenced?" Shualu grinned, "This sentence doesn't scare me anymore. You are more gentle than your outward appearance shows." With that, she turned, her red hair swung in front of Robb, with a dreamy beauty. She raised her wand towards the orge on the hillside and shouted, "Loki, god of fire, please listen to my request." Robb shrugged. "Forget it, you are free to think of me as gently. When you let me show you an act of 18, I'll let you know what being gentle on the surface, but ferocious on the act is. Hum. Bang. The circle of battle of the double-headed magician is now extremely lively. Nearly 100 soldiers are fighting at it at the same time. They were well-trained, organized, and disciplined, but their individual strengths are weak, which made it difficult for them to deal with the magician, which is a boss monster. The biggest problem is the magician's defense. The soldiers weren't strong enough to penetrate through the thick skin of the magician, so their continuous attack didn't spell much trouble for the magician. Baron Perseus, who was in command, frowned. His army was comprised of light soldiers, and when they came, it was to search the mountain. Because of this, when they selected its members, they deliberately chose light swordsmen and archers for easy maneuvering through the mountains. Although this kind of force is flexible and agile, their frontal combat effectiveness is not very strong. If it's against weak enemies, they can deal with them, but there's really nothing they can do when they run into a thick-skinned monster like this magician. It was not until Gorda, Jike, and Shualu joined the battle that the magician finally suffered some injuries. It was scorched by Shualu and suffered a heavy cut on its leg, which cut through its skin and made it bleed. Jike's arrows are also more powerful than their archers, shooting several holes into the magician. Baron Perseus felt that the battle was nearing its end. He joined the battle himself, and with the 3 adventurers, he might be able to take down the magician. He draws his two-handed sword from behind and held it high. It turns out that this guy's a berserker. Soldiers, stand back. Baron Perseus roared, and his eyes turned red. This is a sign of a berserker's blood wrath. It burns his anger and doubles hit attack power, but at the same time, his body becomes vulnerable. Of course, with the nun, he wasn't afraid of getting hurt. With a roar and a sword in his hand, he rushed towards the battle, and when the soldiers heard his command, they moved towards the sides. Baron Perseus leaped high, raised his sword over his head, and cut down from the top to the bottom. Die! Mountain beheader! However, he underestimated the magician. The moment he leaped high, the magician shone red. Gorda was startled and shouted, "Be careful, it's using Blood Fury." Blood Fury is the ability given to many monsters. It's similar to the blood wrath of Baron Perseus. And it greatly improves their combat effectiveness. The magician seemed to have expanded in size, it has increased from 3 meters to 4 meters tall now. Baron Perseus jumped high, but when the other side suddenly enlarged, he only managed to reach the magician's chest, and Mountain Beheader lost its momentum. Startled, he saw the magician's stick seep over him and collide with his sword. Bang! Baron Perseus flew like a sandbag. After several seconds, he sat up, shook his head, and said, "This thing is more powerful than I thought. Don't act rashly, my lord. Let's cooperate." Gorda jumped in front of him and raised his shield. "I'll attract its attention from the front, and you jump in and cut it from behind." "Oh. Let's cooperate then." Baron Perseus, still feeling a little dizzy, looked around and asked, "Where are my sword?" A soldier shouted, "Father, can you please bring me the Baron's sword?" Baron Perseus looked at where his voice was pointing at, and it turned out that his sword had fallen beneath Robb's feet. Robb bent his back and picked up the sword with both his hands. He weighed it in his hand. Well, it's not bad. He's quite satisfied with the weight. Just when he was looking for a weapon to beat the magician, a two-handed sword fell at his feet. "Father." The Baron's sword, hey, hey, hey. The soldiers thought that Robb was going to pick up the sword and hand it to the Baron. But Robb picked it up, waved it with his hand, seemed satisfied, and then put the sword on his shoulder before walking towards the magician. "What are you doing?" The soldiers were startled. "It's dangerous here. Don't come." Baron Perseus jumped up and said, "Mr. Robb, wait. Don't go and die, give me the sword." He had just taken 2 steps before Gorda grabbed him. Gorda shook his head and whispered, "Mr. Robb must have a plan of his own." Little E was also startled and wanted to call Robb back, but Shualu grabbed her and said, "Don't worry. Let's see what Mr. Robb's going to do." So, in full view of everyone's eyes, Robb stood in front of the magician and looked closely at the monster. The bloodthirsty magician was 4 meters tall and looked down at Robb, just like an adult looking at a 6 or 7-year-old boy. He didn't even bother to take a look and kicked Robb. Miss. The magician kicked air. It didn't know why, the other side obviously didn't move at all. His huge foot kicked past a motionless person. It doesn't make sense. It kicked again, seemingly unconvinced. Miss. He still missed. The double-headed magician felt its brain tremble. It has 2 heads, so when one head trembled, the other trembled as well. The blue head looked confused, while the red looked like Sparta. How would it know that in the game, if the agility gap is too big, the hit rate of physical attacks will become 1%? Even if Robb stays still, the magician's hit rate will still only be at 1%. This kind of thing can't happen in the real world. Robb can't make his own rules. Once anything happens, he can only eat the rules. However, even when he's motionless, the magician only gets an average of 1 hit for every 100. Of course, even if it hits, it's useless if it can't break his defense, but that's a different matter altogether. Robb raised the sword with one hand, pointed at the magician and said, "How dare you destroy my house? You are dead meat. Let me ask you, how many times do you want to be beaten to death? The double-headed magician indirectly said that he didn't want to answer. Roar X2. Super fierce Roar X2. Lifting its left foot, kick, miss. Change to right food, kick, miss. Wave stick with both hands and aim at Robb, miss. Open left head mouth, spit cold arrow at Robb, resisted. Open right head mouth, spit out a big fireball at Robb, resisted. Magician, I feel so tired. The Baron, the three adventurers, the nun, and the soldiers who watched, were collectively confused. What happened? Damn. This is impossible. Under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, Robb finally moved. Moreover, his move was the same as the one Baron Perseus used before he attacked. It's blood wrath. Baron Perseus shouted, "Hey! Mr. Robb is a berserker?" Then, Robb jumped with a swoosh. Mountain Beheader. This was also the skill used by Baron Perseus. Just as the Baron was about to say that it won't work, he saw that Robb struck the magician with the sword. He moved so fast that the magician didn't have any time to react. It's impossible to stop Robb's Mountain Beheader. Then, Robb's sword moved from swiped from left to right, one strike, one cross, and followed by 3 chops, blood gas, anger burst, silver blade, mountain beheader, avalanche. The light of the sword was dazzling and dizzying. It seemed that their eyes were full of scattered sword flowers, all kinds of flashed, air was blowing strong, and all kinds of light particles flew around. At first, Baron Perseus recognized what Robb was doing, but as more time passed, he couldn't see him anymore. The naked eye wasn't enough to perceive Robb's actions. He could only see a vague figure chopping off the magician with a big sword. He couldn't see anything else. It's unknown how long it took, but it wasn't until everyone got out of a daze that they found out that Robb put away the sword and threw it casually. The blood scattered across the sky, and poof, it stuck on the ground in front of the Baron. He clapped his hands and said, "Damn it, I accidentally killed it when I got to 943. I planned to dish out 1,000. Now, my son is dead. Here's your sword. I won't play berserkers for a while." The crowd was speechless for a moment and looked at the double-headed magician. No, it no longer existed. It only left a mess of visceral fragments, meat, and bones. Thanks to the fact that everyone's used to seeing blood and the dead, they didn't vomit on the spot. Robb said, "Sorry. That wasn't good. I wasn't careful enough. I accidentally beheaded it." At this time, of course, he had to get out of the limelight. The people were confused, and when they came to their senses, they might ask why he's so strong. They might worship him, then they'll ask him to help or something. He quickly reached out a hand and grabbed the confused Gorda, you. With a flash, his other hand grabbed Jike, and you. He clasped both their shoulders and said, "Go and fix the big hole in my chapel. It's the magician you brought. It's your responsibility. Gorda. Jike. Hey, don't be in a daze and fix my house." Gorda and Jike woke up abruptly, laughing with tears in their eyes. "Repair, right?" The two men walked to Robb's chapel, walked a few steps before suddenly remembering something. "Mr. Robb, why are you only bringing both of us? Doesn't Shualu need to help? She also brought the magician." Robb scolded with a smile, "You two, big men, how dare you ask a woman to do such a rough task? Cut the crap and hurry up." Gorda and Jike couldn't refute with anything and obediently went to mend the hole in the wall. Meanwhile, before the shocked Baron Perseus, little e, and the soldiers woke up from their confusion, Robb had already slipped away and waves, "It's getting late. Let's all go home to wash up and sleep. Don't waste your time here. Go back and take a rest." Baron Perseus and little e could only nod mechanically. Robb took Shualu's hand and dragged her to the church. "Come with me. I have something to tell you." Shualu didn't have any strength left, so she gently let herself be pulled and followed along. It was not until they returned to the chapel that they didn't know what to say. Baron Perseus on the side woke up from his confusion and turned to little E and said, This priest. Who on earth is this sacred? My God, how does the Church of Light have such a powerful berserker? Little E said awkwardly, I don't know. We have to ask him later. It seems that he is not an ordinary town priest. While Robb and Shualu returned and came to the quiet confession room. This is the holiest place of the chapel, and it is almost impossible for anyone to eavesdrop here. As soon as Shualu sat down, she gasped heavily. Although the physical injuries were cured by little E, she still felt tired. This is not a problem that can be solved by a single cure. She stretched her tired hands and feet, rubbed the muscles on her calves and complained, Damn it. I thought we only had to deal with a few ordinary ogres. I didn't expect to attract their leader. Robb, if you are this unlucky, how have you lived till this day? Shualu said, It hasn't always been this bad. It was quite good before, but since I met you, my luck took a sharp turn for the worse, and I was almost finished twice in a row. Robb smiled and said, Wow, now you blame me? Shualu smiled and said, Haha. It's just a little joke. I know we've got death luck. You've already saved us twice. I really don't know how to thank you. She's a woman who likes joking very much. She always speaks freely. In fact, she wanted to make a joke and say, I don't know if it's enough to just promise to one another. But before she could say the joke, she felt shy. She felt that it was too early to play such a joke in their relationship, so she forced it behind her throat and said, What do you want to tell me by bringing me here? Robb said, Same as last time. Do you have any blank scrolls? Take it out, I'll make you another instant transmission scroll. Hearing this, Shualu couldn't help but freeze slightly and felt moved, I'm sorry. You gave me such a precious scroll last time, but I wasted it in a blink of an eye. Are you sure you want to make it now? The last time you made it was only a few days ago. Have you already recovered your lost magic power? If you haven't recovered, you'll be tired to death if you make another right away. Robb smiled and said, I won't die. Don't worry. If you don't want the scroll, it will make me worry more about the safety of your team. Shualu was inexplicably moved in her heart. They met by chance, but she really didn't know how to thank him enough for being able to do this for her party. Robb said, One more thing. Can I ask you a favor to make a fool out of what has happened earlier? I don't want anyone to know that I'm powerful. Shualu listened silently, How can this even be faked? Your battle just now brought your berserker skills into full play. With so many people present, not one being blind, is it even possible to bluff out of this? Robb said, I didn't want to do it either. But when I just saw my house broken, all of a sudden. Well, alas, I need to fix my house now. Shualu shook her head, I can't solve this problem for you. No matter what you say, no one will believe that you are weak. There's still a way. Robb said, I would like to ask you, in the system of Fengma continent, is there any magic that can instantly take a soul out of its original body, and possess the body? This of which suddenly makes the body powerful by borrowing the power of a hero. Shualu nodded, there are, in the ancient magic system, there have been similar records. For example, so-and-so got a cursed secret treasure and so-and-so hosted the soul of a hero because he used the treasure. The treasure can cause the hero to temporarily possess the body of the man and become very powerful, but he will be tired like a pile of mud afterwards, taking a long time to recover. Well, this is good, then this is it. Robb said with a smile, if you have any worthless gems or strange magic tools on you, give it to me and tell others later that it is an ancient secret treasure with a berserker hero in it. Here we have to make up a very strong name for the berserker hero. Let's just call him Dora Dream. In Dwarf, there is a powerful soul housed in the gem. I just used the secret treasure, and then the soul possessed my body, and I became stronger. Now that the secret treasure has been used up, I will soon be tired and look like mud. It will take at least 10 days, no, 7 weeks and 49 days to recover. Shualu was suddenly covered in sweat. Hey, this is crazy. How would anyone believe it? I know it's hard to believe, Robb said, but it's even more unbelievable than my red eyes and infinite murdering capabilities. When Shualu thought about it carefully, it seemed that this was really the case. Just now, Robb's eyes looked red, and he looked terrible. He stood still and let the magician hit him several times. Then, there was that set of deranged attacks. Even if she, a person who already knew he was strong, found it unimaginable, then it would be more difficult for others to believe it. You might as well believe that the secret treasure came out of nowhere. She touched around her pocket and found a small red gem, a ruby with a poor appearance looking like it wasn't valuable. We, adventurers, are very poor, she said awkwardly. I have only one ugly stone on me. I don't know if it can be used to deceive people. Robb looked at it twice and said with a smile, the stone is a little bad, but with a little magic, it can be used to deceive people. Shualu was about to ask how he'll add magic to it when she suddenly saw a strange red light emitted by Robb. Then, the magic spread from Robb and drilled into the worthless ruby. The ruby, which looked like a broken stone by the side of the road, emitted a brilliant red light in an instant. It became dazzling red. Shualu's beautiful eyes opened wide. Hey. This stone, wow. I feel that it has become great in an instant. Feel its magic, Robb said. Shualu felt it carefully and was startled. This. What terrifying magic this is. Robb smiled and said, now it can be used to deceive people, right? Shualu nodded fiercely, absolutely. Robb smiled and said, that's great, just say this. Robb arranged a play which was clear and vivid. It was dark at night and most people of Westwind Town had already gone to sleep, but Robb was bathing. The berserker occupation is inelegant. Robb was inevitable covered in blood and flesh, and now, Lillian has heated a big tub of water. Soaking Kami in the tub, and looking at the stars while whistling and humming cold melodies. The sound of footsteps sounded. It sounded like two people. Robb didn't even have to look behind him to know that it must be Little E and the Baron coming, especially the heavy footsteps of the Baron, which sounded clearly in the silent night. Mr. Robb, may I interrupt your bath? The Baron's footsteps stopped beside him, and Robb turned to look at the Baron, while Little E stood a few steps behind the Baron. Her eyes weren't fixed on Robb, but deliberately deviated from her first target, looking at the Black Pine Mountain range at night. It was obvious that the cold nun didn't want to look, or was too embarrassed to look at a man taking a bath, even if only the head's exposed. Robb waved to the Baron, don't bother. I'm thick-skinned and I'm not afraid of being looked at while bathing. With admiration and respect on his face, the Baron said, my father, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but that is, the series of movies you used when you cut down the double-headed magician. Although I'm just a useless berserker, I can see that your series of attacks have reached the highest level of the occupation. I wonder where you learned such good fighting skills. The Baron spoke in a humble tone. He was startled because he himself is a berserker. He knows full well just how powerful Robb's attack earlier were. He isn't sure that he'll be capable of doing such a thing even if he practiced for another 20 years. Of course, it's not his fault. In the real world, training is slower. It's not that he doesn't work hard enough, it's just that Robb only need to turn the plug on before. As soon as he finished asking, Little E also said, Father, would also like to know how you can use that despite being a priest and clergyman of the Church of Light. That kind of doesn't look like a priest's way of fighting. She intended to say, inelegant, bloody, and cruel, but she felt that it wasn't a good idea to say, so she said it in a politer way. There are some unwritten rules that Western clergy must follow. Western clergymen usually don't use weapons such as swords and spears that can pierce holes in enemies, or make the limb of an enemy fly bleeding. They usually use things such as a staff, hammer, scepter, and so on, hitting people through internal injuries. This is called being secretly evil. Otherwise, how can we embody the loving spirit of the God of Light? It is not priestly to chop a monster to pieces with a two-handed sword, as Robb did just now. Robb had guessed that the two would come and ask him beforehand, so he thought of what to do. And now, he calmly made one of his arms dangles on the edge of the tub. This action of his startled little E. She thought Robb was getting out of the bath. She didn't want to see a man's naked body, so she quickly closed her eyes and said, "Hey, just talk, don't suddenly get out of the tub and act like a ruffian." Robb smiled and said, "How did I even jump out of the tub? I only moved my hand, so don't make such fuss because of nothing." "Oh, that's fine then." Little E opened her eyes, but she was still too embarrassed to look over. She only glanced at Robb's side before seeing that there was something clenched in the palm of Robb's hand. "What are you planning to do?" She couldn't help asking. "I just want to explain how I became so powerful earlier. The thing I'm holding in my hand should be able to explain my strength from earlier." Little Ye's interest was suddenly piqué. She didn't even bother about the distinctions between male and female and took 2 steps forwards. Her eyes firmly locked on Robb's clenched fist. So did the Baron. More like, he was even more curious than Little E. The skills Robb used earlier was the pursuit of all berserkers. It was so beautiful and bright that Baron was jealous. It would be great if he could be as powerful. Now that the secret to that strength was in the palm of Robb's hand, he couldn't help but breath faster and took 2 steps forward. Robb slowly opened his palm. It was so slow that the Baron just wanted to rush up and break his fingers. After a few seconds, his palm was completely opened, and what appeared was a red gem. At a glance, the gem wasn't anything ordinary. It shone bright red, the favorite color of berserkers, and the color of their fate, just as the believers of the God of Light favor gold. What is this? The tone of the Baron became slightly unusual. "I like its color. Oh, I even feel power emitting from it." Little E also looked at the stone without blinking. Unlike the Baron, who was a berserker with limited magic knowledge and weak sensing capabilities. Most of the time, berserkers like the Baron judge things by sight and their 6th sense. However, Little E is a priest who deals with magic all year round, so she was much more magically capable than the Baron. She feels powerful power, overwhelming power from the gem. Little Ye's couldn't help but ask, "What on earth is this? I don't understand it, but it feels very strong." Robb shrugged. "I picked it up in the mountains, and after I picked it up, I didn't know what it was. I just felt that it was very powerful, just like how you felt just now, so I carried it with me whenever I walk around. When the magician threw the stone and smashed my house, I felt angry. Then, the stone in my pocket suddenly injected a lot of power in my body, and I lost consciousness. When I came to be, I found that the magician had been cut into pieces. Oh. I can swear by my devotion to the God of Light, I really don't know anything." Swearing to the God of Light was very serious, so Little E immediately believed Robb's words. The Baron didn't even doubt a word, his eyes locked on the ruby in Robb's hands. It took a long time for the Baron to say, "Father, do you mean that as long as you hold this gem, you can be as strong as you were earlier?" Robb said solemnly, "Probably, maybe that's right." The Baron swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, This is really amazing. What on earth is this?" Just then, a cry sounded, and then a figure appeared. The red-haired magician Shualu jumped from the sides. She pointed at the gem in Robb's hand and shouted, "Oh, my God! It's a cursed ruby. I can't believe you have this thing. No wonder you were so strong just now." Robb, looking like an Oscar-winning actor, said, "What is the cursed ruby?" Beside him, the Baron and Little E also ignorantly asked, "What cursed ruby?" Shualu coughed and said in a mysterious voice, "When it comes to cursed rubies, I have to tell a story. It started when I was an apprentice magician. I was locked up in the library by my master and was told to memorize the book, The Chants of Common Fire Magic, to be able to get out. While doing so, I randomly browsed for books in the library to read. When Shualu said that part of her story, Little E intervened and couldn't help but complain coldly, "Since you're locked up by your master, why did you read other books?" Shualu said, "Magicians aren't conformists in nature, unlike priests. We are full of curiosity and often never follow rules. It isn't strange for a magician to read half a shelf of books before finishing one." Little E. When the Baron heard the two, he pulled them apart in an instant. He couldn't help but saying, "Ladies, can you please get to the point? We are talking about the gem." Shualu resumed storytelling and went on, "Well, continuing on, I saw a book called the Cursed Treasure Book. There was a page that happened to show the ruby in Mr. Robb's hand." "Oh, oh." The Baron got excited and asked, "What is it? Say it. Say it." Shualu smiled and continued, "The cursed ruby is a secret treasure left by the great, yet unknown berserker, Dora Dream. Dora Dream?" The Baron said strangely, "Why haven't I heard of this ancestor?" Robb complained, "Do you think your knowledge is vast enough to know everything in the world? Can you recite the names of all your ancestors?" The Baron immediately looked embarrassed and quickly bowed his head, "Sorry, I was arrogant. Please continue." Shualuz gave a thumbs up to Robb behind her back and continued, "Dora Dream, a berserker ancestor, was seriously injured in a battle with a strong enemy. Close to death, he asked his master to seal his soul in the ruby, waiting for a day to use others' bodies to continue to fight. Then, she pointed at the ruby in Robb's hand, "This is the ruby. It's exactly the same as the one showed in the book. The most important thing about lying is knowing when you've said enough." Robb stopped talking and let the others guess the rest. Robb knows this full well, and the script he arranged for Shualu is about to commence. Sure enough, when Shualu said it, she immediately shut up and put on a "now you understand" expression. The Baron understood. He first gave a cry of "ah," and then said, "I see." So the priest got angry when he saw that his chapel was smashed by the magician, and anger is the source of strength for berserkers, so the cursed ruby activated and the sealed soul of Dora Dream was released and attached to the priest. Then, Dora Dream temporarily controlled the priest's body and used his earth-shaking, powerful swordsmanship. "You are truly wise." Shualu sighed, "I think that's about correct." Little E also understood and couldn't help but sigh, "Ah, no wonder I can feel tremendous power from this ruby. It houses the power of an ancient hero. It is truly commendable. So what I found was such a powerful thing." Robb pretended to be ignorant. "Wow, then I will be invincible. As long as I am angry, I can call him out with this ruby. I don't have to be afraid of monsters in the future." "It's not that easy," Shualu said with a smile, "there are side effects to this, otherwise, it wouldn't have been called a cursed ruby. This kind of gem calls forth the power of heroes, which is usually beyond the normal capacity of a human body. You'll feel extremely tired after use, whether it is energy or physical strength. You will be as tired as a pile of mud in the next 7 to 49 days. Huh. Robb then said, "Ah. No wonder I feel powerless, to the point that I don't have the energy to move in the bathtub. Oh, my God. I lost too much energy and physical strength. Ah. No, I don't want to be unable to move for 49 days. I'm a very hard-working person. I can't be lazy. I want to get up and work. I love work. It's not laziness. It's magic. And not only that, if you keep it with you, it will keep sucking out your energy and strength until you become mummified. Ah. I don't want to die." Robb frowned in pain. He struggled to climb out of the bathtub, but in vain. "Damn this gem. It's absorbing my energy and strength, it's trying to kill me. Robb threw the ruby out of his hand. The secret treasure fell to the ground and rolled. The Baron gave a cry, trying to reach out and pick it up from the ground, but Little E next to him suddenly pushed him away and said coldly, "Baron, didn't you hear the explanation of the magician? You must not be attracted to the curse of this secret treasure, else you'll get sucked and mummified. But it contains the soul of Dora Dream, the ancestor of the Berserkers. I want his power. If I could get such a combo out like he did, would be so happy that I could die. You have committed the sin of greed." Little E raised the stick in her hand and hit the Baron. "Wake up." The blow sobered the Baron up, clearing his mind in the process. "Oh yes, greed is a great sin. It will kill me. We need to destroy it as to not let it stay in this world to harm more people." Little E waved her staff and went to smash the ruby. A flash of red light appeared, followed by a dull sound. Little E's staff was deflected, bounced, and fell 10 yards away. "I don't have enough strength." Little E shouted, "Baron, it's up to you." The Baron clenched his teeth, but he resolved himself and resolutely drew his big sword. His eyes turned red with blood. He raised his sword with both his hands, held his head high, and shouted, "Mountain. Behead her." The double-handed sword, fueled by the Baron's anger, headed towards the cursed ruby. The fierce blade cut open the surface of the stone instantly. With a flash of red light, the magic in the gem surged out, carrying with it a strange sound. It was as if a voice could be heard laughing in its midst. "Ha ha ha ha." The voice flew higher and higher as if it had been a long time since it's felt such a thing. And finally, the red light dissipated. The red ruby became dim and looked to be an ordinary stone by the roadside. The Baron raised his hands and sword high, gesturing victory. Tears fell from his eyes, and he roared, "I did it. I didn't cut a gem. I separated myself from greed and desire. I crossed the most difficult wall to penetrate for growth." The weak Robb couldn't help but give the Baron a thumbs up. "You win. The rarest thing for human beings to do is to defeat their inner selves. You have done it. I have no doubt that you will achieve greater achievements than your Berserker ancestor Dora Dream. Only by relying on yourself can you surpass him." "Ha, ha, ha." The Baron looked up at the sky and smiled fiercely. He picked up his big sword with both his hands and walked proudly to the camp on the hillside. Everything he experienced today will become a precious experience in his life that enabled him to continue forward. Little E went closer to Robb, silently picked up her stick and told Robb, "Don't you have no energy and strength? Let me help you back to your room." "How can I?" Robb said, "I'm naked." "You're a girl, so it's not appropriate." Little E shook her head, "When I am saving lives, am no longer a woman, but a messenger of God. Whether you are dressed or not makes no difference to me. You are just a weak patient now." It's still not fine." Robb said, "If I rest a little longer, should be able to go back." Shualu, who stood nearby said, "Sister, you can leave first. I'll help Mr. Robb back to his room. I brought the magician here, so I'll take responsibility." Little E thought about it carefully. After all, she was still too embarrassed to see a naked man's body. Since Miss Magician is willing to help, that should be fine. "Then I'll go to bed. Good night," she said coldly. With the Baron and Little E gone, Robb and Shualu are left alone in the yard. The Oscar-winning actor and actress looked at each other and laughed. Shualu chuckled and said, "They are so gullible. Are nobles and nuns really so naive and gullible?" Robb said, "It's not that they're gullible, but rather, they'd rather believe in the power of a secret treasure than to believe I'm strong. It's easy for them to make the wrong choice." Shualu said, "I wouldn't be so gullible." "That's because you haven't seen what I look like when I'm lazy," Robb said. Hearing this, Shualu couldn't help but shrug and say, "I don't understand. Why are you being so lazy in such a small town? At first, I thought that you were being chased after, so you had to remain hidden." However, when I saw the Baron of the Kingdom of Gran and the nun of the Church of Light talk with you peacefully, I knew you weren't being chased. You have no reason to hide in such a small town. With your skills, you can easily live a lavish life in any large city. Or, you could take plenty of risks and hunt the most ferocious of monsters and finding the most mysterious of treasures. Robb shrugged. What's the point in getting ahead of others and living a lavish lifestyle? What's the use in fighting monsters? What about mysterious treasures? It doesn't make any sense. Shualu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is the point of living a life like an Eastern rabbit monk living an isolated and monastic lifestyle? Robb smiled and said, well, Miss Shualu, please stop trying to persuade me and let me be lazy. I will always be here waiting for you to come back to see me the next time you use instant transmission scrolls. Shualu said solemnly, I don't use those easily. Don't plant flags. What does it mean to plant a flag? I'm too lazy to explain. That night, Shualu took a bath using Robb's tap water system. She couldn't help but marvel at the invention. After the bath, she changed into clean clothes. Robb was shocked. The magician with red hair and slightly wet eyes, it's really sexy and hot. However, Shualu's other two party members weren't so lucky. They've been repairing the chapel all night. They weren't good masons at all. If the hole in the chapel was fixed by a real mason, it would at most take an hour or two, but the two were busy all night, and by dawn of the next day, the church was finally fixed. The two fell asleep with their heads tilted on the grass. The most tragic thing was that as soon as they fell asleep, they were awakened by the shrill whistle on the hillside and opened their hazy eyes, only to find that the scout team led by the Baron was ready and about to march into the Black Pines Mountains. Robb, who had always liked sleeping till late, rubbed his eyes and went out of the church. He wore a tubed nightdress. With a cup in his hand and a toothbrush, he stood by the faucet on the edge of the field and filled up his cup with water. He brushed his mouth, murmuring, What? Are you kidding? Whistling at dawn? Don't you have any sense of morality? Little E, who was wearing a nun's outfit, was carrying a wooden stick and a small baggage. She got up and came out of the room she chose in the chapel. When she saw Robb brushing his teeth in the yard, she was stunned. She said, Father, weren't you cursed by the ruby and had your physical strength and energy absorbed? Don't you need another 49 days to recover? Why can you walk around so freely? Robb also couldn't help but freeze. He secretly scolded in his heart, I forgot. I was half awake when I woke up. I only remembered to brush my teeth. Don't panic, keep steady. He hurriedly put up a holy face. I desperately recited the Bible of Light last night and begged the God of Light for a favor. Perhaps it was because I was very religious, the God of Light gave me something like a miracle. I suddenly returned to a state of barely being able to move. Now, although I can't use all my strength, I can use a bit, enough to wash my face and brush my teeth. The nun, who was pure and untainted in heart, was easily deceived. She nodded to Robb and said, That's great. In this way, I can feel at ease. Have a good rest. When the Baron and I find the evil necromancer, we'll come to you. You're welcome. Robb said. Father, sister. The Baron strode to the two, we are about to leave. Okay, I'm ready as well. Little E nodded to him. Robb waved, I wish you success in finding the evil necromancer for the Lord to send his troops as soon as possible. And maybe, the dozens of skeletons stolen from Westwind Town can be recovered. I hope so. The Baron smiled and said, Now I have the confidence to face the difficulties that will block my path. Robb could see that this guy really seemed different. After smashing the ruby last night, he probably came upon a realization. Although the stone is fake, the demon that the Baron cut is the real thing. He really cut off his own greed and desires, so he'll achieve growth. Sir Baron, sister. Gorda's voice sounded nearby, I was listening to your conversation just now. It seems that you / going into the mountains to search for some bad guy. Yes. The Baron didn't hide it at all, and said, we are pursuing an end to a huge controversy. Oh, that seems great. Gorda grinned and said, would you allow us to go with you? As you can see, the three of us are very powerful adventurers. The Black Pine Mountains where you are about to go to isn't a peaceful place. It's full of unknown dangers. Although the 100 soldiers under your command are well trained, they are just soldiers after all. Their combat strength can be seen clearly in yesterday's battle. I think together, with the three of us, we'll make your pursuit go more smoothly. The Baron was slightly stunned. The yes or no question was easy for him. 3 seconds later, he held out his hand to Gorda and said, you're welcome to join us. I'm willing to pay you 20 gold coins for this mission. Gorda smiled and said, 20 for 3 isn't easy to divda. Do you want us to fight amongst ourselves? I think you should make it 21. It's a deal. Robb put down his cup and toothbrush and said angrily, I say, Gorda, do you even know what the Baron is dealing with? With more than 700 skeletons and a powerful necromancer, you're too rash to take on such a task. You'll have to get close to death again with a few days. Gorda laughed, is there any adventurers that doesn't brush close to death every day? People who are afraid won't take risks. Behind him, Jike and Shualu shrugged, saying nothing, but agreed to Gorda's words. Robb thought to himself, do you really want to worry me like this? Although he gave Shualu another instant transmission scroll, he still felt worried. Ugh, who am I to get so sentimental? He said to everyone, wait a minute, I'll get something from the warehouse for you. Robb went to the basement of the church. It was messy and had a lot of things, such as metal ingots, herbs, grains, and animal skin. All of them were sent by the townspeople. He had been in this town for around 10 days, and during this period, he listened to confessions and made tap water. In addition, he did something that every priest couldn't avoid doing, curing the townspeople. The 4 major industries of this small town are mining, herb gathering, hunting, and agriculture. The first 3 are risky, often encountering danger. Today, a person broke a leg, the next day, there'll be someone hurt by a monster. And the day after that, some herbalist was poisoned by a snake. And then, there's disease. Since there hasn't been a priest in this town for the past several years, the townspeople either took medicine indiscriminately to treat their illnesses, or were forced to take a slow death. Dozens of townspeople had serious chronic diseases and had no way to be cured. As soon as Robb came, they hurriedly asked for help. Robb was lazy, but it wasn't to the point that he won't help them. Not to mention, after each healing session, after the townspeople recover their health, they were often grateful enough to give something to Robb in return. However, they were relatively poor. Most of them couldn't afford to send money, so they simply gave their harvests to Robb. Therefore, there was this pile of metal ingots, herbs, grains, and animal skins in the warehouse at the basement of the church. Of course, none of them are of high quality. Robb doesn't need any of these other than the food, but it's going to come in handy today. He first picked up a few iron ingots and put them in front of him. Then, he took a few pieces of coal and used his forging skills. In a blink of an eye, the iron ingots and coal merged into steel ingots. Then, there was another round of forging. Steel armor has been successfully forged. Quickshot birch bow, silver-plated arrow, forged successfully. This way, Gorda and Jike can be armed. He was about to go out before he suddenly thought about the cold nun. Though he was at odds with her, he felt that she wasn't a bad person. So he had to prepare something for her. He looked at the few materials left in the warehouse. What should I give? Oh, yes, something that seems to be suitable for nuns. After a while, Robb completed what he needed to do and came back to the yard. By this time, the Baron was getting a little impatient. As soon as he saw Robb come out, he quickly said, "Oh, good. Mr. Robb is finally out. I was worried that you won't come out in a long time. Everyone looked at Robb curiously and saw him drag a huge bag out. They didn't know what was inside, but it seemed to be heavy. Little E couldn't help but wonder. This guy said that he won't have any strength for 49 days, but he got up early this morning. And now, he's dragging such a heavy bag. I'm afraid that he was acting yesterday. However, while she was skeptical, she had no evidence, so she had to be patient for the time being. Robb first went up to Gorda and said, "When you fought with the double-headed magician yesterday, your iron armor was riddled with holes. I think it's unreliable. I'll give you better armor." He reached into the bag and grabbed the steel armor out of it. He threw it to Gorda and said, "Take it." Huh. Gorda knew at a glance that the armor wasn't anything ordinary. Steel was much stronger than iron. Moreover, the craftsmanship of the armor was perfect. It was something only one of the best blacksmiths could make. Moreover, it had a faint yellow light, the unique color insinuating a defense enchantment. From the intensity of the light, it was a very advanced enchant. Gorda couldn't help but exclaim, "What great armor! This is not normal. Is it really for me? If you want to charge me, I can't afford it. Here you go." Robb said, "I got this a long time ago when a knight who was seriously ill and about to die confessed his sins. He entrusted me with his legacy and asked me to give it to a brave soldier. I think you are fit to inherit this equipment. Take it." With that, Robb went to Jike and took out the bow and silver arrow from the bag and said, "These are for you. The enemy you'll be facing this time has at least 700 skeletons. God knows if there are any other undead that he has. The best equipment to deal with undead is silver. I don't have much silver, so I couldn't make a silver arrow. It's only a silver-plated arrow, but it should be much better than an ordinary arrow." Jike also understood. He first took a look at the bow. It is clearly a birch bow, but it was shining in green, the color of agility. It's bright green, indicating that the enchantment level is not any lower than that of Gorda's armor. This is also a bow that he couldn't afford to buy. If you look at the arrow, it's clear that it's only a silver-plated arrow. However, it has a faint golden light. It seemed to have been enchanted with the holy power, which have increased damage towards the undead. It's a good arrow. However, this is a problem. I'm reluctant to shoot such a precious arrow. The arrow needs to be collected after each shot. The two were moved and didn't know what to say after receiving such great gifts. After several seconds, Gorda curiously asked, "Mr. Robb, why didn't you give Shiolu anything despite giving Jike and me gifts?" Robb solemnly said, "Brothers are brothers while women are like clothes. I value you two more, so I don't care about Shiolu." Gorda and Jike. Shiolu secretly touched the second instant transmission scroll she received in her pocket, smiling like a fox. However, with a regretful expression, she said, "I really don't understand the friendship between you men." After that was done, Robb walked over to Little E and said, "Little E, we are all believers of the God of Light. I sincerely hope that you won't encounter any danger. I have something for you, too." Little E's cold face couldn't help flash a slight moved expression. "I acted somewhat against you, yet you have something to give me? Father, you are very tolerant. It was easy for me to decide." Robb said, "Yesterday, when I saw you hit the ruby with the stick and having it bounce off. Together with the fact that your sacred nova and divine punishment are mediocre against enemies. I feel that you lack the means to deal sufficient amount of damage to the enemy. I am the messenger of the God of Light. I don't need the means to deal damage to the enemy." Little said coldly. "However, sometimes you'll need it. As you've said yourself, light needs to beat the dark, so you'll need a good weapon to make up for your lack of attack means," Robb said. Although Little E isn't greedy, after listening to Robb, she became a little curious and said, "All right. Thank you for your kindness. Is it a staff or a scepter?" Her eyes were fixed on Robb's hand, thinking that no matter how good the weapon was, she might not be able to wield its power. While thinking about this, Robb's hand came out of the bag, together with it, a pair of silver-plated short firearms. It shone with golden light. The pair of silver-plated short firearms are only as long as an average person's forearms. They are small and delicate, pocket-sized. As soon as he took it out, the several people present immediately gave it a stare. Though firearms aren't exactly a rare thing in this world of swords and magic. It has undergone many years of development since its creation by dwarven craftsmen. To this day, dwarven and human craftsmen continue to transform and strengthen firearms. Its technology becoming greater and greater by the day, constantly moving toward something light and small to be carried. However, no one present has ever seen such a small firearm. Gorda and Jike couldn't help but ask, does this pair of firearms actually work? Robb smiled and said, of course it does. Watch. He took out a steel ball and stuffed it into the barrel of the firearm. Then, he held it up and pulled the trigger, pointing at a tree about 5 yards away. All he heard was a bang before smoke appeared from the tree. The people present stared and saw that a deep hole had been made by the steel ball in the middle of the tree trunk. Wow, such a small firearm actually works. This is amazing. The Baron couldn't help but marvel. What clever craft this is, such a light and ingenious firearm. This is simply amazing. Where'd you get such a great thing? Robb made it, but he couldn't just say it. He put on a face of a reminiscing person and leisurely said, it's a long story. 3 years ago, I met a dwarven craftsman in a valley. He deliberately acted like it's difficult for him to explain and it'd take half an hour for him to prepare himself, so the Baron hurriedly said, oh, so it was a dwarven craftsman who gave it to you? That's right. Robb said, in dwarf, this story began when I got acquainted with a dwarven craftsman. The Baron hurriedly said, well, Mr. Robb, we've got to hurry into the mountain. Please tell the story next time. Robb didn't really want to make up a story and deliberately made it easier to interrupt. Of course, he didn't make it up. He smiled and said, well, let me just say the result, this pair of short firearms, suitable for little E. Although your fighting skills and strength aren't good enough, the strength requirements of this weapon itself is near zero. You just need to take it out, load, aim, and fire. With that, you'll be able to do enough damage to the enemy. It should be able to make up for your weakness in attacking, so I'll give this to you as a gift. Huh. But, little E hesitated. This doesn't suit the style of us priests. We usually don't use weapons that make enemies bleed a lot. Robb said, usually not, but you should when it's dangerous. For example, last night when you tried to destroy the cursed ruby. Your staff bounced off because you lack strength. At that time, it would have been nice if you could find a dwarf gun and destroy the ruby. That makes sense. E hesitated. Robb continued, and as you can see, these 2 short firearms are so small that you can tie them to your thighs and cover them with your skirt. No one will notice that you're carrying such a weapon, and doubt your belief in the God of Light. As long as your faith is strong enough, you won't have to worry about misusing it to kill innocent people and breach the teachings of the God of Light, right? Little E said, it seems like the more I listen, the more it makes sense. Robb put the pair onto her hand, then take it. There are 2 belts here. Use them to hang the guns onto your thighs. Oh, all right. Little E easily took it, went behind the tree, and hung the 2 firearms on her thighs. She then came out with her skirt down. No one will notice that she has guns hanging from her thighs. Robb solemnly said, E, I think you'll need some basic training before you leave. Come. Try it, when you're in danger, quickly shake your skirt and pick up the firearm from your thigh and make a shooting position. It must be fast, accurate, and stable enough to access its full power. Little E was unaware of the plan, but she still did it according to Robb's words. She turned on the ground, and with the inertia of her rotation, her skirt made a beautiful flutter. Her hands quickly went towards her thigh and took the firearm into her hand. Then, she half squatted and pointed at the big tree next to her. However, she didn't pull the trigger because the God of Light loves everything, and that meant not hurting the tree. Although this is the first time she's done this, it's still very beautiful and vigorous, very fitting for her ice-cold temperament. It gives off the feeling of killer nun. Robb laughed strangely in his heart and said with delight, "It's a success. The successful creation of the holy gun nun truly is pleasing to the eye." Ha! A nun must be hung with the word killer, otherwise, what kind of could it possibly be? He put down the firearm and turned to face Robb. "Father Robb, thank you for your generous gift. I will not misuse this thing easily. I will only take it out and use it in the most serious of times." Amicham. Robb nodded, pretending to be serious. "That's how it should be." Little E looked confused. "Why do I feel as if you are always smiling?" Robb's face glowed with holiness. "I'm not smiling. You can tell from the wrinkles on my face." "I don't see the wrinkles, but I can't help but feel that you're smiling. Not to mention, it's a wicked, evil smile." Little E said, "It's like you're digging a hole for others to jump in, but they still thank you for it." Robb put on a heartbroken expression. "Sister, I generously gave you the weapon I've treasured for many years. You've seen how happy Gorda and Jike are, but you still doubt my intentions and say that I'm digging a hole for you? Is that what the God of Light taught you? Is this how you respond to the kindness of others? Tell me. I gave you a pair of rare firearms, how can it be regarded as harmful? Alas! I feel disappointed. I'm extremely disappointed. I can no longer feel sincerity and trust for the world. I only see doubt and vigilance. Oh, God of Light, save this confused world." Speaking in reduced volume, he quickly said, "Unless you show me your act of spinning your skirt and taking the gun from your thigh again, I'll stay angry." Little E said, "Huh? What did you say at the end? I didn't hear it clearly." "I didn't say anything," Robb said. "I was just talking to myself because I'm sad and depressed, so I lost my temper." Little E really didn't hear the second half of Robb's unscrupulous words, but only listened to the first with great regret and remorse. "Father Robb gave me such a great thing, yet I suspected that he was digging a hole to harm me. I was really acting outrageous. I've shamed the teachings of the God of Light." She hurriedly looked down and bowed before apologizing sincerely. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Forget it. As long as you know your mistakes, the God of Light will forgive you. I've said all that I have to say." "I wish you a pleasant journey," Robb said. Waving his hand, he watched the Baron, Little E, Golda, Jike walk towards the hillside, with Shuelu a little behind. Seeing that everyone else was far away, she approached Robb and said with a low smile, "Did you just make these weapons in the warehouse?" Robb smiled and said, "No, I don't know how to do that." Shuelu smiled and said, "You are amazing. I'm the one who helped you with the ruby and fool them." "Oh, you can't fool me now." Robb smiled and said, "It's all right. I can kill you." "Ha!" Shuelu was not afraid at all. She cast a little wink at him, and then walked quickly to the hillside, and after a few steps, she turned and waved to Robb and said, "I'm looking forward to seeing you next time." Robb shrugged and said, "You can bring your pretty face, but don't bring trouble." Shuelu laughed, waved to him and turned to catch up with the group. Robb returned to the stone stool in the courtyard and sat down, and then activated detection, which had a range of 5,000 yards, so that he could see the movements of the Baron and Gorda's party, all of whom first went to the cemetery and crouched beside the dug-up graves. Jike studied the traces on the ground very carefully. The skeletons in the dozens of empty tombs were stolen more than 10 days ago, and although so many days had passed, Jike easily found the footprints they had left when they walked into the mountain. He probably used something like track and soon found the way which pointed up the hill. Then the Baron waved. A small group of scouts went first, and the rest of the soldiers grouped and followed. They weaved past the trees, crossed a stream, climbed a stream, and finally went out of Robb's range. When these people were around, Robb was afraid that they'd trouble him to the point that he can't be lazy. However, when they left, he looked at the empty church and felt lonely again. Just like a group of your teammates who you practiced with for several days in a row suddenly saying that they won't be online for a while, you'd suddenly feel a sense of loss and loneliness. This feeling is annoying. He finally realized he's actually quite the hypocrite. Lillian. Robb gave a loud cry. Coming. Lillian immediately came out of the kitchen with a kettle in hand. It seemed that she just boiled a pot of water for Robb. She ran quickly with the kettle and went beside the stool. She asked while pouring water onto the teacup on the stone table nearby and said, "What can I do for you?" "I don't have any orders. Sitting alone is boring. I want you to sit next to me." Lillian looked up with a smile on her little face. "All right." After pouring water for Robb, she sat obediently on another stone stool opposite the stone table and picked up a sewing kit. "Master, will it be all right if they go for the Necromancer?" "Probably not." "Master, will the Necromancer come to our town?" "I hope so. I'll prepare the fan and wait for him." "Fifth gear, right?" "Huh, you are understanding me better and better." The master and servant finally returned to their daily cycle. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. No news have come from the Baron and the rest of the group so far. The Black Pine Mountain Range was so large that it couldn't be explored in 2 days. Today, Lillian began to sew something called underwear, which was invented by Robb, but Robb only showed her a sample but did not make it himself. This is because Robb himself can't do it because his tailoring skills came from the game. Although he can turn a piece of cloth into a robe, cloth armor, or maid outfit in mere seconds, he can't make clothes that don't exist in the game. Not to mention, underwear can't be tailored in the game Dark Blade. The underwear that Robb wore when he traveled had already been washed several times, and every time he washed his underwear, he had to take a day off, which made him feel very uncomfortable as he came from modern times. So, he took his only pair of underwear as a sample for Lillian to study and copy. At this time, on the table in front of Lillian was Robb's only pair of underwear, and she was holding 2 pieces of cotton cloth in her hand, studying to sew them together to make a new pair of underwear. Seeing her stare at his underwear, turning it over and over, Robb couldn't bear it and said, "I mean, Lillian, it's quite easy for a person like me to be shy when you stare at my underwear like this." "Huh?" Lillian looked up and said, "I'm only looking at a piece of cloth. Why is Master feeling shy? Those are my underwear. Can I not be ashamed having it stared at by the opposite sex? But I won't be shy." "That's because you're not wearing underwear at all." Robb said angrily, "After you've made me a pair of underwear, you'll make 2 pairs for yourself to put them on. Then I'll stare at your changed underwear and turn it over and over in my hand. Let's see if you'll feel shy." Lilia still didn't understand. She sewed up the last few stitches, unfolded them and said, "Master, it's done." "Oh, that's great." Robb hurriedly took the underwear she had just sewed. At this time, he was wearing his father clothes, which was actually a black tube outfit. He lifted up his manskirt and put on the underwear on the spot. It felt good. Lillian's tailoring skills are not bad. This underwear is exactly as comfortable as the underwear they made in modern times. While he was happy, he suddenly heard a man's voice, "Father, you seem to be in a good mood today." Robb turned around and saw that it was the mayor with a square face. He was standing at the gate of the yard with a smile, holding a large jar in his hand. "I brought you some apple juice." Robb said with a smile, "Why are you sending me something all of a sudden in broad daylight?" The mayor said with a smile, "My water reservoir is working now. With that thing, it feels much more convenient. When I want to use water, as soon as I twist the faucet, water will rush out. When there is no water, I'll just let Slave use the pump for a while, and soon fill the reservoir. It's really great. I think this is the new technology brought to us by Father, so I thought to bring you something. I happened to squeeze some apple juice at home, so I packed a jar for you." Robb smiled and said, "You're welcome. It's just a little thing." The mayor put the big jar on the stone table in front of Robb and said with a smile, "It's very comfortable to drink some apple juice to quench your thirst, especially in this hot summer. Father, if you want more, ask your maid to come to my house. I have plenty." Robb smiled and said, "Thank you." Instead of acting polite to the mayor, he smiled calmly, opened the jar and looked inside. The jar of apple juice smelled delicious and looked really good. Lillian quickly poured him a glass, and Robb took a sip. "Gee, it tastes good. The freshly squeezed apple juice is good. If I were to make a complaint, it's not cold." The mayor said with a smile, "It's summer, of course it can't be made cold, but Father can seal the jar, soak it in a well, and take it out when you want to drink it. Alas, it is more convenient for the men in the city because they can find ice magicians at any time and ask them to cool their juices with ice magic, which tastes great." "Oh? Ice magic?" Robb's eyes lit up and said, I can do something about this." The mayor said, "Oh? Does Father have a way?" As soon as he finished asking, he heard Robb's mouth murmur the chant, "God of Winter. Please listen to my request and lend me the power of winter. Come, ice arrow." Robb used a random chant. He didn't even know if it was accurate. Anyway, the mayor couldn't hear him, and with the sound of bayou, an ice arrow flew out of his fingertips and right into the jar. The jar, together with the apple juice inside, instantly turned into ice. "Mayor, how can Father use ice magic?" Robb said, "Well, I know a thing or two. Though I'm not that good at it. I only know the basics, like the ice arrow. Well, I used it for the first time and didn't really master the spell that well, so the whole jar froze. This is embarrassing." The mayor was also confused and embarrassed. "Then we'll have to wait for it to slowly melt." Fortunately, it was late July and the temperature was high. The jar melted after a few minutes bathing in the hot sun. Robb picked up a cup poured with the apple juice and took a sip, saying happily, "The cold is truly great. I feel like I'm finally back in my hometown, drinking. Lillian, try it." Lillian drank nicely, and then poured the mayor a glass of cold apple juice using a guest cup. The three of them each held and drank cold apple juice. At this time, Robb felt homesick. After drinking a cold drink, he suddenly missed his original world. Ice, I really want to drink ice. Is it possible to recreate Coke in this world? He put his hand on his chin and began to think deeply. It's almost impossible to make a complete replica. The recipe of Coca-Cola and Pepsi are top secrets, so he doesn't know it. Even if he does, if he can't gather the ingredients, then it's all for naught. Not to mention, he can't make a fortune here in this generation. It seems that I've got no choice but to simply make a carbonated apple-flavored drink. Carbonated drinks made in modern times are done by pressuring edible carbon dioxide gas into the water using a carbonator. However, he can't get such an advanced machine in this world. He used his brain and an answer soon came up. Doesn't a carbonator use strong pressure to force carbon dioxide into the water? Strong pressure can be made with magic. However, this requires advanced magic, which is beyond the grasp of ordinary magicians. It's fine to use something like an ice arrow before the mayor, but if I perform something that can manipulate gravity and exert pressure, then I'll have myself some unnecessary trouble. So, he smiled and said, "Mr. Mayor, please wait here. I'll go outside and improve this juice. I'll take it out later and have you taste it." The mayor said, "All right." Robb took the jar of apple juice into the warehouse and asked Lillian to prepare a few small bottles for later. He first activated the spell, Water Control. With that, the apple juice flew out of the jar, and with his control, it floated mid-air. Then, using fire magic, he instantly burned all the oxygen next to the floating oxygen and turned it into carbon dioxide. Afterward, he used the natural magic, gravity. Gravity is the ability to create a field with huge pressure. It's usually used to crush enemies, but he's using it to make carbonated water. The magician who first used the magic is probably crying. Huge pressure was exerted in all directions and pointed towards the center, trapping the carbon dioxide. Afterward, it was sucked into the apple juice, dissolving it, and saturating the drink. Robb put the result into an empty bottle nearby and sealed it with a cork. Carbonated apple-flavored drink, produced successfully. Robb excitedly picked up the bottle, uncorked it. The sweet sound of ZZ appeared, the sound of opened carbonated drinks. Coke, 7-Up, Sprite, and Mountain Dew all come to mind. This brings me back home. I really miss home, I don't want to go back, but it doesn't hurt to reminisce. Putting the jar to his mouth, he raised his neck, gurgled, and drank up half the jar in an instant. The refreshing sensation of carbonated drinks rushed along his throat and into his stomach. Wah, this is the taste of summer. Robb acquired Coca-Cola. A few minutes later, Robb returned to the yard with a bottle. The mayor waited patiently, and when he saw Robb come out, he hurriedly asked, "Father, what do you have there? Have a taste of this." Robb handed over the bottle in his hand. The mayor curiously took the bottle and uncorked it. The sound made him feel very strange, and at the same time he was a little afraid. "Father, what kind of strange water is this? Why does it make such a sound?" Robb put on a serious face. "This water is called Coca-Cola, which I have hidden for many years. I have added the apple juice you just gave me, and it has been chilled. Therefore, its exact scientific name should be chilled apple-flavored Coca-Cola. Take a sip first, and let's talk after." If another inexplicable person handed him a bottle of such liquid, the mayor would never drink it. He was afraid of poison. However, a priest of the Church of Light, a benevolent priest, asked him to drink, so he did not hesitate to pick up the jar and take a big sip. For a moment, the feeling of carbon dioxide in his nose almost made the mayor out of breath, but the comfort came at the same time, down his throat and seeped into his bones. Hiccup. After a hiccup, the mayor shouted, "Delicious, too delicious, this apple-flavored Coca-Cola is really amazing, great. It's the first time I've drank something so good in my life." Robb smiled and said, "It's good, isn't it? How about we have a little discussion?" The mayor listened attentively and said, "What discussion?" Robb smiled and said, "I'll help you make this type of drink. But you'll have to provide me with apple, grape, and other kinds of fruit juice. We can make different flavors of Coca-Cola. What do you think?" The mayor nodded without hesitation, "Of course. It's July, and all kinds of fruits will be picked. I'll get you all sorts of fruit juices. I'll save it and drink it slowly for a year." The mayor left happily, and after a while, his servants brought in dozens of large buckets, which occupied half of Robb's warehouse, each filled with juice. Because Westwind Town is located at the foot of the Black Pine Mountains, next to the dense mountain forest, all kinds of fruit are produced, so the mayor got a lot. The servant chief who brought the juice respectfully said to Robb, "Master said that there are still many fruits on the mountain that they haven't picked. Since father can use them, he'll send someone to pick them all and get more juice." Robb said with a smile, "All right, go back first. Come back at noon tomorrow. I will give half of the produced Coca-Cola to the mayor." The servants left. After they left, Robb made dozens of buckets of Coca-Cola. In fact, it was quite boring to do the same thing repeatedly, but for him, doing this is a very new thing. It was a piece of cake to do. It's really too easy compared to acting like the Pope. That evening, at dinner, Lillian placed 2 plates of steak and 2 slices of bread on the stone table. She witnessed a rare sight of Robb standing. He stood up and threw 2 magic, chilled cups of Coca-Cola. In the afterglow of the setting sun, he raised his cup and told Lillian, "Come. Cheers. Master seems to be in a good mood today." Lillian couldn't help but mutter. Though this Coca-Cola is delicious, there is no need to be so happy. Robb smiled and said, "You don't understand. I'm not happy because of the drink. I'm just glad that this place has come to resemble my hometown a bit more. Maybe one day, I can make this place be like my hometown." "If you miss your hometown so much, why not return?" Lillian asked curiously. "I want to follow and see what kind of place Master used to live in. I can't go back." "I don't really want to go back either." Robb looked up at the sunset and said leisurely, "Though I miss my mom a little, she'll surely support me if she knew that I was living such a happy life." At noon the next day, the mayor's servants came and took half of the Coca-Cola. In the afternoon, several rich people from the town also came and brought a lot of juice. The town's too small to keep secrets. After the mayor brought back the Coca-Cola, the rich people immediately caught on and ran to the mayor to take a taste. It soon became the norm to trade 2 buckets of juice for a bucket of Coca-Cola. The wealthy tenants who came later didn't even talk bull, they just gave the fruit juice and left with the Coca-Cola. July passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, August came. That morning, Robb had just gotten up and was lazy in the yard when he saw the townspeople passing by at the gate of the yard, which he had not paid much attention to. He saw 3 or 5 townsmen pass by, all heading towards the center of town. Curiosity sprang up and couldn't help but ask a townsman, "Why are all of you going to the town center?" "Father." The townsman respectfully said, "Today is the day when the traveling merchant comes to Westwind Town." "Traveling merchant? Is he the guy who sold me Lillian?" Robb asked. "Oh, not that one." The townsman replied respectfully, "The merchant who sold her to you is a wealthy one. He usually comes to Westwind Town once every 3 months to half a year, and he does high-end business. Generally speaking, he comes to a remote town like Westwind Town only to buy rare things, or to buy the daughters of poor families, not to sell things to us poor people. We can't afford what he sells. And when he comes to Westwind, we won't go to the center of town." Robb understood, that is to say, if you are all walking to the center of town, it means that this time you are going to a lower-end merchant? The townsman nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, the traveling merchant is a merchant in the daily necessities department. He comes to Westwind Town every 2 months to bring us salt, seasoning and cloth. Anyway, what he brought were necessities that Westwind Town can't produce, so every time he came, we would flock to the center of town and buy things from him." At this point, he looked embarrassed and continued, "I usually work hard, but almost all the money I earn will end up in the hands of the traveling merchant." Robb smiled, "That's interesting. My father, aren't you going to have a look?" The townsman whispered, "Many of the things he sells can't be bought in the town. You may need them. If you are free, you might as well go and have a look." Robb thought about it carefully, whether he should or shouldn't take a look. Although he didn't know if he needed anything, he might find something interesting. Anyway, it's just shopping, not a mission. He shouted, "Lillian, grab a shopping basket. Let's go shopping." Lillian ran over with a smile, smiling like a flower. "Ah, when my parents were still around, I liked shopping with them. There were always a lot of good things from big cities." Seeing her lovely smiling face, Robb was also happy. "Then, every time the traveling merchant comes, let's go shopping." Robb walked in front, followed by Lillian holding a small bamboo basket. The master and servant walked leisurely to the center of town. When he first arrived, it was still early July, but now, it's early August. This is the second time Robb's been out shopping, particularly because he'd been so lazy this past month. This time he went out, he realized that Westwind Town looked quite different since the last time he went out shopping. Many families seem to be building water towers with water screws everywhere. It is amazing. Iron and copper pipes hang from the water towers. Since mining is the best of the 4 major industries in Westwind Town, even the poorest of townspeople in Westwind Town, even the poorest of people could easily acquire iron and copper. Some people copy Robb and use iron, but some senior townspeople who deal with metal choose copper pipes instead. When Robb saw the iron pipes, he remembered, since there is copper, I shouldn't use iron as a pipe. Copper won't oxidize nor will it rust easily, which is a huge improvement compared to iron pipes. Alas, I thought like a modern person would. In my original world, the motherland was dwarf of copper. It wasn't even enough to make copper money, so people used iron to make all kinds of objects instead. However, in this world, copper doesn't seem to be rare, and it's not difficult for these people to use it for pipes. Robb turned to Lillian and said, "Remind me when we get home that I have to ask the blacksmith again to replace all the water pipes in the chapel to copper." Lillian nodded, "Yes, master." As they walked, the townspeople they passed by respectfully saluted Robb. From time to time, people would shout, "Good morning, my father." Robb waved to everyone with the aura of a leader. When they arrived at the town center, Robb saw a gathering of people. He thought they were just blocking his view, but then, he heard a townsman shouting, "Father is coming." The townspeople who gathered around seemed to have been split by a force capable of splitting open empty voies. They separated from each other to make way for Robb, and they saluted, "Father, after you." Robb felt embarrassed by their act and said with a smile, "You guys are too kind." The townspeople said respectfully, "Of course. Well, it's okay for a son to be polite to his father, but can you sell things to your father for free?" After a wave of complaints in his consciousness, Robb walked through the welcome array of the townspeople and came to see the traveling merchant. He didn't notice at first, but it's a welcome sigh to see that the traveling merchant's a dwarf. He's dwarf, only as high as Robb's waist, with a big head accounting for 1/3 of his total height, with a beard dragging towards his waist. He stared at Robb with great interest. Behind the dwarf was a group of servants guarding the cart loaded with a dazzling array of goods. Robb glanced and saw bundles of linen, cotton, salt, pepper, vanilla jars, and some messy daily necessities. There were too many to enumerate. "Oh, dear father," the dwarf said, "I come to Westwind Town every 2 months, but I didn't see a priest the last time I came. I didn't expect to see one now. You are so young and handsome." As soon as they met, the dwarf immediately started flattering him. "Sure enough, it's a merchant." Robb smiled and returned, "I also think I'm quite handsome in this character." The dwarf said, "Character?" Robb smiled and said, "Don't worry about the minor stuff. Let me look at the goods." The dwarf hurriedly bowed and said, "Please choose as you will." Robb went to the cart and looked closely, immediately finding a roll of silk. The dwarf followed where his eyes went and quickly explained, "Father, you understand. This is of high quality. It was shipped from Big Tang from the east. It's used to make light and comfortable clothes that aren't near comparable to cotton cloth. It's popular among princes and nobles." At this point, he leaned close to Robb's ear and whispered, "It's especially suitable for making pajamas for women. TSK, reach and touch it, that feeling, he he he." Robb knows this, of course, and he also knows that robes made of silk are a lot better than cotton cloth, no matter in defense, intelligence and magic power. This kind of thing, which can only be imported from Big Tang in the east, is very rare in the west, and it is not easy to buy it ordinarily. He smiled and said, "Good, then I'll take it. How many do you have?" "I have 10. When the dwarf heard that Robb was going to buy it, a bright smile appeared, 1 gold per piece. Robb smiled and said, "I'll take it all. Cotton cloth only cost 10 silver, but silk costs 10 times more. Of course, ordinary people can't buy it. In fact, it's quite difficult to sell this stuff in the western border. It's only occasionally bought by the mayor." Robb bought 10 at once, which made the dwarf happy. He smiled and took the money handed by Lillian and put it in his pocket. His servants put 10 pieces of silk in Lillian's hand. Lillian couldn't carry all of them on her own, but there were enthusiastic townspeople who immediately came to help. Robb bought another big jar of salt and vanilla powder and a lot of things that could not be bought in Westwind Town, both useful and not so useful ones. However, after such an operation, Robb didn't have much money remaining. Last time, he made 100 gold from selling the leather armor, which seemed to be a lot of money. However, he spent a lot of money on shopping and casually issued a mission with a request. With that, more than half of the money he had gone bye-bye at once. When his eyes turned to a large can of pepper on the dwarf merchant's cart, Lillian tugged at the corner of Robb's clothes and whispered, "Master, don't. Don't buy pepper. You don't have much money left." "Oh, are we running out of money?" Robb always left the money to Lillian, so he didn't know how much he had left. Lillian whispered, "We still have 10 gold coins at home. It's okay to buy something, but we can't buy any more pepper. It's too expensive as gold. It takes a pound of gold to buy a pound of pepper. We'd better save a little bit now and stop buying such expensive things." "I can't do that." Robb shook his head and said, "Pepper is necessary for seasoning for steak, chicken chops, pork and lamb chops. Without it, our limited recipes will have to be reduced again. I don't want it. For me, eating is a top priority, more important than conquering the world. If I want to eat rich and varied dishes, all kinds of seasonings are essential." Lillian said pitifully, "No matter how important it is, you have to be rich to buy it. If you don't have money, you'll only be able to eat potatoes. Let's make money." Robb walked behind a nearby house with a piece of silk. After a while, the silk turned into a silk robe emitting a blue aura. He went to the dwarf merchant and took it out. He smiled and asked, "Mr. Dwarf, are you interested in buying this robe?" "Wow!" the dwarf merchant exclaimed, "This is a really good robe. Look at this workmanship. This is not ordinary. Coupled with this blue light, it has a very powerful enchantment. No magician or priest can resist this." Robb smiled and said, "How much are you going to pay for it?" "Ah. My apologies, but while it's great, I don't dare to purchase this." The dwarf merchant awkwardly said, "Your robe is at least worth more than 100 gold, but as you can see, I'm just a small merchant selling daily goods. The biggest business I've done in the past 2 months is the 10 pieces of silk you just bought, and that was only worth 2 or 3 gold coins. As for other commodities, such as salt and cotton, I can only earn a few copper and silver at a time. I don't dare buy goods worth 100 gold coins at all. Otherwise, if I can't sell them, I'll go bankrupt." Robb thought to himself, "Oh. Is that so? Well, it seems that although I have the ability to make great equipment, I might not be able to sell it. The real world isn't a game. The game has auctions, where players can easily buy your things. However, in the real world, sales channels will limit your means to sell your goods. The robe he just made may be wanted by rich magicians, but where are these people? I can't find them. This is the current situation in the Middle Ages. Buyers and sellers aren't connected and the circulation of goods is extremely inconvenient. Of course, Robb can also fly to a big city with a flying spell, and find a rich magician or a big merchant, and afterwards, he can even use the knowledge to teleport back and forth conveniently. The game has a rule in which you can only teleport to cities you've been to. However, that's not what a lazy person does. If he flies all over the world just to make some money, what's the difference between that and doing a delivery mission in-game? No matter how much money you earn that way, it can only be called hard-earned money, which doesn't line up with my spirit of laziness. Is there a way to make money lazily? Robb shrugged and said, "What aspects are your favorite in terms of acquisition?" The dwarf smiled and said, "Someone everyone can afford, needs, and easy to carry. For example, pepper. It's necessary for making all kinds of delicious dishes. The price is high, profit is high, and it sells quickly. The rich people in every big town buy some of it, and it's easy to transport. If I buy it at a relatively low price and load it onto several big carts, it'll be sold out easily. For example, you really want to buy, don't you? Robb was happy. I want to sell you something for pepper, but you say you want pepper? Are you kidding me? As far as I know, pepper isn't produced in the West, so it has to be shipped from the East, so it's more expensive than gold. Yet you say you want to buy here, that's bullshit. I don't dare. The dwarf merchant respectfully said, no one dares to tease a priest. I'm just saying what I want. Fine, I know what I have to do now. Robb smiled and asked, how long will you be in Westwind Town? 5 days. The dwarf merchant smiled and said, I stay in each town for 5 days before leaving for the next. 5 days? Great. Robb smiled and said, come back after 5 days before you leave Westwind Town, come to my church and get ready to buy pepper. I'll make you a lot of money. The dwarf merchant respectfully replied, okay, then I'll certainly come on time. Robb said, by the way, before you come. First, sell me handful of pepper. Huh? The merchant suspected that he heard wrong. Priest, you say that you'll sell me pepper in 5 days. Why are you still buying pepper now? My purchase prices are much lower than the selling price, so if you buy now and sell it to me later, you'll lose a lot of money. Robb smiled and said, it's in my personality to give money. It's called relieving creatures from suffering. Lillian felt embarrassed beside him. Her master really liked throwing money around. Since she took charge of their accounts, she found out that her master's really fussy about his meals. He had to eat meat at every meal, and she had to eat the same as his servant. The clothes he wears were also fastidious. Several sets of clothes are worn accordingly, all in different styles, and forcing her, his servant, to change clothes as well. Moreover, her owner was super lazy and didn't bother to do anything himself. He had to take the money to ask someone to pick the fruit that he could pick with only a few steps up the mountain, and he had to pay to hire a townsman to do it when he went out and went around the town. He also has this strange habit of asking people to do things through posting a piece of cloth in the town, with the name, Quest Board. According to himself, this is very funny, saying that it is the adventurer turns host. Anyway, it's a lot of nonsense that I don't understand. Now her master's playing again. He actually wants to buy and sell pepper to the merchant in 5 days' time. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of human morality? Lillian quickly held Robb's sleeve and said hurriedly, Master, what on earth are you going to do? We really don't have much money. Robb smiled and said, don't worry, your master just remembered that in the game, there was a mini-game, Dark Blade Happy Farm, ha ha ha. On the way home, Lillian frowned. Although as a servant, she shouldn't be upset with her master, her situation as a servant with master was different from ordinary master-servant relationships. Robb was very kind to Lillian. After being together for more than a month, Lillian gradually became different from that of a normal servant. She and Robb became closer, smiling, with occasional coquettish emotions, showing Robb expressions that ordinarily aren't seen on the faces of ordinary servants. Sometimes she's clingy, sometimes shy. In Dwarf, she's completely different from when she only said, yes, master, when Robb just bought her. Such is the case now. She's frowned to show her master her dissatisfaction. If she had a different master, she'd have broken her leg now, but instead of being angry, Robb thought it was cute and said, Lillian, are you mad at master? No. Lillian said no, but her mouth was still frowning. After a few seconds, she added, our family doesn't have much money. Yet you still buy so much pepper, and we have to sell it to the merchant at a low price 5 days later. Lillian doesn't understand what master is planning. Robb smiled and said, I'm going to take these peppers back and plant them. Haven't you already converted the field? I'm going to use it to grow pepper, so I bought some pepper from the merchant first. It's the seed itself. If it's planed and you pour water on it, a new pepper will grow. Then, we'll have a large amount of pepper. If we sell it to the merchant, we'd make a fortune. Lillian said with tears and laughter, Master, that is obviously what someone who has never planted would say. How can you reap a harvest in a mere 5 days? Not to mention, pepper isn't suitable to grow in our place, especially in regards to temperature, humidity, climate, and season. Robb said, when did Happy Farm ever say anything about climate, season, temperature, and humidity? All you have to do is water it. Besides, 5 days is too long. If you want players to have a great experience, then it's common sense to plant and harvest in a day. Lillian was bewildered. What the heck? Well, and dwarf, just follow. The master and servant pair returned to the yard. Robb went to the field in the yard. It wasn't that large, just the typical private farm field. When the mayor handed over the chapel to Robb, the land was dry and deserted. But since Lillian came, the land's been turning well, saving it for growing some sweet potatoes, so it's now flat, and soil soft with the weeds pulled out. It's beautiful now. Robb took out a handful of peppers he had just bought, picked one out of the many and planted it. Lillian felt distressed seeing her master's wasteful action. But she held back because she didn't dare doubt her master. Oh, but she also stood up and said, "Master, let me sow the seeds. I'm good at growing crops." "No." Robb shook his head solemnly, "I have to do it myself." "Huh? Why? How can a noble like you do this?" Robb said, "Because I can distort the laws of the world, only the seeds I plant sprout quickly. You can't plant them." Lillian didn't understand the part, distort the laws of the world, at all. But she knew her master's a great person, and she was right to listen. She saw that her master sowed the pepper seeds in intervals, and in a blink of an eye, the handful of pepper he bought were all planted. Then Robb looked back and smiled at Lillian and said, "Go and get me a little kettle." Lillian wanted to say, "I'll water it," but when she saw that her usually lazy master decided to do it himself, she knew there was no room for negotiation. She drew a pot of water obediently, and Robb watered every pepper seed. Then he went back to his stone stool and sat down. "Oh, I'm so tired of growing crops." Lillian couldn't help complaining, "Master, how are you already tired? You didn't even fertilize it, so it's strange that you think it'll grow. Please don't shout that you're tired of farming after omitting such a vital step. The steps I took were absolutely perfect. I didn't omit anything at all. Anyway, we'll see tomorrow." How could Lillian sleep that night? Thinking that her master had wasted the price of gold pepper, she couldn't sleep. As soon as it was dawn, she jumped out of bed and ran into the yard. There was a faint golden light in the morning light. Lillian stood at the door of the chapel and looked at the pepper field in the yard. She was startled. She saw a large patch of pepper trees growing in the field, obviously close to maturity and taller than Lillian, with a lot of green peppers on it. "Huh, huh, huh." Lillian was surprised. "Master, get up, pepper, pepper, they grow overnight." Robb came out of his room in his pajamas, yawning, and said vaguely, "Shouldn't this be taken advantage of? Happy Farm to grow vegetables, 24 hours a harvest, why make such a fuss? There are still a few hours to go. These peppers are not yet ripe. You can keep an eye on the time. As soon as I planted them yesterday, I hastened to cut them all so that no one else would steal them." Lillian said, "Who dares steal from the church? Aren't they afraid of getting damned?" "Oh no, I almost missed the point. The point is, why does the pepper grow this much after only a day? I told you I can distort the laws of the world." Robb smiled and continued, "Don't worry about it, just get the bottles and cans ready. It's almost time to collect the pepper. It may be a little difficult for you to harvest it by yourself. Take some money to hire a few townspeople to help with the harvest, cut it all, pull out the roots and throw them away, and relevel the field as quickly as possible. I have to plant a second round. In 5 days, we can plant 5 rounds of action quickly." "Hey!" Lillian was only stupefied for a moment. "Yes, master. After a while, the townspeople who Lillian paid to help with the harvest arrived, and when they saw such a beautiful patch of pepper growing on the chapel yard, their mouths widened agape and couldn't close for a while. Afterward, the miracle of the church in Westwind Town spread so quickly that everyone said that the God of light threw miracles in the world and made the plants planted in the chapel blossom and bear fruit overnight. This is the love of God and the commendation Father Robb deserves for his pious sermons. The townspeople then knelt outside the chapel and worshipped the private land. "Father, do you really want to remove all these pepper trees after harvesting them?" A townsman nearby who came to help clear the field said sadly, "Pepper trees are perennial plants. They can only be harvested once. Pepper can be picked every year. These pepper trees have finally grown to such an extent that it's a pity to remove them so early." "Yes." Another townsman said, "As long as it's kept alive, it will bear a lot of pepper the following year, which can sell for a lot of money. A year is too long. Pepper trees that don't grow pepper in a day are not good trees," Robb said, "take them out." Townspeople. There is no reason to talk to such an insane priest. A townsman bravely requested, "Father, can I make a request? Since you're going to pull them out and throw them away anyways, you might as well give me some. I'll move them back to my own field. Even if the temperature and humidity aren't suitable, I should be able to get a harvest next year with piece of our care." Another townsman also shouted, "I want some, too. I want some, too." All the townspeople who came to help also simultaneously shouted, "I want some pepper, too." Robb said with a smile, "Okay, whoever wants, just get it. But do it quickly, don't stop me from sowing another batch of seeds." As soon as he said this, the entire field of pepper trees was dug up by the townspeople in the twinkling of an eye. They picked up the pepper from the tree, put it in a bag, and gave it to Lillian. Then they picked up the pepper tree and left fast. Instantly, they ran home and planted the pepper tree in the best place at home, ready to take good care of it and wait for tomorrow's harvest. Pepper is more precious than gold. As long as you have a tree that can produce pepper, it can easily make a town rich. If it was the usual Lillian, she'd certainly be distressed that her grown crops are being taken by others, but now, she's holding several large bags of freshly picked pepper. Her face is just so confused that she doesn't even know what's going on. After the field was cleared out, the townspeople leveled it again, and then, as Robb looked at the time, he grabbed a handful of freshly picked peppers and sowed them into the field. He picked up a small kettle and watered each pepper. Then, he lazily sat on his favorite stone stool. Lillian said in a trembling voice, "Master, you didn't ask me to help you sow and water the pepper. Does this mean that this batch will be harvested in a day?" "Wow, my Lillian is so smart. She already understands." Robb clapped and said, "From now on, all crops I plant will only take a day to harvest." "Wow, Master's amazing. If you plant a batch every day, our family will make a fortune." "No way. I only move when the 4 basic needs, food, water, clothing, and shelter can't be met. Usually, I'm too lazy to do it. Meeting my need for laziness with minimal action is my way of life." "Master, the nun said that what you're doing is wrong. Sloth is one of the 7 deadly sins. It's not good for you to do so. Don't listen to that nun's nonsense. I'll tell you. She has already fallen 10% into laziness after staying in our house for a day. When she comes back from finding the Necromancer and stays with us for a few more days, she will become even lazier than I am. You'll see." In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. It's the traveling merchant's last day in Westwind Town. He has made a lot of money in Westwind Town over the past 5 days. This batch of cloth, salt, spices, peppers and other things have already been sold. Almost all of the savings that the residents of Westwind Town painstakingly saved have fallen into the pockets of the traveling merchant. Having made his harvest, the dwarf couldn't help but smile. An armed servant leaned over from behind and whispered, "Master, we have an appointment to buy pepper from the priest today. Oh, right. The dwarf merchant laughed and said, "This is the last thing we'll do in Westwind Town today. Let's go and visit the priest. Although we don't know what he's planning, we shouldn't offend a priest of the Church of Light, otherwise, he'll move the entire world for us. Even if he can only cough up 10 pitiful peppers, we must hold back and not laugh. We must maintain reverence, pretend to admire, and praise him with strength to save him face." The servant shrugged, smiling. The dwarf merchant walked in front, armed servants walking behind to protect him through the town. A servant suddenly pointed at a garden of a random town house and shouted, "Master, look, isn't that a pepper tree? And it's a mature one at that, taller than some people." "Huh?" The dwarf merchant rubbed his eyes and said, "It's really a pepper tree. Hell, doesn't this only grow healthily in the Far East? Since when can you find such a good pepper tree in Westwind Town? This is strange, master. You see, there are also some in other houses," cried the armed servant. The dwarf looked at where the servant was pointing and sure enough, several pepper trees were planted in front of him, all of which were taller than a person. It was the kind of tree that can be harvested for a lot of pepper when it comes the time to harvest. "Master, this house has one, too." "Oh, my God, here too. This is impossible. There's one in this family's, too. What the heck?" The dwarf almost jumped and said, "I came to this stupid Westwind Town every 2 months and I've never seen such pepper trees here before. But all of a sudden, there are pepper trees everywhere. What on earth happened?" He knocked on the door of a townsman. As soon as the townsman came out, the dwarf impatiently asked, "Why are there so many pepper trees in your town all of a sudden?" The townsman smiled and said, "The priest gave it to us. The God of Light gave us a miracle that the pepper planted in the chapel could be harvested in a day. After he harvested the pepper, he gave us the tree. Many farmers have moved a few of them home to plant them. Next year, Westwind Town will be full of pepper, and everyone will be rich." Dwarf merchant. He began to feel something wrong. He hurriedly took his men and rushed to the chapel as soon as he could. There, he could see Robb sitting in a stone stool watching a group of townspeople help him harvest peppers. Every time they harvested the peppers from each tree, the townspeople would dig up the entire tree together with the soil. Then, they picked it up and ran back home. The dwarf merchant was puzzled. Robb waved to him and smiled, "Mr. Merchant, come and sit down." The dwarf merchant went into the yard, sat down on the stone stool opposite Robb, and asked inexplicably, "Father, can you really grow pepper trees here overnight?" Robb smiled and said, "As you can see, this is the grace of God." He then told Lillian next to him, "Go and show Mr. Merchant a bag of pepper." Lillian went to the edge of the field and brought a bag of peppers that had just been picked by the townspeople. They were as big as a bowl, and they were all filled with fresh peppers. As soon as the bag was put in front of the merchant's expression seemed restless. In his opinion, this is not pepper, but gold. Robb picked up a piece of pepper and put it in his hand with a smile. "Try it and see if it tastes authentic." The dwarf merchant put the pepper into his mouth, and as soon as he bit it, the fragrant feeling immediately spread in his mouth. "Ah, it's a great piece of pepper, and it tastes very mellow." Robb said with a smile, "Now you can buy from me as much as you want. I'd like to know how greedy you are for pepper and whether you can buy all my stock." The dwarf merchant glanced at the harvesting field next to him and thought to himself, "I should have no problem purchasing all the pepper produced in such a small private reserve. In any case, pepper is very easy to sell, and it is an indispensable seasoning for nobles and rich people at the dinner table. I can sell out no matter how much I charge, and of course I earn more if I collect more." He put on a serious face and said, "Father, I want to buy all your peppers, all of them." "Oh? All of them?" Although the wholesale price is certainly much lower than the retail price, pepper is a very expensive commodity compared to gold, Robb then said. "If you're going to purchase all my pepper at wholesale price, I'm a little worried that you don't have that kind of money." The dwarf merchant said confidently, of course I know it's expensive, but I can afford to buy pepper in such a field that only encompasses such a small tract of land. Are you sure it's just a small tract of land? A strange smile bore on his face. The dwarf merchant has traveled north and south, dealing with countless people and doing business. He can tell something is wrong by looking at Robb's smile. Damn, why is the priest's smile so cheap? I feel like I'm stepping on a thunderbolt, as if I'm going to be clouded away. Robb said, Lillian, go and get the pepper out of the warehouse. At this point, he suddenly said, also, since you are delicate and soft, you can't carry such heavy things. I'll give you a buff before you go. He waved his hand, and as soon as he did, a golden light shone over Lillian, and in an instant, Lillian felt powerful. She couldn't help but wonder, Master, what did you add to me? Buff. Bafu, Bafu? What on earth is that? Well, the exact name is, Blessing of the King. You'll understand once you start moving things. Lillian said, oh, and ran quickly into the warehouse. After a while, she came out with a super large pocket in her hand, which was bigger than a person, and it looked so heavy, but she picked it up with one hand. She ran to the table and laughed and said, Master, the way you have floated me is so strong that I can carry such a heavy pepper bag. Lillian said, oh, and ran quickly into the warehouse. After a while, she came out with a super large bag in her hand, which was bigger than a person, and it looked heavy, but she picked it up with one hand. She ran to the table, laughed and said, Master, the bafu you gave me makes me so strong that I can carry such a heavy pepper bag. The dwarf merchant swallowed a mouthful of spit and said, You mean, this bag is full of pepper? Yes. Lillian opened the bag and smiled, see for yourself. Hey. Huh. The dwarf merchant sweated profusely and said, This bag of pepper is probably worth hundreds of gold. I. Knowing that he wanted to say he couldn't afford it, Robb, the bad guy, deliberately said, Wow. Are you trying to say that the portion is too small? It doesn't matter. I still have several bags in the warehouse. If it's not enough, you can stay in Westwind Town for a few more days. It's not a problem for me to get you dozens of bags. The dwarf merchant sweat even more and said, No, stop. I can't do this anymore. I have no money. I have to throw in the towel. I only have enough money to buy one bag first, and when I go back to my hometown and bring more money, I can buy a few more bags. Robb laughed as he intimidated his business partner. Of course, after having his fun, he stopped. He's not a person who deliberately annoyed people either. If possible, Robb wanted to get along with all the good people in the world. Lillian, pour Mr. Merchant a glass of pressured water. Yes, master. Lillian saw the look in Robb's eyes and knew he wasn't talking about ordinary water, so she ran back to the warehouse, picked up a jar, pulled out the cork, and Robb turned his hand while the dwarf merchant didn't notice. The ice that had just been made by ice magic had been sent straight into the jar. Lillian poured the dwarf merchant a glass of green, bubbling and icy water and said with a smile, Mr. Merchant, please drink. The dwarf merchant could not understand what was in front of him. Fortunately, Robb was a priest, and the dwarf businessman, like the original mayor, would not suspect that the drink handed over by the priest was poisonous. He dared to take it and gently took a sip. The expression on his face became extremely euphoric in an instant. This is a wonderful drink, the dwarf merchant was in High Elves. My intuition in doing business for many years tells me that it will not be any harder to sell than pepper, or even more popular than pepper. What on earth is this? Its name is apple-flavored Coca-Cola. In fact, there's still grape and orange flavor. Do you want to buy some, too? You still have other flavors? The dwarf merchant was really convinced, and there was an obvious dilemma on his face. Obviously, he wanted pepper, but he also wanted Coca-Cola, but he had limited cash on hand, and he really didn't know what he should choose. Robb smiled and said, Well, let me give you some advice. Spend your money on pepper this time, because you know more about pepper and must have regular customers. Sell it first. As for the Coca-Cola, don't purchase in large quantities yet. I'll sell you a bucket at a low price. When you sell pepper to your big customers, take out a glass and give them a taste. Then, tell them that it's tough to purchase it and that they'll have to first make a deposit before you bring it to them next time. In this way, people will always give you some deposits. If you take the deposit they give, plus the money from pepper, come to me again. Won't it be easy to decide how much pepper and how much Coca-Cola you have to buy next time? Oh, that's a good plan. The dwarf merchant said with a smile, I didn't expect the priest to know how to do business. No, I don't understand. I don't understand as much as you do. Robb said with a smile, I just know some basic tricks, anyway. Let's make money together. The two clasped hands tightly. The dwarf merchant left with pepper and Coca-Cola, with his dream of getting rich in the future. Robb slumped on the stone stool, waved to the merchant's not-so-tall figure and whispered, the way to make money together is that I sit still, and you run around the world to make me money. Work hard, young man. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.